Chapter 3591. He was nothing more than a lamb right now. They could do whatever they wanted to him. Even the ancestors that promised to keep him safe forgot about their words. The golden egg became the only thing on their mind. It was perfectly fine to torture Li Qie right now. Young nobly, time waits for no one. One expert urged the quiet Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at them and saw the greed in their eyes, no exception. He smiled and repeated, "The egg is bloodthirsty and evil. You don't need to repeat this again and again, we know. Please go talk to that world draconic king." They had no patience to listen to his annoying warning again. However, he ignored them and continued, "The egg wishes to devour. If anything happens to you all, don't blame me for not saying it ahead of time. It's not too late to leave now if you want to live." "Leave? The egg is right there, there's no way we'll leave. Just shut up and stop annoying us," one expert loudly said. "Be obediently and get that creature away, or I won't guarantee what will happen next." Sir Shang's grip tightened on Li Qie's shoulder. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He would be the first to break Li Qie's shoulder and move on with crueler methods in order to obtain the egg. "Fine, whatever happens next has nothing to do with me then." Li Qie chuckled and walked towards the draconic king. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd readied their weapons for a sudden attack from the king. Fortunately, Li Qie chatted a bit with the king. It actually didn't attack and only glared at them. Nonetheless, the glare had an icy touch and made them feel as if blades were flying near their faces. It moved far away from the stone platform. Li Qie followed right behind. "Okay, my mission is complete. The egg is right there." Li Qie smiled at the experts. The threat was gone now and the group was ready to lunge forward. They only cared about the egg at this moment. Nothing else was on their mind. Rumble. The senior defender and the other top dogs channeled their energy. Chaos true energy billowed like the tides. Ancestors took out their best artifacts, floating mirrors, pagodas, banners. These big shots immediately rushed forward and landed on the platform, inches away from the egg. The weaker combatants didn't push forward right away. Nonetheless, they also assumed their strongest state in preparation for battle. Battle spirit and bloodthirst surged across the valley. They looked around since anyone could become an enemy right now, even their current allies. The senior defender and the ancestors took it extremely seriously. They exercised the highest caution, their eyes shifted continuously. They thought about who would be the first to attack them and who they should attack first. This stopped them from making the first move. The one to grab the egg first would immediately become the main target. Other members of their faction waited patiently behind for an order from the seniors. The atmosphere became extremely tense like a bowstring drawn to the limit, on the verge of tearing. The battle is starting. The spectators noticed the bloodlust in the air. Inside the valley, an elder said, "We're not kids anymore. Let's test our energy. Whoever lasts the longest will get the egg, how about it?" The others exchanged glances. Sir Shang nodded in agreement, "I agree." "Same." The other ancestors and high elders also nodded. This was a better idea than a battle royale. They then put their hands on the platform. Those waiting behind them watched nervously. Whoever pulled their hands back would lose the chance at grabbing the golden egg. "Start." They shouted in unison and channeled their vitality and energy into the platform. Rumble. The entire valley quaked as a result after loud detonations. These big shots were quite powerful, so this total release was quite frightening. However, the quakes only lasted for a moment and tranquility returned to the valley. The spectators saw the competitors firmly placing their hands on the stone platform. Their face became red, no one wanted to give up. Everyone was cheering for their own seniors. As time went on, their red complexion turned to white and their bodies started trembling. The competition was lasting a while, so their energy was depleting. "Let's help." One disciple shouted in support of their sect master. Yes. His fellow disciples agreed. They lined up and placed their palm on the back of the person in front. The strongest disciple stood at the front and also placed his hand on the sect master. Boom! They channeled their energy and vitality through the line, eventually ending at the sect master. Cheaters! A member of the crowd protested. Chapter 3592, Let's help the sect master too. Another disciple shouted and rushed forward. His fellow members also did the same and channeled their energy and vitality into their sect master. This was a great display of solidarity and teamwork. The clan master needs our help. Others also did the same without holding back. It didn't take long before the various factions aided the seniors in the competition. Boom! Mighty shockwaves emanated across the valley, on the verge of sinking it. During this devastating process, a divine light flashed from the platform only for a split second. Strangely enough, though all experts were channeling their energy into the platform, it remained untouched outside of just shaking a bit. It seemed as if even the strongest infusion of power wouldn't affect the platform at all. It resembled an ocean capable of accepting the currents of all rivers. The juniors turned red as well as if they were receiving the backlashes from the other competitors. This was actually not the case. Something strange is happening. The teachers from Duality noticed a weird phenomenon. The scene in the valley seemed to be a still image. Everyone was red but couldn't let out any sound. No, stop this. One ancestor finally took a deep breath. He mustered everything he got and shouted, "It's sucking our dash." He couldn't finish because the devouring force continued to absorb his strength and vitality, even the soul. What's going on? The spectators outside were confused. Earlier, they thought that this was only a normal contest of power without needing to fight. The contestants couldn't speak because they were fully focused. Buzz. The platform gently vibrated. Next came numerous bright Dao runes intertwining together. The platform became mysterious and profound. It seemed to be performing a secret ceremony. So is this an altar? The oldest teacher in Duality narrowed his eyes. Buzz, more buzzes could be heard. Certain sections of the platform sank down and formed tiny grooves in a complicated and deliberate manner. They resembled a peerless chapter being carved into the rock. Blood flowed through the grooves and emitted a bright luster. The entire platform changed to a crimson color as a result. The blood was naturally from the competitors and even their juniors. Their vitality and energy are being sucked away. One expert outside the valley shouted. Yes, no exception. The teachers became alarmed as well. It was already too late when people figured it out because the platform had them fully trapped. The sucking power rendered them helpless regardless of their immense energy and vitality. It acted as a bottomless abyss and sucked in everything. They couldn't even open their mouth to speak as if they were completely under the platform's control. It seemed that this wouldn't stop until only dried corpses were left of them. They became horrified as various power sources left their body, but there was nothing they could do. Moving an inch was impossible, let alone escape. Why is this happening? The spectators outside didn't understand. Nothing happened when Li Chia got over there. An expert from the last generation murmured. They saw Li Chia walking and touching the platform earlier, but it didn't do anything to him. Now, these experts were completely stuck. Are they all going to die? This became the next question. Click, 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 the golden egg in the middle of the platform actually moved a bit. People had the feeling that the thing inside was about to break out of the shell. No, it's not the platform. One teacher took a deep breath and said, "The egg is the thing sucking their energy and vitality." Li Chia was right, this egg is ominous and evil. It wants the blood of these experts, all of it. Those waiting outside shuddered after hearing this. One pale spectator wondered, it's really the egg? Li Chia had repeated this several times, but no one heeded his warning. They thought that he was only trying to scare them and were annoyed with him. Boom! The oldest ancestor from a big sect managed to move just a little bit. After a loud blast, he released 12 fate palaces and illuminated the area. Supreme totems appeared along with the palaces, seemingly trying to summon something. In a distant region, a bloody and massive figure emerged in a particular sect. This figure traveled through space and took over the ancestor. Elder Qiao is already a heavenly sovereign. One expert became surprised. Just one step into the realm. A teacher said, but this sacred ancestor from blood is powerful indeed. The ancestor became gigantic after fusing with the bloody figure. His body trembled as he was about to unleash some power. His first action was severing both of his hands. Chapter 3593. He was able to escape the golden egg's absorption with the help of his ancestor. Bam! 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 The disciples behind him all fell to the ground, pale and unable to get up. The egg had taken too much of their energy and they couldn't recover in time. His escape created an instability in the balance created prior between the competitors and the sucking force. Thus, the other ancestors and high elders got the chance to breathe. Boom! 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 They chose to sever their hands as well. Blood gushed out from the wounds of these crippled ancestors. Sir Shang was no exception. Their juniors also dropped to the ground, sapped of strength and unable to get up. Shit, the powerful ancestors and the imperious senior defender were still stricken with fear. They felt their souls and spirits leaving their body earlier because of that egg, not just their vitality and energy. Fortunately, that one cultivator managed to call the spirit of his sacred ancestor and saved everyone here. Crack. They saw a crack appearing on the egg. Is it about to hatch? One cultivator didn't realize the incoming danger and stared at the egg. In the next second, one powerful ancestor sensed a looming danger and shouted in horror, "Run, run right now." He then started running without caring about the juniors behind him. Ah! His scream suddenly echoed because he didn't get far. Something golden flashed and pierced through his chest. It was as small as a needle but still easily took him down. Someone as powerful as him was defenseless against its penetration. Everyone inside the valley watched in astonishment. His body was still hanging in the air. Zzz, the string of energy began absorbing his blood and energy. No, he was still alive but couldn't move at all. He could feel his life passing away. The golden string even took his grand Tao power and all of his essences. His hair turned white and his body withered. It didn't take long before he became a dried corpse falling onto the ground. Bam! The frightened cultivators finally regained their wits after hearing the thump. We have to run. They immediately tried to flee. Shit! All ran towards the entrance, wanting to be born with more than just 2 legs in order to escape faster. 100,000 experts or so no longer cared for anything else. The weaker cultivators were trampled while groaning. Buzz! The golden egg immediately unleashed countless golden rays that perfectly struck those trying to escape. Ah! Cries of agony filled the valley. All of them were pierced in the chest area, no exception. Even the strongest ancestors and high elders with their great artifacts couldn't do a thing. The golden rays were simply too fast. They could only watch themselves becoming victims. The rays seemed like tentacles as they lifted the victims up in the air. The scene of 100,000 experts all in this horrifying state was shocking. What is that thing? Even those outside the valley felt a sharp pain in their chest. Extremely vicious, Li Chia was completely right. One teacher from Duality shuddered with cold chills. It still hasn't hatched yet. Once it comes out, it might actually be a calamity for all of 8 Desolaces. The teachers exchanged glances and started to imagine the true form of this egg. They were talented and courageous but still became nervous. Their back became wet with sweat. As for the pale students, all of their legs were trembling from fear. It's all over, the supporters waiting outside didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, people were still screaming inside the valley. They were still alive and fully conscious, clearly sensing their life passing away in a helpless manner. Some pissed their pants as death approached while screaming. "No, it can't end like this, I haven't made a name for myself," one expert bellowed. "Young noble Li. No, young master Li, please, save me. Hurry." Sir Shang was still lucid and saw the calm Li Chia standing in the distance. "I'm afraid I can't." Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Everyone else finally noticed that only Li Chia was untouched by the golden ray. "Please save us, young Master Li." They started begging. "Little ancestor, save me and you'll be the biggest benefactor of our court. We'll obey all of your orders in the future." An ancestor threw away his pride and begged. "Just save us and Shifting Cloud will give you everything you want. The Yi clan will be your horses and oxen if you save us." They thought that since Li Chia was unaffected, he might actually be able to stop the egg and save them. "I have repeatedly warned all of you about this disaster from this ominous egg, yet you didn't listen. This is nothing short of courting death." Li Chia shook his head. Chapter 3594, Ah. The agonizing screams of the victims continued. No, they weren't willing to die like this and continued to struggle as death drew closer. Unfortunately, the golden rays rendered them powerless. As the egg absorbed more blood and power, it became increasingly resplendent. The grooves on the platform had been filled with blood while the runes were busy rotating and refining the blood from the cultivators. The blood became purer as a result. The shell was changing as well, seemingly polished several times over with added moisture. If the egg was a living entity, it would look quite excited, similar to someone who has just received great nutrients and was brimming with strength. "Li, I will haunt you." Sir Shang shouted furiously at Li Chia. He realized that he had fallen into Li Chia's trap. The guy was tricking them and purposely led them into the valley. They thought that everything was under their control, but it turned out that since the very beginning, they were nothing more than fat pieces of meat in Li Chia's eyes. He intended on using them to nourish the golden egg. Alas, it was too late to realize it now. They were already cooked and plated on the table. First, ghosts don't exist, and even if they do, you need to line up and wait for several 100 million years until it's your turn. Li Chia chuckled. The other ancestors realized it now too. One of them bellowed, You're the true culprit, tricking us here as sacrifices for the egg. Can't blame me when you're blinded by greed and didn't heed my warnings." Li Chia shrugged. Despair finally reared its head among the group. They never expected to die because of an insect like this woodchopper. "This can't be." One ancestor cried out. In reality, virtually all the victims weren't willing to accept this. They have dominated throughout their life, especially the ancestors and Sir Shang who had killed millions on the battlefield. One stomp from them made the world tremble. They were the lord of their own domain. Today, they would meet their end because of a woodchopper who was only a violet marquis. They didn't give a damn about someone like him prior to this and thought that his life was within their grasp. Just a little force would be enough to kill him. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to accept this outcome and wait for death. The only thing they could do was scream. Eventually, one by one died with their eyes wide open due to unwillingness and despair. Bang! Bang! The golden ray disappeared after fully absorbing the corpse. The dried husks fell to the ground. The valley became a world of corpses in no time at all. The stronger experts such as the ancestors and Sir Shang took the longest time to die. They eventually joined the piles of corpses as well. This scene was enough to horrify anyone. The entire force was annihilated and became nutrition for the golden egg. Li Chia was the only survivor. The spectators outside were scared out of their mind. They thought that they were lucky for not entering the valley. The students turned pale since they have never seen something so horrifying. Some female students couldn't help but vomit. In the beginning, they also wanted to go into the valley but were stopped by the teachers. This turned out to be the right decision. Moths to the flame. One teacher regained his wits and murmured. The egg was an irresistible flame. The victims forgot about caution and became food in the end. This is the consequence of not listening to the warnings. Li Qie smiled while looking at the corpses. He then glanced over at the golden egg. It was brimming with vitality and bright light after absorbing plentiful essences. However, it trembled, clearly afraid of Li Qie. This was akin to a child being excited after sneaking in some food. Now, it has been caught by a senior and immediately put on a good act. Maharaga egg. The world doesn't know of its danger and still came courting death. Li Qie said. This was an unfamiliar name to most. Sir Shang's group assumed that it was a divine egg, unaware of the hidden danger. That's why they eventually became its food. Li Qie then glanced over at the treasures and Buddhist scriptures along with the statues on the steps. He smiled and said, the defensive measures aren't meant to protect the egg, it's meant to stop people from coming in. The future generation didn't understand the old monk's intent. The origin of this Maharaga egg remained unknown. However, it was stored here by the high monks of this temple, wanting to change its evil nature with Buddhist arts. Later on, the creature inside would become a protector of Buddhism. Unfortunately, the temple declined and lost all successors. Only this sealed valley was left. Crack. More cracks appeared on the egg. It seemed to be on the verge of hatching. Almost. Li Qie chuckled after seeing this. The Buddhist laws in this dilapidated temple have weakened. The egg would need a long period of time to hatch without outside help. The blood from the 100,000 experts naturally accelerated the incubation speed. This type of creature was extremely bloodthirsty. However, it was far tamer now due to the refinement of Buddhism. Nonetheless, it wouldn't decline when food came knocking on its door. Li Qie didn't linger around and left the valley after seeing the cracks. 1. Maharaga, a snake's-headed Indian deity or a protector deity of Buddhist law. Chapter 3595. After leaving the valley, he was met with gazes filled with hatred and anger. Their seniors and friends have all died in the valley. Though he didn't personally carry out the deed, they certainly died because of him. No one said a thing, but many powers began walking towards Li Qie. He stood there with a smile and didn't bother escaping. What do you want? He was neither flustered nor anxious. The brat is as devilish as can be. One teacher commented while watching. More people are courting death. Teacher Du wasn't worried about Li Qie at all. The punishment for murder is death. Zhui Xuan furiously roared. He was designated as a supporter by his seniors. Now, thousands in his sect were dead in the valley, including his master. His hatred for Li Qie was bone deep, so he led the remaining members to surround Li Qie. It has nothing to do with me. Li Qie waved his hand and nonchalantly responded, I told all of them that the egg was dangerous, yet they insisted. I agree completely. They died because they were blinded by greed. It's not young noble Li's fault. Teacher Du in the distance laughed and clapped his hands. This was a logical answer, yet the crowd didn't care for it. The only thing on their mind was vengeance. You didn't personally kill them, but you watched them die without doing anything. That warrants death as well. You led them there and must be held responsible for their death. One expert said. Oh. How? Li Qie smiled. We'll flay your skin and drink your blood. One ancestor from a clan roared, your head will be an offering for my dead clan members. Wow, amazing idea, but a little hard to carry out. Be smart and get out of Myriad Beast Mountains with your tail tucked between your legs, or I'll send you down there to see your clan members. Li Qie replied. Bastard, I'll kill you. Zhui Xuan roared. Clank. He unsheathed his blade in a flashy manner and slashed forward. Unfortunately, the sword didn't make contact because a hairy hand appeared out of nowhere and gripped his arm. This massive figure stood behind Li Qie. Its shadow engulfed Zhui Xuan. The frightened youth looked up and saw a gigantic chaos primal beast. Its hand had a firm grasp on him. Whoosh! It immediately tore his arm off. Blood gushed everywhere. Ah! He naturally bellowed in pain. Bean-sized sweat dripped down his forehead. Loud bangs occurred in the next second as numerous top beasts descended, lion kings, eagles, gigantic serpents. Behind them were tens of thousands more of their kind. They completely surrounded the hostile cultivators. The latter turned pale. They thought that these beasts were far away now. How did they return so fast? Rah! One beast howled wildly and the rest of them did the same. Their howls had the intensity of a tsunami, causing everyone's knees to buckle. Run! Someone shouted and forgot all about getting revenge. He leaped backward in order to get away. The next thing he saw was a massive palm from a beast, reducing him to a meat paste. Another rushed out with lightning speed, darting back and forth through the beasts. Alas, another beast just happened to be faster than lightning. Its claw pierced through his chest. We have to kill and break out. One ancestor roared and rallied the cultivators nearby. Boom! He took out a blood hammer and aimed for the closest beast. Kill them. Other cultivators took out their best treasure and utilized their strongest merit laws in order to break the blockade. Rah! The wild beasts returned the gesture and launched their assault. Screams and blood filled the area in no time at all. Though there were many cultivators waiting outside, they were too weak compared to the chaos primal beasts. It became a one-sided massacre. Body parts and blood rained down. A thick stench of blood took over. Some were torn apart or stomped down to a pulp, others became meals for the beasts. Get him! One high elder realized something and wanted to capture Wuxia. This guy was the one controlling the beasts, so by capturing him, he would be able to escape. This was a good idea, but he didn't get far enough to even touch Wuxia's sleeve before being smashed to the ground, pulverized. He was an influential character at the sacred level, yet he couldn't block that attack. World Draconic King, someone saw the majestic creature standing behind Wuxia. It easily killed the High Elder just now. No, despair overwhelmed them. Just the high-level heaven beasts alone made the situation hopeless. Now, a king was here to push them off the cliff. That's the end, no one will be able to escape. One teacher shook his head and said, "The brat is really the king of myriad beast mountains." His peer became emotional and added, "He doesn't need a throne since he's a crownless king." No wonder why he wasn't afraid from start to finish. Others were nothing more than ants crawling in his domain. Yes, with that creature on his side, provoking him is asking for it. Teacher Du replied. The students in the back had overflowing cold sweat because they looked down on Wuxia earlier. They especially disliked his cocky attitude. Some even thought about secretly teaching Wuxia a lesson later on. Now, they celebrated the fact that they didn't get the chance to do so yet. Otherwise, the scene ahead might be the result, being torn apart by the chaos primal beasts. The teachers were right. Not a single cultivator managed to escape. The World Draconic King swept through like a storm and massacred the rest. A while ago, some powerful ancestors managed to struggle for a bit. This completely changed once this creature got involved. Blood gathered together to form red creeks to the horror of the spectators. Ugh, some female students couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 3596. The stench of blood wouldn't disperse since severed limbs scattered all over the ground. There were other nauseating stenches as well mixed in the air. The cultivators who tried to avenge their fallen members died a terrible death. They wanted to tear Wuxia apart and drink his blood. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to touch even his sleeves. The remaining spectators shuddered as a result, their palms moistened with sweat and their legs trembling. They stared at the corpses on the ground and thought that it could have been them if they had provoked Wuxia earlier. It wasn't a good end to be food in a beast's stomach, a death without a grave. For example, South Peak Marquis praised the god of fortune because he didn't try to attack Li Chia. His clan didn't lose a single soldier. He had no intention of avenging the fallen senior defender. They were only officials for the same dynasty, nothing more. No need to be dragged down the mud by the idiotic guy. Furthermore, even if the Ministry of War were to pursue this, the responsibility wouldn't fall upon him either. Plus, he was a marquis and wasn't under the ministry's jurisdiction. Another side that was perfectly fine were the members of Duality. They only wanted to watch the show and learn more about the world. The teachers didn't care for the golden egg either. This is what happens when you don't listen to adults. Li Chia stared at the carnage and smiled, should have been smart and run away. Alas, the dead couldn't hear his comment. Meanwhile, the fortunate ones were staying far away from Li Chia. He looked like a devil right now, commanding respect and fear. The chaos primal beasts standing next to him were truly intimidating. The strongest cultivators present still felt the same fear towards the untouchable world draconic king. This time, more than 100,000 experts gathered in the valley for the golden egg. They originated from powerful sects, many from the 5 divisions of Buddha Plateau. Less than 10% was alive at this point. Buzz. Lights from the valley suddenly illuminated the sky. They came from the golden egg through the new cracks. Rumble. A terrible force also emerged and spread across the mountain range. It had a disintegrating affinity, simply unstoppable. So it's a divine beast? Those standing outside still became horrified after feeling the shockwaves despite the valley's barrier stopping most of it. No one knew what was inside the golden egg, but this was definitely something monstrous. Waves of light continued to emanate from the golden egg, one stronger than the previous. The valley shook violently. The statues in the valley released runes and started chanting. They seemed to be coming back to life and placed their palms together. The characters and words gathered in the sky and issued loud explosions. The accumulation of sound waves descended to stop the golden egg. The latter had no fear at all. Its divine lights rushed towards the sky like swords in an attempt to take down the sound waves. The two sides began a fierce contest, ravaging the valley. Boulders and peaks exploded, cracks emanated across the valley. Everything seemed to be collapsing. What evil thing is inside that egg? It can stop the Buddhist power too. The spectators realized that this egg was far beyond their station. The seal of the valley served to suppress the egg, not to protect it. One teacher from Duality murmured. In the beginning, everyone assumed that the seal was there to stop people from coming in and taking the egg. This was absolutely incorrect. Meanwhile, Li Chia watched with a smile and didn't help either side. Eventually, the egg finally cracked completely. The light emanating from it became blinding to all spectators. Boom! This seemed like the end of the world, at least for the valley. Mud and debris engulfed the area. Once people could see again, there was only a bottomless abyss where the valley used to be. The statues and the egg were nowhere to be found. The thing looked like the jaw of a terrible monster, ready to devour anything that got close. This development took the crowd by surprise. Virtually everyone here was ready to pay any price for that egg. Now, no one got it. They wasted their trip and effort. All of this for nothing. One teacher laughed and shook his head. This is the best result anyway, no one won. Let's go. The oldest teacher ordered and took the students away. Young Noble Li, visit our academy when you have time. Yang Ling waved towards Li Chia before leaving. Li Chia smiled back and didn't say anything. The students left along with the lucky survivors. South Peak Marquis also brought his clan members away. No one wanted to provoke Li Chia at the moment, not even those who had seniors and friends dead in the valley. Only Li Chia was left in this area, but this didn't last long. In the next second, a figure flashed into existence, standing next to him. Chapter 3597. This was none other than the old servant. He glanced at the sky. Just one glance alone chased away the clouds and winds. Young master, a few old men were smart enough to leave early. He respectfully said, would you like me to catch and feed them to the pets? In reality, most didn't know anything about the real big shots hiding in the shadows. They didn't make a move even when their sect members died to the chaos primal beasts. When the egg appeared, they still kept their patience for some reason, continuing to observe. They then left in silence after the event was finished. Only very few knew about their appearance in this area. Forget it, I'm not merciless enough to do that. Li Chia shook his head. The old man's eyes said that he didn't believe this, not even a little bit. Don't look at me like that. Li Chia smiled, I only kill those who deserve death. The innocent has nothing to do with me. If they want to die, then I'll just send them on the path a little faster. You're enforcing justice on heaven's behalf? The old servant couldn't help but ask. Justice? What kind of existence do you think the old villainous heaven is? Li Chia chuckled and stared at the old man. More losses than gains. To which the old man responded. Ha ha ha, you're mistaken. Li Chia smiled in response. The unfair losses suffered by the heavenly Tao is only in people's imagination. You still have a long way to go on this path. The old villainous heaven has never suffered losses before, the same with the heavenly Tao. This also applies with the belief that the universe is inhumane and regards everyone as straw dogs. The old man took a deep breath and earnestly asked, Young master, what do you think the heavenly Tao is? In reality, it doesn't exist. The heavenly Tao is something that people hope exists. But if it actually does, then there's only one, the true self or anima. Li Chia replied. Anima, the old man murmured. The evilest devil king and the most benevolent savior won't do. In order to jump out, one must rely on anima. The old man carefully digested this information. The villainous heaven has never worried about the tragedies of living beings or the injustice of the world. There's only one thing it cares about. Li Chia elaborated. What is it? The old man couldn't help asking. You don't need to know right now. There is still a long, long way to go. Li Chia shook his head. The old man nodded slightly without being offended. He was a proud man, whether it be during his youth or the present. After all, those capable of fighting him evenly in Western King could be counted with one's fingers. However, Li Chia was at another height. He had fought the strongest character in West King before, but this was nothing compared to Li Chia. The guy resembled a boundless cosmos capable of encompassing everything. He once thought that he was already standing at the apex and that Tao Lords were the limit. Now, he realized that he was ludicrously incorrect. Tao Lord might only be the starting point on this journey. Experts like them thought that they were at the top. Perhaps the real masters viewed them as insects. Young master, what is your mission in this world? Or rather, what is your pursuit? The old man became curious. Supreme merit laws and treasures weren't enough. Li Chia considered them trivial. There's no mission, I am simply walking on my path. Li Chia shook his head and responded, however, as for a pursuit, I actually do have one. What is it? The old man became tense, a very rare feeling for him due to his numerous battles and near-death experiences. Li Chia gazed towards the sky, seemingly reaching the end of the world. Just an answer, he said softly. His words seemed to carry a mysterious and profound rhythm. An answer? The old man didn't expect this response. He thought that he might not be at the right level to comprehend Li Chia's intent. You've listened enough. Li Chia suddenly glanced at a peak and casually threw his hatchet. There was a black-robed man hidden among the boulders on top of that peak. He seemed to be one with the peak, virtually undetectable. However, blood was dripping down his forehead since the hatchet made direct contact. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His stealth technique was second to none. None in West King could detect him. Moreover, he was a famous big shot and a capable cultivator. Alas, Li Qiye spotted him in no time at all, and just a casual hatchet toss managed to take his life. He didn't have the chance to dodge. He fell onto the piles of rock, not understanding how the hatchet got there in the first place. The hatchet then returned to Li Qiye's hand in a silent fashion. The old man watched and didn't find this surprising. As for the abyss, a tiny creature was peeking its head out of the hole, looking all around as if afraid of being spotted. It looked ready to run right away. Li Qiye whistled and got its attention. "Brat, I've been waiting long enough. Come over here." He waved and smiled at it. The little thing wanted to run but didn't have the courage. It eventually obeyed in an unwilling manner. Li Qiye spread his palm and said, "Come up here, let me take a look." This little thing was also a crownless king. The moment it showed up, all the other chaos primal beasts backed off. Though it was young, the high-level heaven beasts were still afraid of it. Nonetheless, it obediently jumped up and landed on Li Qiye's palm. It was around the size of a fist, looking like a dragon or another auspicious beast. It had 2 wings and a dragon-like tail. Its strange body was the main distinguishing factor. No one has seen something like it before. Its flat head looked tough and playful, its green eyes looked like emeralds. It was covered in shiny black scales from top to bottom. Each seemed to have been polished meticulously. Upon careful inspection, the surface of the scales had complex Tao runes. They were shallow and hard to see. With more time, one would find that they made up complicated and ancient symbols of Buddhism. Li Qiye squeezed it with some force. The young creature was hurt and struggled a bit, still not daring to do anything reckless. Buzz. The runes lit up with a Buddhist light, fully activating the symbols. It seemed to be containing a hidden kingdom. Its Buddhist power was boundless and beyond imagination, completely different from its tiny frame. Chapter 3598. Once Li Qiye loosened his grip, the Buddhist light disappeared and the baby beast returned to its original form. It looked obedient while coiling in his palm. Who would have thought that this was a dangerous creature given its appearance? Nonetheless, few could actually grasp it due to its innate Buddhist power. This beast will be incredible once it reaches maturity. What is its type? The old servant was astonished. A Maharaga. Li Qiye responded. The old servant has never heard this strange name before, this is my first time hearing it. He knew that this thing was dangerous even when it was just a golden egg. Once it matured, top masters like them wouldn't be able to fight it. It was definitely comparable to a Tao Lord. That's expected. Li Qiye smiled, this ferocious thing is a Buddhist beast. It's too dangerous so it only exists in the legends. He stopped and looked around for a bit before concluding, however, someone might have known about it. Otherwise, this valley wouldn't have remained untouched for so long. Numerous have entered myriad beast mountains across the years but no one noticed the seal in the valley. Why was it currently exposed? This meant that someone had purposely destroyed part of the seal, allowing people to see it. Must be his idea. The old man said. Whatever. Li Qiye didn't care for the schemes and strategies. The old man understood why Li Qiye thought so. Strategies and schemes couldn't reach the apex before Li Qiye, who could easily dismantle them with one wave. Let's go back. Li Qiye picked up the firewood and left while the baby beast lay on his other shoulder. The old man followed along without saying anything. A long time later after they were gone, another figure emerged next to the corpse of the black-robed man, staring at the fatal wound on the forehead. Humph. The old man scowled and stared quietly towards the direction of Li Qiye. In reality, he has been staying near the mountain range for the last several days. He didn't dare to get close and hid his identity. He then disappeared from sight, not leaving a single trace behind. No one would know that he was even here. The next period consisted of the same thing, Li Qiye spending his time at the temple. He cultivated and gathered firewood but most importantly, chanting in front of the portrait. This happened every day without fail. The old man had no idea why Wuxia chanted every morning. What was so special about that wall and the portrait? He didn't ask since Wuxia didn't bring up this topic. Nonetheless, he knew that Wuxia had a reason for doing so. Perhaps this was his purpose in coming to Myriad Beast Mountains. His goal should be something in this temple, not the Maharaga. Wuxia's Grand Tao was improving from the peaceful cultivation. Today, cracking noises could be heard. Wuxia has broken through the bottleneck of Violet Marquis to reach the Conqueror vessel realm. His violet energy was transformed into a regal aura. He exuded an extraordinary presence as if he was sitting among the clouds. The old man was surprised once he saw Wuxia again. Congratulations, young master, for reaching Conqueror vessel. He bowed to show respect. In reality, this realm was nothing, completely insignificant. Normally, he wouldn't bother to look at other conquerors. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. His regal aura was completely different from the rest. He looked like the Emperor of Kings, the tyrant of the gods. Just one strand from him would suppress all of his subjects. A regular conqueror was indeed a king, but only among mortals. Wuxia was a king among all beings. This was the biggest difference. Not too bad, finally a new vessel. Looks like it's goodbye to the mortal physique. Wuxia smiled in response. In the cultivator world, the realm of Conqueror vessel served as an important threshold. People beneath this realm were considered to have a mortal body. The true transformation came after. Of course, Wuxia was only entertaining the old man. These physiques didn't matter to him in the slightest. His cultivation was actually a polishing of the self while gaining more experiences. Cultivation realms didn't matter. Which merit law will you choose now? The old man became curious. Heaven split mantra. Wuxia responded. This was another of the 7 mantras. He had learned 5 so far and only needed 2 more. You wish to cultivate all 7? The old man didn't know the mysteries behind this style of cultivation. Can't put it like that. The 7 used to be 1, I'm just experiencing it for myself. Wuxia smiled. The 7 were 1? The old man has never heard about this before and gained a new perspective on the 7 mantras. This was a new type of cultivation. Wuxia chuckled and didn't answer the old man. As Wuxia started learning Heaven Split, he seemed to be splitting the sky up into a new world. His regal aura became boundless. It seemed capable of destroying the entire world after fully activated. This broadened the old man's horizon. Wuxia's aura was already this terrifying in the Conqueror realm. What about at the Tao Lord realm? Today, Wuxia still woke up early and chanted to the wall painting. As he was half done, a buzz could be heard. Strands of light emanated from the wall as if an ancient power was awakening. The woman in the wall also lit up. The strands of light seemed to be carving on the wall and recreating her outline. This sudden power fluctuation startled the old man and Fanbai who was cultivating outside. She hurriedly ran in to take a look. The old man's body flashed and he appeared inside, shouting, "Young master." Wuxia didn't pay attention to the two. His eyes were firmly fixated on the woman in the wall. The painting seemed to be moving just a bit, prompting Fanbai to cover her mouth to stop screaming. The old man realized that they shouldn't be here and pulled Fanbai outside. Fanbai also regained her wits and continued walking away. However, she couldn't help glancing back one more time because the painting was too beautiful. This woman might be the most gorgeous in the world. After they left, the wall became brighter and the woman became more animated. Pop! Finally, she seemingly came back to life. Spatial ripples emerged and she walked down from the wall that seemed to be a portal leading to another world. Everything lost its colors because she was unreasonably beautiful. All other women would feel inferior in her presence. Words wouldn't do justice when describing her. She seemed to be a fairy from an immortal world, blessed with unmatched looks and intelligence. Chapter 35-99, Li Qia's eyes never diverted from the woman. 1,000,000 years seemed to be passing in a second. What attracted him weren't her flawless features nor her intelligence, just how similar she was to the past. She sat down in the meditative pose in front of him, her sweet fragrance wafted in the air in a mesmerizing manner. "You still woke me up." Her pleasant and unforgettable voice made the chirpings of oriole and skylark grating in comparison. "This is still you at your best." Li Qia smiled and said, "No, I've changed for the better." Kingdom toppling wasn't enough to describe her sublime smile. Nothing could make it better, even spring returned with just one smile. "You haven't changed." Li Qia pondered for a bit before answering softly, "It's just a different form and path. Your original heart still remains, or you wouldn't have followed me back then. You're still the same, so I'm sure you'll permit whatever I do in the future." She spoke in a calm and profound manner. Others would get the urge to converse with her forever. "It's a shame that you couldn't do it, a mishap before even embarking on the journey." Li Qia revealed a bitter smile. "Not all things in life go as planned. I'm not you who plans across the ages. I just did whatever I wanted." She smiled and had accepted this. "Right, that's why you're you, following your heart and desire without caring for the consequences," he sentimentally said, feeling a bit disappointed and bitter. "You're not happy." She gently patted his cheek. He grabbed her hand and could feel the heat. "I know that you didn't agree with my choice, but you didn't force me either," she continued. "How could I have changed you? You wouldn't have changed for anyone, just like me." He smiled. "You could have done it, I'm sure, but chose to connive and indulge me instead," she said softly. "Right, I wanted you to stay the same. What's the point otherwise?" Li Qia eventually responded. "Oh, my merciless dark crow, that's not you at all." She chuckled and shook her head. "Others don't know this side of you, but I do. Perhaps I was wrong. If your action is considered a mistake, then mine would have been a catastrophic blunder. I shouldn't have kidnapped you," Li Qia said. "Tricking a little girl is illegal too," she joked, looking both beautiful and cute. The past suddenly resurfaced. The girl back then seemed to be standing before him. This made Li Qia stare in a daze. She spread her arms and embraced his waist, snuggling her head into his chest. He embraced her and lowered his head to enjoy her sweet hair. This moment would stay with them forever. Time seemed to be frozen, nothing wanted nor dared to disturb this tranquility. After a while, she touched his eyebrows and said, "It's hard to see you truly happy across the eras, but I still want you to smile more." "I'm always smiling." He smiled and said, "I'm still a big player, more or less, and can't be wearing a funeral face all the time." She placed her palms on his chest and leaned back in, whispering, "I wish that there will be someone who can be your companion for generations to come, that the two of you will be able to see the beautiful sunrise and experience the joys of life." He enjoyed the gentleness of her voice and remembered when they used to lean on each other and watched the sunrise. He suddenly hugged her tighter, aware that this was all in the past now. "Have you been there yet?" She eventually smiled and asked him. "I don't dare to go there because he wants to kill me and I can't just stand there and watch, right? But if I fight back, it'll be a bloody fight." He shrugged with a strange expression. "Who can actually kill you?" She audibly chuckled. He wouldn't mind listening to her pleasant laughter forever. "Stop the act, you can fool the rest of the world but not me. Though you have done a great job, I'm still the closest person to you both." She shook her head. He smiled and didn't respond. "It has been tough on several people who paid too much," he said. "The world has no idea of their burden and even reviled them. No one has done more than you, especially the infamy." She gently touched his face and said. He couldn't help grabbing her wrist and stared deeply into her eyes. This became a still image for a long time. "I know something has happened, otherwise you wouldn't be here right now. It must be dire," she said. He shuddered inside. He had reached the end of the world and fought in the battles above all. He competed against the eternal overlords without batting an eye. However, this split second affected him, so he tightened his embrace. You don't want to tell me? Her eyes had nothing but tenderness and compassion. You'll always be the happy and optimistic girl in my mind. Wuxia chuckled. She stared at him quietly before nodding. This will be our last meeting. His hands trembled after hearing this, but he quickly calmed down. Trust me, you'll be fine. She held his face with both hands and earnestly said. I know. He took a deep breath and responded, I've grown numb to separation. Yet you still want to take it? She said with hesitation. Yes, that's my intention, is that okay? He nodded and said softly. I want to refuse, but I can't say no to you. As I've said earlier, it's about whether you're willing to do it or not. She answered. She took out a steel box that didn't look too special. However, only Wuxia could open it, no one else. She solemnly placed it in his hand. He clenched the moment he touched the box. He wanted to say something, but she pressed her finger against his lips. No need to tell me, keep it in your heart. He swallowed his words and nodded. After a while, she said with sincerity, promise me this. Think about it carefully, millions of years have passed, just let them pass. If it's possible, I will. He said after a long pause. You can do it. She seemed to be the only one in this world who can change Wuxia's mind. He didn't answer this time. I see. She continued, just remember, before you make the decision, at the very last second, think about it very carefully. Promise me. I promise, I'll truly think it over. He eventually relented. He was a man of his words and would do so. She nodded and trusted him since she understood him more than anyone else. Chapter 3600. Time came to a still during their embrace. The woman eventually wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed him. He hugged her tightly and they kissed passionately. None wanted to let go. After an indeterminate period, they finally let go, albeit reluctantly. If you want, his voice was filled with emotion and determination, seemingly making an important decision. No, this is perfect already. She pressed her finger on his lips while shaking her head. Wuxia sighed softly and didn't push the issue. Goodbye. This last word of his seemingly echoed across the world and inside his heart. I love you, goodbye. Maybe never meeting again is the best outcome, right? She stared deeply at him in response. Wuxia chose to stay silent. In the end, she couldn't help kissing him again. The light around her became increasingly dimmer. Pop! She scattered into particles falling to the ground. Wuxia stared at them in a daze without moving, seemingly turning into a statue. Bye. He eventually murmured. A drop of tear streamed down the corner of his eye. Nothing in the world was as resplendent, beautiful, and precious as this teardrop. Unfortunately, no one else saw it at this moment. The old servant and Fan Bai were waiting patiently outside and didn't dare to disturb Wuxia. They didn't even dare to cough and disturb the duo inside. Fan Bai was very curious about this supreme woman coming out of the wall. The whole thing was magical, and what was her relationship to the young master? That's why she kept glancing towards the main hall. On the other hand, the old man remained composed. He was also curious about the woman's background and origin. A while later, Wuxia walked out and the two of them came up to greet him. Fan Bai glanced at the hall, but the woman didn't come out. Where is she? Fan Bai wondered. The old man knew what happened and didn't dare to ask Wuxia. Come, we're leaving this place. Wuxia simply ordered. Fan Bai was surprised because she thought that they would continue to stay here. She was more than willing to be in this remote region. This place was wonderful as long as Wuxia was around. The old man only nodded in response. I'll gather our stuff. Fan Bai regained her wits and told Wuxia. No need. He shook his head and raised his hand. Buzz. Bright runes appeared around the temple, capable of spatial manipulation. The temple actually shrank in size until it became small enough to fit in Li Qia's hand. Fan Bai watched in awe, not expecting this transformation. No wonder why the young master didn't need her to gather their stuff. This temple could be brought with them wherever. Where are we going, young master? The old servant asked afterward. Li Qia looked up towards the horizon and said softly, to Duality Academy. His eyes became slightly dazed after saying this. The old man didn't understand why he had this expression. However, he also gazed towards the distance after hearing the words, Duality Academy. Certain feelings and thoughts rose inside. What, afraid of that place? Li Qia glanced at him. It's nothing like that. I'm just thinking about how fast time goes by, turning into an old man in the blink of an eye. The old man smiled and shook his head. That's why many people think about immortality. That's all you need to be eternal. Li Qia responded. Except those close to you will leave one by one. The old man sighed. Though he couldn't live forever, he certainly lived longer than his contemporaries and had experienced plenty of separations. Right. We can only say that time spares no one. Living long enough isn't necessarily a good thing. Li Qia responded. The old man nodded in agreement. Let's go. Li Qia rode the boar and ordered. I'll lead the way. The old man picked Fai Ban up before taking one step forward. This one step took him 1,000 miles, a truly astonishing speed. Gao. Lil, Yellow didn't want to lose and also chased with lightning speed. We'll see who's faster. The old man's competitive blood churned after seeing this and increased his speed after laughing. The dog utilized all 4 legs to their limit and soared in the sky just like a true dragon. On the other hand, Lil the Black and Li Qia didn't seem to be in a rush. However, the boar groaned after 3 steps as if it was using all of its might. In reality, it was actually only a bit slower than the other 2. It crossed through mountains and peaks with each step. Just like that, the group headed for Duality Academy. This academy was located in the Metropolis division of Buddha Emperor Plateau. This division could be considered the most prosperous location in the Holy Ground. The place was home to trillions of mortals as well. This great population served as a strong foundation for the Holy Ground. The most common thing in the Holy Ground had to be temples and shrines. Moreover, every household had a Buddha statue as well. The smoke of incense could be seen everywhere. Buddha Holy Ground was not only the largest Buddhist sect in the southern West King. It was definitely among the largest in all of 8 Desolaces. It was created by Buddha Dao Lord, one of the strongest Dao Lords in history. He possessed supreme Buddhist treasures and had entered a forbidden zone before. Rumor has it that during his youth, he was taught by a great Vajra from an ancient holy ground belonging to an old epoch. His title was Vedas. Vedas took in Buddha Dao Lord as a disciple and taught him Buddhism. Later on, Buddha Dao Lord entered the world and popularized this doctrine to save many living beings. He chose the southern West King as his home and created Buddha Holy Ground. Across the years, this power continued to grow and had plenty of believers. A very long time later, a person eventually arrived and took a look at the incense-filled holy ground. His one chant echoed across the river of time, 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues and the gods up in the firmaments are mere floating duckweeds. He then waved his hand and created his base. The Buddhist statues within 10,000 miles instantly crumbled. The incense smoke extinguished and all the high monks retreated, not daring to stay close. Golden spring gushed from the ground beneath him. Architectures suddenly took form and just like that, Duality Academy was formed. He was none other than the renowned Duality Master. His arrogant phrase was heard by all the masters beneath the 9 heavens. However, the invincible existences and arrogant monsters didn't dare to respond. Buddha Holy Ground itself with its countless high monks also remained silent despite having their territory taken over by Duality Master. Chapter 3601, a powerful lineage like the Holy Ground was extremely influential. However, its foundation was affected by a new academy, yet it had no response. Future generations still found this unbelievable. However, Duality Master was indeed an unbelievable existence. Its first day was a magnificent and unprecedented occasion. All of 8 Desolaces were affected by this. Apricot Tao Lord personally came with peerless scriptures as gifts. Moreover, the strongest ancestors and existences in 8 Desolaces eventually arrived with gifts as well. True Immortal Sect, Primal Immortal Mountain, Sword School, Righteous Sect, Pure Young Clan, Lion's Roar Country, Wild East 8 Kingdoms, Ancestral City. These behemoths that have dominated before came to celebrate. The gathering of these lords was unmatched in history. Even the coronations of Tao lords lacked the same extravagance and impact. Furthermore, the gifts they brought were incredible, paramount weapons and artifacts, enough to shock the world. In fact, even the strongest ancestor of Buddha Holy Ground personally led his favorite disciples to celebrate the opening of duality. He brought gifts too, of course. Such a thing remained a mystery. Duality Master did nothing short of taking over the Holy Ground's territory for his academy. However, Buddha Holy Ground didn't retaliate in the slightest and actually brought gifts for the occasion. The legend didn't end there. Duality Master performed the first lesson for the opening ceremony. Who were the members of the audience? Apricot Tao Lord, Ancient Ancestors, Sword Gods. They were the strongest characters in the era, yet they still wanted to listen to the lecture. Some said that this was the most prestigious classroom ever. Only heavenly sovereigns were eligible to be there. This incredible history laid an unshakable foundation for Duality Academy. It wasn't the oldest academy in 8 Desolaces but was once the most illustrious. The present couldn't compare to the past when Duality Master was still around. Nonetheless, its influence still remained. Moreover, it had produced plenty of geniuses, including several Tao lords. For example, the 3rd Tao Lord of the Holy Ground, Diana. He studied at the academy first before entering Sacred Mountain. 3 Truths Tao Lord also studied at the academy before branching out. Another famous student was Heaven Devourer Tao Lord, who revitalized Righteous later on as its 2nd Tao Lord. Righteous and Buddha Holy Ground had an unceasing rivalry in history, and the academy had influence in both. As for heavenly sovereigns, there were too many to count. Let's not dwell on the ones from the older period. The most famous and strongest one recently was Mad Blade. He studied at the academy during his youth and created a unique saber art later on. He swept through 8 Desolaces and proved his supremacy. All in all, whether it be the past or the present, Duality Academy was still well respected by cultivators. The greatest geniuses didn't dare to be haughty while standing in front of its gates. They knew that they were nothing compared to Apricot Tao Lord and others who have listened to the lectures here before. Li Chia arrived while riding Lil Black. He smiled while looking at the landscape consisting of grand mountains and glorious rivers. Some peaks reached the sky with waterfalls streaming down. Pavilions and buildings scattered across the area. A peak might have a single one at the pinnacle. Another mountain might have buildings built around it. Bridges connected these mountains. The academy only had 10,000 miles of territory, so students were everywhere. They rode their mount or flying sword. The truth was that this prosperity and liveliness could also be found in the rest of Metropolis. That's why this was the golden region of Buddha Holy Ground. Duality. The old man said, vivid images of the past resurfaced in his mind. This is the largest academy in 8 Desolaces? Fan Bai stared intensely. Fan Bai was certainly not the only one affected by the grand atmosphere here. Virtually all first-timers felt the same way. Pretty much. The old man smiled. It can't compare to the past but still has 100,000 students or so. The dynasties always send their princes and descendants to the academy too. Let's go in. Li Chia smiled and moved forward with Lil Black. 100,000 was a commonly quoted number when talking about duality. However, some thought that this was a low estimation. One didn't need to be from Buddha holy ground to join the academy. Anyone from 8 decilaces could give it a shot without meeting prejudice. Moreover, it didn't forbid visitors either. Even a mortal could come here for a trip. This was one of its best aspects. Just think about it, many mortals considered the big sects as something unreachable. Regular cultivators were treated like gods, so mortals weren't qualified to enter such places. The other academies had the same factor. This wasn't the case for duality. As long as one could make it here, they could come in freely. This added to the number of people currently present in the academy, adding to its liveliness. The mortals eventually built towns at the base of the mountains. Thousands of them lived here and added more excitement. It wasn't strange to see anyone from any race in duality. However, Li Qia's group attracted special attention. It wasn't because of Fan Bai or the old servant, just Li Qia. It had nothing to do with good looks either, just his unique mount. When the big shots came to visit duality, they rode flood dragons and heavenly stallions. These mounts weren't surprising at all. The problem was, Li Qia was riding a black boar. He looked exactly like a country bumpkin, especially with the hatchet hanging on his waist. Both students and pedestrians pointed their fingers and whispered. Li Qia had a natural expression, but Lilith Black was raising its head and arching its chest, trying to look intimidating and cool. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect. Others found it hilarious. A few girls quietly smiled while looking at the boar. 1. May equals apricot/plum flower. I'm thinking that it could be Mei Suyao, so Dao Lord Mei is correct too in that case. It's not common to have one's name in the title though, at least for Dao Lords. Either name works. 2. Better write all of these names down in my note. Chapter 3602. Virtually everyone pointed and smiled at Li Qia, thinking that he was too strange. People rode all types of mounts to the duality, but very few chose a boar, maybe just Li Qia. Isn't that the woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountain? One student actually recognized Li Qia. What woodchopper? His peers haven't met Li Qia before. That's Li Qia, the guy who tricked numerous people to death. The first student answered. The majority didn't go to Myriad Beast Mountains, but they have heard of the events there. That's him. 100,000 experts died because of him. Another became surprised. They couldn't help staring at him more, thinking that he was just an ordinary youth. There's nothing particularly special about him. Plus, someone at the Conqueror realm didn't mean much either. They could be found anywhere in duality. Are you serious? Some remained skeptical, but the first-hand accounts should be trustworthy. In their opinion, someone capable of tricking 100,000 experts should resemble a demon or at least fierce-looking. However, Li Qia looked as common as can be. They doubted whether he could even kill one man or not. The brat dares to come out of Myriad Beast? One student murmured, is he not afraid of enemies coming to get him? They'll cut him to pieces. He's here to study. Another student wondered because he had heard about the teachers wanting to recruit Li Qia. Of course, this wasn't Li Qia's intention in coming here. Duality spanned for 10,000 miles, but most people lingered around 9 particular mountains connected together in a circular formation. In the center was Main Peak, a location coveted by all students. Li Qia went behind this peak and found an empty spot on another peak. He took out his temple and it flashed, becoming larger. Boom! Just like that, his group took over the place. Really? Many students couldn't believe it. Though everyone could come and go, they still stay in existing architectures. No one had built their own place before, especially not next to Main Peak. He didn't ask for the academy's permission. This seemed unreasonable to the student body. Ridiculous, does he think this place belongs to him? One student commented. Remember, Duality Master did this to the holy ground back then in a domineering manner. Li Qia was repeating the same thing. The students found this as arrogant as can be. How dare he look down on us? Another became angry. One student who didn't like Li Chia back at the mountain range snorted, "This isn't Myriad Beast Mountains." "Humph, just watch, a teacher will tell him to scram soon." Some students immediately reported this to the teachers after Li Chia put down his temple. The teachers became slightly lost because this was unprecedented in their history. For millions of years, dynasties came and went in Buddha holy ground, only duality stood the test of time. No one dared to invade or offend duality, not even the Tao lords. Now, a brat from Myriad Beast Mountains didn't even greet them and directly took over a peak. The academy eventually sent a familiar face over to ask Li Chia, Teacher Du. He became the first guest at their new abode. "Young noble Li, as I said previously back in the mountain range, Duality Academy always welcomes you." Teacher Du laughed and said, "Good." Li Chia nodded with a smile. Teacher Du didn't know what to say since Li Chia looked so nonchalant. If he didn't see the event with his own eyes, there was no way he would believe that this harmless youth was the cause of a massacre. "May I call you virtuous nephew Li? Since you're a student here now, just let me know which peak you want and I'll arrange it," he said, implying that the academy would arrange another place for him. His action thus far had a negative effect on the academy's image. Moreover, he even let Li Chia pick another peak. This was as generous as can be. However, Li Chia seemed to miss the implication. He nodded and casually said, "No need, this place is fine, I'll just stay here." Teacher Du had a pained expression. He wanted to ask, "Little ancestor, just came here and took over someone else's peak. How can you act so nonchalantly as if nothing happened? Is this your place? You can build a house wherever you want? Virtuo's nephew, would you reconsider?" Teacher Du was as polite as can be. Anyone else from another sect would have kicked Li Chia out. In fact, that would still be a light response. Some might even start a fight because what Li Chia did was nothing short of a direct provocation. "I'm fine here," Li Chia answered without a second thought. Teacher Du opened his mouth but didn't know the right words. Must he break all formalities in order to make him understand? "Okay, the young master is tired from the journey, let him rest now." The old servant interrupted him and patted his shoulder, gently pushing him outside. Teacher Du lost control from the push and actually walked outside. This made him shudder because he was extremely powerful. He was a big shot not just in Metropolis but all of the holy ground. Remember, he didn't fear the senior defender who was in charge of a great army at all. He understood that only a few could do so in the south. This old servant was one of them. After they left the hall, the old man let go and Teacher Du regained his balance. During the first meeting, the old man left a deep impression on him. Later on, Li Chia became the focus and he stopped paying attention to the old man. Now, he realized that this old man was a hidden master. "Please excuse this junior for not recognizing you, senior. May I ask who you are?" He took a deep breath and bowed towards the old man. "I'm just an old servant who toils for the young master, that's all." The old man shook his head. Teacher Du was at a loss for words again. Chapter 3603. He could tell that the old man's power far exceeded his. Unfathomable was the right word to describe him. How could such a master describe himself as an old servant? "Don't pry into the young master's matters. Tell the academy to ignore us," the old man said. "I'm afraid the academy has a few rules." Teacher Du smiled wryly. In fact, the rules here were as generous as can be compared to other powers. Nonetheless, some couldn't be broken or it would be quite chaotic at the academy. There's an exception to everything. This is one of them, the old man responded. "Well, I don't think it's very reasonable for the young noble to take over a peak." Teacher Du was in a tough position. He bears no ill will or you wouldn't be standing here right now. It's best to keep this in mind, the old man said. Teacher Du found it hard to respond. Though the old man meant well, anyone else would consider this a threat. This place was Duality Academy. Its power and prestige were unquestionable in all of the Southern West King. Now, someone came and actually threatened a teacher on their territory. Others would find the old man to be insane. Senior, this place is Duality. Teacher Du took a deep breath and didn't become angry at the rampant arrogance and disdain. I know, but for our young master, no place in the world is an exception. The old man responded. Teacher Du became emotional. He realized that the old man wasn't personally threatening him. His absolute confidence was in Li Chia. In other words, Li Chia didn't give a damn about duality. It was one thing for someone as powerful as the old man to do so. But Li Chia? He was only in the Conqueror realm, and this wasn't Myriad Beast Mountains. He had no home court in this place while they did. Could it be that Li Chia was also a hidden master like the old man? Teacher Du thought that this possibility was low. He had confirmed Li Chia's cultivation. What methods did he have here to not worry about Duality Academy? Moreover, why was this old man subservient to Li Chia? Go, don't bother the young master. I've only said so much since I have ties with duality. The rest is up to your group. The old man waved his hand to send the guest away. Teacher Du found himself out of the temple in the next second. When he first arrived, many students assumed that he would tell Li Chia's group to get the hell out. They waited outside to gloat. Unfortunately, Teacher Du simply left and nothing happened, so they left with disappointment. Teacher Du only regained his wits when he got back to a peak named White Deer. Why am I here? He became startled because he lost control again from just one hand wave. So strong. He was covered in cold sweats after realizing that he had still underestimated the old man. The guy was far, far stronger than his imagination. He couldn't even attempt to stop him from taking his life. Once again, this powerful existence was willing to be Li Chia's servant. I think he's stronger than the Dean. Teacher Du trembled with fear. The current Dean of Duality was five-colored Sacred Sovereign, one of the 4 Grand Masters of the Holy Ground. Now, he was sure that this old man was stronger than the Dean. This shook him to the core. Who is he? The southern region had people stronger than the 4 Grand Masters, but only a few. Moreover, he would have heard of them too. He started thinking about how he found the old man familiar after the first meeting. I have ties with duality. This comment echoed in his mind. Can it be? He shouted and became stunned. After a while, he murmured, I must report this to the Dean. He then headed up the peak. Meanwhile, a second guest came to see Li Chia, Yang Ling. She and her 2 close friends were the only students who liked Li Chia. The rest had no favorable impression of him. Young noble, wait, young Master Li, you're really here. She was excited to see him. She wasn't particularly brilliant but had an open mind and a cheerful attitude, so others liked her. Are you glad to see me? Li Chia chuckled after seeing her smile. I thought you would stay at Myriad Beast Mountains forever. She happily responded. Though she was a regional princess and a noble, she had no prejudice against others. That's why she didn't mind calling Li Chia young master, since he seemed to enjoy this. It's good to go outside a bit. Li Chia smiled and didn't bother to correct her. She still thought that he was a woodchopper who grew up in the mountains. Young master, you're joining the academy? The teachers said that they would definitely accept you. She said, do you want me to introduce you to one? I know which one is the nicest and not strict. You'll have an easy time learning from him. She was afraid that he wouldn't be used to the outside world, especially its constraints. It's okay, I'm only here to take a look. He replied. All right. She looked at him and smiled. Since this is your first time here, I'm sure you're not familiar with our academy. I'll take you on a tour. It's quite large and you might get lost without one. Having said that, she pulled him out without waiting to see his response. She also noticed that he had a peek to himself and whispered, the Dean might punish you for taking up this entire place after finding out. I think Teacher Du likes you, so maybe he'll help you hide it. Li Chia chuckled and didn't say anything else. Chapter 3604. Despite the numerous mountains and rivers within a 10,000 miles radius, the central area of duality consisted of 9 mountains. This was the core in charge of the rest. The largest among them was White Deer, tall enough to reach the heavens and looking like a pillar. It was covered with cultivation grottos and buildings, then a layer of mist and fog. Few had access to this area because it was reserved for teachers, the dean, and the retired high elders and ancestors. No one knew how many caves and grottos there were here. Nonetheless, it has been home to numerous top masters since the academy's founding. The other peaks were bustling with excitement as well. For example, both Main Peak and Initiate Peak were usually packed. Main Peak was the area where students and teachers came for learning and lectures. It was also quite large, with numerous more than 10,000 buildings and several hundred battle stages. The sheer number of architectures was a good indicator of its size. Initiate Peak served as a dormitory of sorts for the students. The majority of students were here or had stayed here before. Moreover, friends and families could visit and spend the night. That's why outsiders were a common sight. Yang Ling was a first-year student, but she had gotten familiar with the academy. Thus, she guided Li Qie through the major peaks first, Initiate then Main. Her social skills seemed more than adequate since students kept on greeting her. Of course, some also quietly talked about Li Qie. He's the guy who rode a boar here? One girl smiled after being introduced by Yang Ling. Yang Ling didn't know how to answer after hearing this. The student body might not know who Li Qie or the woodchopper of Myriad Beast Mountains was, but they have certainly heard of the boar rider. Did you bring your Lil Black and Lil Yellow too? Yang Ling herself became curious. She thought that they were only regular animals. I didn't bring them, they want to come along. Li Qie shrugged. You'll have to keep an eye on them then, don't let them run around. The seniors' mounts are ferocious and they like eating wild animals. It'll be problematic if Lil Black and Lil Yellow come to the wrong places and get eaten. Yang Ling said with good intention. Li Qie became amused after hearing this. He chuckled and said, what can I do in that case? They can only blame themselves for being blind and running amok. Gao! 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 Barks came from behind. Lil Yellow seemed to have snuck along. It was clearly unhappy with Li Qie's comment but was smart enough to glare at Yang Ling instead. It seemed to be disputing the fact regarding the mounts being able to eat them. Those mounts were nothing more than dinners in their eyes. Lil Yellow, you came too. She naturally didn't understand its glare and bent down to pat its neck. She warned, you and Lil Black shouldn't run around. I won't be able to help you because some of my seniors' mounts are even stronger than I am. Lil Yellow shook its body and got far away from Yang Ling, looking haughty and glaring at her again. It thought that this girl was being ridiculous. They were emperors of Myriad Beast Mountains. Provoking them meant being tired of living, let alone trying to eat them. If they were annoyed, they would eat every single mount in Duality Academy. Lil Yellow has a strong personality. Yang Ling didn't read the disdainful gaze correctly, but she knew that the dog didn't appreciate being touched. You heard her, don't run around. Li Qie smiled and shook his head before telling Lil Yellow. He wasn't afraid of the two being eaten, just the opposite. These two might become hungry and sneak out to eat the mounts in the academy. That's why he was warning them. This went double for Lil Black. The boar looked lazy normally, but in reality, it had more wicked thoughts compared to Lil Yellow. Lil Yellow naturally didn't dare to go against Li Qie and had to nod its head. It can understand you. Yang Ling smiled after seeing this. It looks smarter than my mount. Lil Yellow became unhappy again, thinking that this dumb girl was wasting her breath. How could she compare a beast emperor to her crappy mount? It was playing nice because of Li Qie. Otherwise, it would have eaten Yang Ling for touching its neck earlier. The group arrived on Main Peak. They could sense an atmosphere culminated from students training hard. There were numerous battle stages with students training and fighting. Teachers were around to guide them. Some focused on perfecting their merit laws and techniques. One sat alone on a boulder in the middle of a stream, absorbing worldly energies. The more powerful students were challenging their friends for actual combat experience. There were more than 100 stages there of varying levels. The fights were meant for improvement and training, rarely to the death. Only mortal enemies would actually do so. In front of the gate was a statue. It wasn't especially large, but everyone would feel insignificant when standing before it. This is a statue of Duality Master. Duality here stands for mud and cloud. Yang Ling introduced. Of course, this statue was created by future descendants, not Duality Master himself. At the base of the statue was a famous line. However, it wasn't the domineering one that shocked the world. 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues, and the gods up in the firmaments are mere floating duckweeds. The following characters were carved: just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. That's right, this phrase is the one most often said by him instead of the line chanted during the creation of Duality Academy. No one knew the origin of this line, so it probably originated from him. Because of this, people started calling him Cloud Mud or Duality Master. Li Qie stared at the statue and repeated the line. This moment lasted for a while, as if nothing was more interesting to him than the statue. Yang Ling noticed this and thought that Li Qie had a strange expression. It was hard to pinpoint it on a particular emotion. Though many came and saw this statue, they usually had a look of reverence while recalling his tales. This wasn't the case here. There was no hint of admiration or remembrance. Chapter 3605. Nonetheless, she waited patiently for him. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and she teased, "What do you think about Duality Master?" Li Qie chuckled without responding while wearing a natural expression. He seemed to have understood something. "Duality Master has a big secret, do you want to know?" Yang Ling changed the topic. "He's immortal." Li Qie smiled. Yang Ling was surprised at this response. "How do you know?" "It's clearly written right there. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud." Li Qie pointed at the phrase beneath the statue. "Ah, the first time I read it, I thought there was a deeper meaning behind it." Yang Ling said. "Just kidding, I already knew without seeing this line." Li Qie chuckled. "Really?" She became surprised again. "Read more and know more." "I knew it from reading a book." Li Qie replied. Yang Ling didn't expect this, since Li Qie was a woodchopper living in a remote area. A child who grew up here shouldn't know much about the outside world. She thought that he hadn't heard of powerful Dao lords, mighty sects, and the legends. Now, it seemed that he might be more than that, a woodchopper with a penchant for reading. Of course, she never saw him touch a book during her time at the temple. "Isn't it magical?" Yang Ling elaborated on the topic. "I didn't believe that Duality Master was immortal. After coming here, I asked the teachers about this and they confirmed it. Just think about it, how could a mortal reach that height? A mortal dared to look down on Buddhism and the gods? That's nothing short of blind arrogance." However, no one had questioned the authenticity of this line. It really came from him. To take it further, this mortal managed to crush thousands of temples and statues with one hand wave. The Buddhist affinity within a 10,000 miles radius dispersed. Only a Dao Lord should be able to do something like this, not a mortal. What came next were powerful cultivators coming to celebrate the founding of his academy. The entire world participated in this event. The same couldn't be said for a Dao Lord's coronation. Even Apricot Dao Lord came to listen to a lecture. Nothing could be stranger than this. Nonetheless, these extraordinary and unbelievable events felt so logical and natural when Duality Master was involved. Miracles weren't miracles anymore in his presence, reduced to just common occurrences. In history, Duality Master was the only mortal to achieve all of this. Yang Ling was astounded after confirming this part of history. "How did he do it?" She said, I heard he even entered the life-forbidden zone and moved around freely. That's a place even Dao lords avoided. Don't you see the second line? Li Qiye smiled and pointed at the bottom of the statue. Just one thought to become cloud and mud. What do you mean? She asked. You haven't reached the right level. Li Qiye elaborated. It's literal and simple. He's capable of changing into the clouds above or the mud below with a single thought. Changing to the cloud and mud? She mused, still feeling lost. Li Qiye was in a great mood. This was extremely rare for him. He felt patient enough to go on. So what do they symbolize here? She couldn't come up with an answer right away. The clouds are the gods above the 9 firmaments, looking down on the world. The mud below are mortals, only capable of looking up. Li Qiye said. So young master, you're saying that duality master might only be a mortal, but with a single thought, he can become a god? She became excited after understanding the phrase. It's not its true meaning but close enough. Li Qiye chuckled. She had previously heard this line numerous times, maybe more than 1,000. She didn't feel much previously because it might just be his favorite line. Now, with Li Qiye's help, she found the line to be majestic and domineering. Duality master might have thought of himself as being invincible. A mortal capable of turning into a god with just one thought. Maybe at that point, he no longer considered anyone in 8 Desolaces to be a real opponent. None was qualified to challenge him. Then she even thought about the first line again, just a mortal I am. Duality master was dominant enough even in his mortal form. There was no need to change to cloud or mud. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. She appreciated the line even more after repeating it. Her blood was boiling since she could feel his untouchable aura. She looked back at the statue and found it to be larger than before. People should bow and worship, she thought. How can he do it? Transforming at a whim. She calmed down and took a deep breath before asking Li Qiye with curiosity. Because he has an uncompromising Dao heart. The more invincible it is, the more invincible he is. Li Qiye responded. The Dao heart? She had heard of this logic before and thought that it was just a joke not based on logic. A few seniors kept on harping about the Dao heart, but juniors like her would rather cultivate a powerful merit law or obtain a strong weapon. This Dao heart thing was too ethereal and unreachable. It seemed to be theoretical instead of practical. This is actually a thing? She thought that if one could be invincible with a strong Dao heart, there would be no need for cultivation. You'll understand more once you reach the right level. The Dao heart doesn't just manifest out of your imagination, it requires polishing and accumulation. Li Qiye shook his head. Polishing and accumulation. She nodded despite still being lost. She couldn't imagine how the Dao heart helped duality master. Nonetheless, she still memorized Li Qiye's guidance along with the famous line. Both left a deep impression on her. Just a mortal. Right, I want to be a mortal too, so free and comfortable. Li Qiye looked back at the statue and said emotionally before leaving. Chapter 3606, Comprehension was another one of the 9 peaks, a favorite among the students. Just like its name, this was a place for the students to learn and comprehend the Tao. It wasn't just a training ground. To be exact, it contained the scrolls and manuals of duality in various forms. Too many top experts have studied at the academy. Many of them would leave a technique or two after finishing their arts. Some brilliant teachers also chose to leave behind their knowledge too. Thus, comprehension was a treasury of sorts. It contained hidden merit laws and techniques from the teachers, heavenly sovereigns, and Tao lords. Buildings were sparse here, unlike the boulders, towering trees, and hidden walls among the vegetation overgrowth. The wise sages didn't care too much and directly imprinted their merit laws onto the various objects on the peak, the boulders, old trees. Some hid their arts better so that the faithful descendants would have to put in more effort. That's why a few students were searching among the grass and stones. Merit laws might actually be hidden there. All the merit laws found on comprehension were available for the students regardless of their race and time at the academy. This particular openness and generosity had a big influence on 8 Decimalaces. Alumni would come back after becoming powerful to repay the debt, leaving their new moves behind at comprehension. Normally, Dao lords and heavenly sovereigns wouldn't want to share their attainments with the rest of the world. This wasn't the case for the successful alumni from duality. This benefited the future generations and created a cycle of sharing and learning. More and more merit laws were accumulated at comprehension as a result. Li Qie and Yang Ling walked up the winding stone path around the peak. It helped them get through the perilous cliffs. However, this didn't stop students from crowding on top of the cliffs and trees. They sat in groups and tried to feel the grand Tao or derive the arts left behind. In spite of the overcrowded nature of this place, it was one of the quietest peaks. The students either meditated or spoke with a hushed tone among themselves. This was a stark contrast to Initiate Peak. The most popular among the techniques included Dhyana Dao Lord's Buddhist art, Sword Emperor's legacy, Three Truths Dao Lord's ultimate power. Yang Ling brought Li Qie to another statue. The area in front was filled with layers of students. This is a technique left behind by Sword Emperor. Just understanding it will make you a great swordsman. Yang Ling quietly introduced. Li Qie looked up and saw the coarse statue, seemingly carved into a humanoid shape from a single boulder. It was raising a sword. The face was done carelessly and not recognizable. However, one could feel sword energies emanating even when far away. It felt as if the tip of a sword was touching their chest. The lines were the minimum to make it resemble a sword wielder. There was nothing else depicted. If it wasn't for the rampaging sword energies, people would think that this was a fake to trick others. Of course, the sword energies that have been around for millions of years showed just how much effort Sword Emperor had put into it. He was one of the most brilliant Dao lords. This technique was highly coveted, so a large number of students came each day to learn. Their eyes were hot while looking at this statue and fantasizing about the sword technique. In the history of 8 Decimalaces, very few Dao lords used Emperor in their titles. The most accepted was Emperor Yi. After becoming a Dao lord, she referred to herself as Emperor. She might be the only one who did so among her peers. Nonetheless, she swept through the realms and even the forbidden zones. Thus, no one had an issue with this title. As for Sword Emperor, he himself didn't come up with this. Future descendants gave him this title out of respect. He thought that he wasn't at that height, so he actually chose the title Sword Saint. He wouldn't dare to compare himself to Emperor Yi, but in terms of just the Sword Tao, his level could illuminate the myriad ages. Some believe that he was the greatest swordsman in the history of 8 Decimalaces. He studied at Duality Academy during his youth, albeit only for a short period. He left West King afterward and traveled far before finishing his Tao. He then created a supreme Tao system. Nevertheless, he still returned to the academy and left a technique named Sword Point. Students, later on, came to learn this technique. Though they couldn't comprehend his sword Tao, they still greatly benefited. This was especially true for the future generation's sword gods. The peculiar thing about this statue was that it didn't matter where one was standing or the angle relative to it. They would find that the sword was always pointing at their chest. Nothing they could do would change this. Shifting movement and changing stance didn't matter. Many were currently trying to do so because they didn't believe in this phenomenon. Some did it in order to understand the sword Tao. Why is it always pointing its sword at our chest? It's not alive. I've changed position more than 10 times already. One student said. The statue might not be alive, but it was still carved by Sword Emperor and has his sword energies within. It's not the stone sword pointing at your chest, but rather, the energy. A powerful student explained. A teacher told me that when this sword is no longer pointing at your chest, that's when you grasp its profundity. Another older student smiled and said. Has anyone learned it? An underclassman asked. Of course, our academy has produced plenty of top cultivators, a lot of sword heroes and sword gods too. Many of them were guided by this technique. A knowledgeable student answered, I heard Mad Blade was also influenced by it. I thought Senior Mad Blade was a saber user. Why would he be affected by a sword technique? One student became curious. All Dao have the same source. The strong student prior responded, after reaching a certain level, the sword and saber are the same, it's not strange at all. A genius like Senior Mad Blade can definitely figure it out. Let's not talk about the seniors, what about our class? One friend asked. The group exchanged glances and no one answered. This wasn't their fault. They weren't inadequate, it's just that the technique was too profound. Anyone in history who managed to understand it eventually became a famous swordsman. I think first sister tried. One student said. Right, senior sister Dugu has come here before. An upperclassman agreed. They were referring to the genius Dugu Lan. So did she figure it out? This became the next topic. 1. I'm not sure who this is here. Chapter 3607. Most students have heard of Dugu Lan trying to learn sword point, but they didn't know anything concrete. Junior sister Lan immediately went to train after looking at it. I'm sure she figured something out. A very powerful student from the same class as Dugu Lan answered. Seems like there's still a possibility. This motivated the crowd. They took a deep breath and carefully observed the statue. Li Qia only glanced at it and chuckled. Let's go. He then turned and left. Yang Ling was also observing, but unfortunately, due to her limited talents, she didn't learn anything. She regained her wits and followed Li Qia. Sword point is too amazing, I can't stop that sword from pointing at me no matter the angle. That's why Sword Emperor is the greatest swordsman. Yang Ling praised. That thing is alright, it doesn't represent his sword Dao though. Li Qia smiled. Alright? Young master, that's a technique from the invincible Sword Emperor. So many great swordsmen learned from this technique. Yang Ling stared weirdly at Li Qia. His sword Dao originated from a heavenly scripture. Li Qia chuckled and said, if you saw the real thing, you would know how average this technique is. You've seen it? Yang Ling became confused. No. Li Qia answered, but I've seen it in a book where people described it in detail. In a book? Yang Ling thought Li Qia was too devilish. The guy appeared to know everything, nothing could surprise him or trick his eyes. Of course, it was good that no one else heard Li Qia speak lightly of the sword technique or they would definitely scold him. Yang Ling calmed down and brought Li Qia to other places with merit laws. Unfortunately, the guy only glanced briefly at them or said that they were just okay. Some of these merit laws came from heavenly sovereigns and Dao lords. A few were praised as unbeatable. That's why she found Li Qia's comments astonishing. However, she gradually became used to his indifferent attitude. She thought about how he used to live in myriad beast mountains and how he ate immortal items like the fish and grass. He treated them just like ordinary meals. Ahead is a saber technique left behind by Senior Mad Blade. He's one of the few masters who left techniques here and is still alive. Yang Ling became excited after they walked up another stone path. She didn't ask for permission before grabbing Li Qia's hand and pulling him forward. They made it a bit more before seeing a large boulder next to a cliff. It contained Mad Blade's saber technique. One could also feel the same discomforting cuts before getting close. Because of this, the students here had a hard time persevering and would leave early. The saber gales are too strong, staying here long will harm our cultivation. One student shook his head and left. Senior Mad Blade is from this era, so the remnant energy is still too much. This technique is better left for future descendants. Another clicked his tongue after experiencing the gales. Young master, do you know Senior Mad Blade? He might be the strongest living student from the academy. Unfortunately, I can't withstand the gale or I would try to learn his technique. Yang Ling excitedly said. You're a fan of his? Li Qie smiled. Young master, rumor has it that the senior used to be very arrogant during his time here. He looked down on Vajra dynasty and even bullied some princes of that generation, Ong Ling said with admiration. My grandpa said that this technique was left when he was still a student. He told the princes that if any of them could understand this, he would work as an official for Vajra. Unfortunately, the princes couldn't even withstand the gales for long, let alone comprehending the technique. Yang Ling went on and on. She memorized all the little details. You don't like Vajra? Li Qie smiled after seeing the girl's expression. No, of course not. Yang Ling hurriedly changed her expression and shook her head. She naturally didn't dare to talk negatively about Vajra. She was a regional princess. Her clan was bestowed the title by Vajra. My grandpa studied here too. He didn't get along with the princes. Yang Ling looked around before whispering. Li Qie chuckled. No wonder why the girl was a fan of Mad Blade, since he taught the princes a lesson. It's not what you think, young master. Yang Ling denied right away. Do you know that the South has 3 supremes? Mad Blade is the youngest among them. The 2 supremes were stronger than the 4 grandmasters. They weren't limited to the holy ground either. One was Buddha Supreme and the other was Righteous Supreme. Buddha Supreme rarely showed up in public and was naturally from the holy ground. On the other hand, Righteous Supreme was from Righteous Sect, an enemy of the holy ground. He had lived for many eras, completely unfathomable. 2 supremes. Li Qie corrected her. There are 3 now. Everyone is considering Senior Mad Blade as one because he's above the 4 grandmasters. No one in the South disputes this right now. Yang Ling argued. Mad Blade was a true genius. Though his Dao debut was later, he just needed his saber to sweep through the world. His name was Guan Badian. The man was arrogant enough to challenge the 2 supremes during his youth. He managed to defeat most experts in both the Holy Ground and Righteous Sect, successfully backing up his words. Later on, he traveled to the Wild 8 Kingdoms and news about him stopped coming. Nonetheless, most still listed him as the 3rd Supreme. This was especially true for the students of duality since he was an alumnus. As they got closer to the boulder, they saw someone already standing there to look at the technique. Your attendant is here too. Yang Ling became surprised. The old servant stopped and smiled at Yang Ling. I'm bored in the temple, so just taking a break. Young master, Miss Yang, you're here for a look too. I brought your young master to see Senior Mad Blade's ultimate saber technique. Yang Ling said enthusiastically. I was just telling him about how the senior is the 3rd Supreme, the pride of our academy. Is that so? I haven't heard of this since I was staying in the mountains. The old man shook his head. Well, now you know. Senior Mad Blade is incredible. He's definitely strong enough to challenge the other 2 supremes. Yang Ling went on. The old man only smiled in response. Unfortunately, Yang Ling couldn't linger for long since her cultivation wasn't strong enough to resist the sharp gales. The gales here are too much, I need to leave. She felt as if blades were cutting her skin. However, she became surprised and asked, Young master, you're fine? I'm fine, I grew up in the mountains so my skin is tough after falling so much. Li Qie smiled. I'll be going then, keep on looking, maybe you'll figure something out. Yang Ling said while running away. Li Qie chuckled and focused on the boulder. The old man did the same. Chapter 3608. Only a few moves were carved on the boulder. Nonetheless, these cuts depicted a great master unleashing his supreme technique. The gales emanating from them were incredible, as if Mad Blade was here in person, one cut to split the sky and all momentums. He could look down on the world with his saber attainment. During a careful observation, one would find themselves being engulfed by the saber momentum. Their legs would start trembling. A weaker cultivator wouldn't be able to finish looking at one variation. Mad Blade was true to his title. During his youth, he was insanely arrogant, especially during his time at the academy. His saber style was the same, unbridled and wild, brimming with arrogance. Because of this, people had different opinions regarding him. Both Li Qia and the old servant were looking at the saber technique. A load of crap. The old man smiled and said, so arrogant after learning a few mediocre slashes, thinking about invincibility already. Foolishness. It's okay. Li Qie responded, there are flaws, but calling it a supreme saber art isn't an exaggeration. Just need to fix it and it'll be immaculate. You have any good ideas, young master? The old man said. I'm sure you have better ones brewing in your mind since you have been looking at them for so long. Your ideas are more fleshed out. Li Qie chuckled. The saber always has flaws, so the same with this Tao. The old man sentimentally said, even if I were to change these techniques, they won't be better in the slightest. A few things are done and over with. There are no perfect merit laws. To not have any is the real perfection. One can only try to improve infinitely. Each technique and move need flaws to have power. Li Qie continued, plus, the users matter too. A perfect merit law used by a weak cultivator would be full of openings. But a worthless move employed by a top master? It'll be inches from perfection. Just focus on the user instead of the techniques. In a sense, merit laws shouldn't be classified as weak or strong, all originated from the source of the Grand Tao. Only external factors distinguish them. How insightful, young master. The old man clapped and said, so you're unhappy with the current classification for merit laws? Not to that extent, it's just that people have different perspectives depending on their height. Li Qie said. He paused for a bit and continued, when taking the mysteries of the Grand Tao into account, it's not wise to classify merit laws. However, it is useful for beginners to start with the right ones. This does limit their learning though, won't be able to go farther and see the real profundity. You're right, young master. The old man agreed, even yellow-level merit laws have a Tao that can be comparable to the heaven level or even reach the limit of the Tao. Unfortunately, the classification limited it to the yellow level. But those with mediocre talents and a weak Tao heart would find them easier to learn. Moreover, suitable merit laws at the right level will be more effective than higher-level ones. Li Qie defended the other side. True, power isn't reliant on the level but rather suitability. The old man nodded. Li Qie then turned towards the boulder and touched the cuts. The slashes are too violent and direct, lowering the momentum by 30% will actually make it stronger and more flexible. It only needs 3 forms possessing both offense and defense. Such a technique will allow one to have unlimited murderous potential and the might to face all foes in a decisive manner. His touch penetrated the current saber technique. He then gradually moved his palms together and the cuts suddenly started moving as well. They changed and were united together into 3 slashes. This was the result of numerous refinements and simplification, culminating in a domineering and violent saber technique capable of splitting the heaven. Incredible, this is absolutely unstoppable. The old man's eyes lit up after seeing the technique's final form. He was able to see the countless variations and transformations of the 3 slashes. Just like that, 3 supreme saber Tao came into being. Invincibility, the old man became immersed by the new Tao, reaching sublimation. The 3 slashes opened a new door for him, allowing him to see the apex. Li Qie pulled his hands back and the light dispersed. The saber technique remained the same as before, everything just now seemed to be an illusion. This supreme saber technique deserves a name. The old man regained his wits and requested. Call it Daoslay Trinary. Li Qie casually named it. Daoslay Trinary, I like it. The old man thought that the name was suitable and wonderful. He clapped and sighed, still indulging in the great technique. Li Qie chuckled and left the old man to himself. Young master, it's been long enough that I thought that the gales have knocked you unconscious. I was about to go look for you. How are you doing? Yang Ling heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him from top to bottom. I'm fine, my body is tough. That wasn't enough to injure me. Li Qie chuckled. Then let's keep going up. The next place is the lecture location of Duality Master. Yang Ling grabbed Li Qie's hand again. This area was referred to as the Enlightenment Platform. It hasn't changed much after millions of years due to its significance for both duality and the world. It was located at the pinnacle of comprehension. The place was flat and open with a single boulder next to the precipice. Duality Boulder sat on top of this boulder to preach to the top masters from all over the world previously, Apricot Tao Lord, top heavenly sovereigns such as Sword God, old men that have been reclusive for millions of years. On the boulder was a stone chair, quite large and simple. Nonetheless, it looked like a throne for an existence capable of grasping the universe. The two saw many students gathered here. Some wanted to take a look at the famous Tao platform. Others meditated in order to learn the Tao, hoping to take advantage of the special atmosphere. Our duality master gave lectures in this place. It used to be lively beyond imagination due to the participants including reclusive masters. Yang Ling spoke as if she was here in person back then. This was understandable. All students took pride in this spot. It symbolized the prestige of the academy. Remember, Duality Master was only a mortal, yet the apex cultivators still came to listen, a powerful Tao Lord and people who have lived millions of years. This was so unbelievable and illogical. However, it all made sense because the main character was Duality Master. Chapter 3609. Many diagrams were carved on the front of the boulder. Each was a simple movement, clearly depicting a merit law. Yang Ling hurriedly pulled Li Qie through the crowd so that they could look at the diagrams. Today, the boulder served as a spiritual totem of the academy, not to mention the merit law left behind by Duality Master. This is the only merit law Duality Master left to the academy. Yang Ling enthusiastically told Li Qie. This was also quite unbelievable. The founder of the academy only left one merit law to his legacy. This was another hot topic when it came to the academy. Nonetheless, the academy's library of merit laws was definitely second to none in 8 decimalaces. They were all inclusive from the myriad sects in the world. During the first day, numerous sects came to give the academy their scriptures. Even the Holy Ground gave the academy its strongest art, Buddha's 6 Tao created by Buddha Tao Lord. This was Sacred Mountain's ultimate art, but they weren't stingy with it. Apricot Tao Lord also gave her own creation to the academy. Then there were masters from True Immortal, Pure Yang Clan, Lion's Roar Country, and Righteous Sect. They also gave the academy equivalent merit laws. Later on, the alumni added more to the list: 3 Truths Tao Lord, Diana Tao Lord, Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. All of these arts made the academy unique in 8 decimalaces. This made its founder seem rather stingy in comparison. Of course, no one knew if it was only one merit law on this boulder. There could be more hidden here. Because the diagrams were left behind by duality, virtually all students would come here at least once to take a look. The majority also wanted to comprehend it. According to the rumors, this merit law was nothing short of being unmatched and unbelievably mighty. Numerous students were copying the movements and actions of the diagrams, waving their hands and such. Unfortunately, this yielded 0 results. Their effort didn't matter. They eventually thought that these were simple and meaningless movements. Some considered the little details of the diagram. There must be certain things hidden there. Alas, they didn't find anything worthwhile. Did Duality Master really leave behind an unbeatable merit law? One student who failed eventually became skeptical. Hard to say. Another answered. In reality, he wasn't the only one. If these diagrams weren't left behind by Duality Master, they would have thought that these were ugly drawings. The carver was just trying to be mysterious. Alas, since it was indeed created by Duality Master, who would dare to call it a pretentious and ugly art piece? Maybe we're approaching this from the wrong angle. One student spent half a day here and eventually gave up. Don't forget, Duality Master is immortal. his perspective on cultivation might be completely different than ours. That makes sense, maybe the movements are meant as exercises. Another student thought that this wasn't a merit law but didn't dare to be too blunt. It's not an exercise. This is absolutely a profound merit law. A Tao Lord once said that someone who understands the diagrams already has a firm grasp on the real meanings of the Grand Tao. An older student shook his head. The crowd exchanged glances. No one would doubt the words of a Tao Lord. They weren't qualified to do so regardless of their talents. Has anyone done so in history? A student asked curiously while looking at the diagrams. No. The older student pondered before answering. However, I've heard from teacher Xiao that after becoming a Tao Lord, Diana Tao Lord returned and stood before this boulder for a long time. Diana Tao Lord? The crowd became silent after hearing this title. Buddha Holy Ground was a lineage with 4 Tao Lords. Diana was the third, but some actually considered him the strongest, even surpassing Buddha Tao Lord. There was a phrase in the Holy Ground, ask Buddha Tao Lord regarding Buddhism, Vajra Tao Lord for military questions, Diana Tao Lord for cultivation. In fact, some listed Diana among the top 10 Tao Lords with regard to strictly cultivation. Rumor has it that Diana Tao Lord has finished the Buddhization chapter, so his grand Tao attainment is incredible. I think he might have figured it out. One student said with admiration. One of the Tetra Zen, Buddhization. Another student added. The Tao Lord used to be a prince who studied at the academy. He eventually came across a fortune containing a legendary scripture, Buddhization chapter of the Tetra Zen. This allowed him to become a Buddhist Tao Lord. You're right, he should have been able to do it. One more student said. All eyes were on the older student, eagerly awaiting an answer. I mean, a Tao Lord, the great Diana, should be able to figure it out, right? Another murmured. The older student smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't know. Teacher Xiao said that he was here for 3 days and 3 nights. When he was about to leave, he only said excellent and nothing else. The students exchanged glances, unaware of the actual result. Excellent? One student pondered and said, this is either a praise or an expression of admiration. It means that the Tao Lord has understood its profundity or the meanings of the diagrams. Duality Master must be trying to convey something with them. The Tao Lord might have understood, but he didn't tell anyone else about the true nature of the diagrams. The mystery remained. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at the diagrams. It grew wider as if he was enjoying the work of art. On the other hand, Yang Ling was imitating the movements in an earnest manner. Of course, she wasn't the only one who did this. Unfortunately, this method didn't yield any fruit. Sigh, I've copied them down and memorized them long ago. It's useless, I have no idea what they are. Yang Ling had a helpless expression. 1. Buddhist phrase that is translated as excellent/wonderful. Similar to Amitabha. Chapter 36:10. You can wave and guess another billion times and you still won't be able to learn the mysteries of the diagrams. Li Qie smiled and shook his head while looking at Yang Ling's bitter expression. Why not? Her bright eyes brimmed with curiosity. Because the diagrams weren't created for your eyes, only a certain few. Li Qie revealed. For who? Who can understand them? She asked. Someone who has understood the mysteries of the Tao. Li Qie stared at the diagram and had a strange smile full of implications. Young master, can you understand them? Or at least notice some clues? Yang Ling was drawn in by the mysterious smile and asked. Yes, I understand them. Li Qie's smile became brighter. This comment instantly attracted everyone's attention. The conversation earlier didn't garner any because there were more than 1,000 students here. They grouped up and talked among themselves with a focus on the diagrams. No one paid attention to Li Qie and Yang Ling. However, when Li Qie said that he understood them, the entire crowd was struck. Eyes were on him, wide open. Even Yang Ling stared at him, the word disbelief clearly written on her face. Who is he? Many had no idea who Li Chia was. That's the guy who rode the boar. This entry of his had left a deep impression on the spectators. Not many actually came to Myriad Beast Mountains and saw him, so the entry period was a bigger focus. So that's him. The students have definitely heard of this event. Where is he from? Why is he shameless enough to make this claim? Another student asked. Skepticism was warranted in this case due to historical precedents. How could a junior like Li Chia, a guy who rode a boar to the academy, dare to disrespect the wise sages before him? He's from Myriad Beast Mountains. One student had a guarded expression when talking about Li Chia. He summoned thousands of chaos primal beasts and massacred armies. He's no slouch. The bloody massacre was still haunting him recently. Yes, a teacher called him the son of the mountains, the favorite of the beasts. Another student added. This isn't Myriad Beast Mountains. Moreover, how can a wild child understand the mysteries left behind by Duality Master? He probably hasn't even learned that many merit laws and they're probably below average. Someone who was there disagreed. The two sides started talking about this matter. Young Master, which diagram and movement do you understand? Yang Ling asked, not wanting to be presumptuous. She didn't think that he understood the entire thing. Just understanding one diagram or seeing one clue was amazing enough. The entire thing. Li Chia nonchalantly responded. The entire thing? Yang Ling accidentally raised her voice due to the shock. No genius or master in history has been able to understand the diagrams. Diana Dao Lord might be the only exception. Now, a nameless junior said that he understood the whole thing. Impossible. A student retorted with haste. He snorted and said, just understanding one or two diagrams means that you can go down in history. What a joke, do you think you're Diana Dao Lord? According to the records, Sword God didn't understand when Duality Master was carving down the diagrams. He asked and the Master only answered with a smile. Do you know who Sword God is and what he represented during that era? Another student voiced his disbelief. In fact, no one here took him seriously because it was impossible. Some looked at him with disdain. Others didn't bother commenting because there was no need to pay attention to a braggart. Young Master Li, please mind your words because this is Duality Academy, not Myriad Beast Mountains. You can say whatever you want back there due to a lack of listeners. Here, there are too many ears, it'll bring needless trouble to you. A kind soul reminded Li Chia. One needed to be able to back up outrageous claims here or trouble would come. Yes, only the fish and birds listen to your crap back at the mountain range. Now, you have to be responsible for your words. It's better to stop bragging from now on. Another murmured. Young Master, even Sword God didn't understand it. Yang Ling quietly told Li Chia. She thought that he would be able to understand one or two diagrams but certainly not the whole thing. That's why she reminded him with good intention. It's not difficult at all. Duality Master's intent is very short and simple. Li Chia smiled without bothering to look at the crowd. How audacious, to call an eternal mystery short and simple. One unhappy student immediately blurted out. It's true, you're being too arrogant. Even the neutral crowd started shaking their head, thinking that Li Chia was being disrespectful to Duality Master. I heard someone was being ridiculous here. So it's the brat from Myriad Beast Mountains. A sneer came about. People looked over and saw a group of friends approaching. The one in front was none other than Zhang Changyu. Brat, you don't know who Duality Master is? He's the founder of our academy, the most peerless and brilliant existence in history. Your careless comments disparage both his prestige and the academy's. Zhang Changyu got close to Li Chia and coldly uttered. This used to be Zhang Yu. Zhang Changyu is correct. Chapter 36:11. Zhang Changyu immediately accused Li Chia of a serious crime so that he would have the advantage. Zhang Changyu, what rubbish are you spewing? Yang Ling wasn't an idiot and could see that this would look quite bad for Li Qie. Yang Ling's harsh comment in public embarrassed him. His expression turned to an unsightly shade of red. He had a crush on her for a very long time now, but she always picked Li Qie's side over him. This was too much to take. Regional princess, I'm merely telling the truth. This guy is disrespecting our founder. Students like us have the responsibility to uphold the academy's prestige. Why do you keep on protecting him? He's not a student here. He retorted. A few students exchanged glances and started whispering. They obviously knew that Zhang Changyu had a hidden agenda. Li Qie might have been haughty and ridiculous, disrespectful might be taking it too far. They smiled since Zhang Changyu was being too obvious at assigning a crime to Li Qie. Of course, they wouldn't bother standing up for the guy. They had no relationship with Li Qie. Moreover, he wasn't from Duality Academy while Zhang Changyu was a noble. The audacity. Yang Ling's expression soured as she shouted back, if you wish to push the issue, then I'll teach you a lesson. Let's see if you have improved recently. She took out her weapon. Zhang Changyu staggered backward, not expecting the sudden eruption. His face turned redder since the situation became more awkward. Many friends knew about his crush. Now, she even wanted to fight him in order to protect this savage. It made it difficult for him to look others in the eye. He trembled with rage and glared at Li Qie. All of his anger was directed towards him. Junior sister, why are you angry? Changyu isn't wrong. A firm voice interrupted them. People looked back and saw an older youth with many students following behind him. He was handsome and had an innate air of nobility. His robe was outlined in gold, accentuating his aura. He was clearly born a noble. The young duke is here. Others came forward to greet him. He clearly had a good social network at the academy. Senior brother Yan Changyu also came over. Yan Jingxian. Yang Ling snorted, not giving him any face. This newcomer was older and stronger than both Yang Ling and Yang Changyu. Most importantly, he was from the Yan. His father contributed enough to the dynasty to earn the duke title. He was quite mighty as well. Furthermore, their clan was on the side of the Grand Chancellor. Thus, their backing was quite influential. Jingxian came over and took a look at Li Qie. This must be young Master Li from Myriad Beast Mountains. Since you're from the mountain range, you might not be familiar with certain rules. Just keep in mind that you do need to follow them while staying at Duality. Please show self-control. I am the rules. Li Qie chuckled and said without a care. The students thought that they were hearing things. Though Jingxian was threatening Li Qie and backing Changyu up, he kept it polite. On the other hand, Li Qie showed zero civility and retaliated with a verbal slap. Jingshuan's eyes turned cold as a result. He was powerful and came from a prestigious clan. Few students from Duality dared to talk to him in this manner, let alone a woodchopper. This guy is insane. Duality isn't a place for him to rampage. One student shook his head. He is from the wilderness and doesn't understand the complicated political scene at Vajra. Being drawn in will end with death. An older student added. Both the Zhang and the Yan were under the faction of the Grand Chancellor. That's why they supported each other. Who the hell do you think you are? Keep running your mouth shamelessly and you'll see death. Zhang Changyu shouted. Boom. Unfortunately, the sky suddenly turned dark and he couldn't finish his words. Ah. He couldn't dodge in time and was smashed by something. Numerous bones were broken. People calmed down and saw the weapon employed by Li Qie, the stone chair on top of the boulder. It belonged to Duality Master, so it had a special significance at the academy. Now, it was used earlier to smash Changyu in a merciless manner. Most students had no idea how Li Qie even did it, they didn't see anything. What are you doing? Yan Jingxian shouted and rushed forward. Slow down now. Li Qiye moved his foot on top of Chan Yu's head. Jingxian stopped right away, afraid that Li Qiye might stomp down and crush the guy's head. The crowd became restless. Li Qiye attacked without any warning, and his weapon of choice was the most surprising thing. No one in the academy would dare to touch that stone chair. Li Qiye was an exception. Isn't this brat too cruel? He needs to at least say something first before attacking. It's despicable. One student quietly said. It's because you don't understand him. Another said, his cultivation is weak, but he's definitely brutal. I saw him schemed an army to death without batting an eye. 100,000 men died and their blood flowed like rivers. Killing one Zhang Changyu is nothing in comparison. You're right, he's a monster. A different student smiled wryly, but this isn't Myriad Beast. I don't think an escalation will end well for him. What do you think you're doing? Changyu was both afraid and furious since Li Qiye's foot was on top of his head. This is only a warning. Run your mouth in front of me again and it'll be death. Li Qiye looked down at him. Zhang Changyu wanted to speak but couldn't since Li Qiye pressed his foot down on the guy's mouth. Changyu couldn't handle this public humiliation and was as livid as can be. Enough. Your action is over the top, too arrogant. This is Duality Academy. Jingxian furiously roared. So what? The location doesn't matter to me. Li Qiye replied. Jingxian wasn't used to this type of treatment before, leaving him at a loss for words. Li Qiye stopped caring and walked away. Yang Ling regained her wits and hurriedly followed him. Jingxian watched the two of them leave, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. That brat's movement earlier, it looks like one of the diagrams, an extremely talented student among the crowd murmured. The way Li Qiye lifted up that chair seemed familiar. Impossible, he didn't even practice, how could he perform one? Another shook his head. It's just a coincidence. There's no way a woodchopper like him can understand the diagrams. No one accepted that Li Qiye's move originated from the diagram. Chapter 36:12. Yang Ling took Li Qiye to Myriad Cauldron Peak after they left Comprehension Peak. Myriad Cauldron was the shortest and thickest among the 9, looking like a giant cauldron and a volcano from the distance. It spanned for 1,000 miles, the pinnacle was the mouth of the volcano. One could hear metallic clankings before arriving. It could mistake them for being in the wrong location. Why would there be blacksmithing at Duality Academy? But this was indeed a main peak of duality. It was also a favorite among the students. They could forge and refine their weapons here. The heat emanating from this peak was obvious. Though the temperature didn't seem particularly high, staying here for a long period would make people feel as if their body has been lit on fire. This magical fire somehow had penetrated them and wanted to burn everything from within. This naturally resulted in an uncomfortable experience. Nonetheless, the students still went for the sake of improving their arsenal. A coiling stone path started at the base with a considerable gap between each step. One could see the mouth of a cauldron sticking out of the peak. The cauldrons themselves were embedded into the peak. The color of the smoke varied as well, normal, yellow, colorless. This formation extended all the way to the pinnacle. Perhaps there were more than 10,000 cauldrons. This might be the origin of the peak's name. We're at Myriad Cauldron Peak, a very famous place with an incredible background. Yang Ling explained, rumor has it that after starting Duality, our founder dragged a peak from a broken area of the past. He then ignited the divine flames within and added the cauldrons. This allowed future generations access to augmentation. While standing at the base and sensing the heat, Li Qiye didn't need to use his eyes and still knew everything about it. It's a great cauldron. He smiled. Of course. A teacher told me that everyone wants to borrow this place for blacksmithing. Only a few are lucky enough, such as Ancient Zen Dao Lord and Three Truth Dao Lord. They used the peak to create their Dao Lord weapons. Some stronger heavenly sovereigns had this privilege too. In history, all the top masters sang praises about this peak after visiting. Virtually everyone desired to craft their artifacts here. In fact, even the invincible apricot Dao Lord took advantage of this for her weapon during Duality Master's era. It's understandable why everyone wants to use it. Li Qia had sensed the peak and understood its magical properties. The Great Cauldron was truly tempting, but the top masters didn't dare to rob Duality Academy. They had no choice but to ask the Academy for permission. So back then, when Apricot Dao Lord used the peak to create her weapon, incredible visual phenomena emerged. Gods and immortal images manifested, even the legendary land of the immortal Dao took form. This shocked all the big shots in 8 Desolaces. Yang Ling turned red with excitement while recalling the glory days of the cauldron as if she was there in person. He smiled and eventually said, "Unfortunately, the glory days are long gone." This was akin to pouring cold water on her head. Her expression wilted like an eggplant struck by frost and winter. "Can't you let me have a little fun?" She pouted. "I'm just telling the truth." He waved his hand. "The teachers said that the peak has been borrowed by too many Dao Lords. The divine flame inside has been depleted and extinguished." She revealed. The creation of Dao Lord weapons required immense fuel and energy from divine flames, especially those capable of invoking visual phenomena. Thus, each attempt severely weakened the divine flame. The main one was no longer around. Only the remnant sparks from the minor cauldrons remained. Alas, 10,000 cauldrons weren't comparable to the divine flame of the main cauldron. The latter was the thing capable of creating invincible weapons. Because of this, the Academy stopped letting others borrow the peak. Only the students had access from then on. Poof! One cauldron sent out a wave of flame with a golden will visual phenomenon. "Looks like an upperclassman has finished crafting." Yang Ling enthusiastically said, "Young master, let's go take a look." She then grabbed his hand again and ran up the steps. Li Qia smiled and played along. During the ascension, they saw that the cauldrons had varying affinities. One cauldron was of the wood element, another was frost, then the next was draconic flame. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one could create a weapon of any desired affinity. This was something only possible in Myriad Cauldron Peak. The two heard metallic clankings. The students were diligently working. One tried to craft something new completely with fresh materials. The more experienced ones were refining their old weapons. They utilized the various affinities from the cauldrons to remove impurities and increase power. If one could add the right affinity to their previous weapon, this would truly increase its potential. That's why the students loved Myriad Cauldron Peak. Whenever they had idle time, they would come running for further improvements. Yang Ling occasionally stopped to watch the senior brothers and sisters at work. Though what they did was quite simple, she still enjoyed watching, unlike Li Qia, who had zero interest. He was more focused on the makeup of the peak. Suddenly, they heard groups clamoring and rushing towards the ridge. "We gotta hurry, Sampan Decapitator's weapon is about to come out. I heard it's amazing." Someone shouted while running up the steps. "What? We can't miss it then." The other students couldn't help running towards the ridge. "That axe has been inside the cauldron by the ridge for half a month now. It's about to finish soon." Groups talked about it along the way. "Senior brother's weapon is coming out?" Yang Ling's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Young master, let's go take a look. Senior brother's blacksmithing skill is top-notch. Everyone is jealous of his special flame. We can go." Li Qia smiled since this was on the way anyway. She grabbed his hand and the two of them rushed towards the ride. Senior brother also has an inborn fate palace. His cauldron of life possesses a special flame. Yang Ling elaborated along the way. Chapter 36:13. One cauldron by the ridge looked like a well extending all the way into the core. Yellow smoke oozed from it with golden rays, looking like the crown of a fire prince. Next to the cauldron was an anvil with a weapon being hammered. Each thunk echoed across the ridge. The blacksmith was a tall and sturdy youth. His skin was coarse, seemingly from traveling too much and exposed to the elements. Thus, he looked older than his actual age. His shirt was wrapped around his waist. His bulging muscles seemed to be brimming with strength, ready to erupt at any moment. He had a broad axe hanging by his waist, crafted with precious metals. The rays reflected from the sun were frightening and gave off an immense feeling. One could easily imagine a mountain being split into two halves with one wave. The youth currently held a hammer made of an unknown material, looking like iron. Each time he swung down, silvery sparks would scatter. He was refining another great axe, albeit different from the one hanging by his waist. The new creation was larger and more exquisite. The blade was still purple despite being refined, seemingly originating from an immortal realm. Clank. 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 The youth followed a very particular rhythm while adding the utmost strength to each smash. Fire of life would ooze out from both hands each time, eventually turning the axe red. The waves of light also intensified and spread 3 more inches after each smash. Senior brother Lin is incredible, this weapon should be 1 level higher. Many students sighed with admiration. Yang Ling and Li Qia have also arrived. She watched the youth going all out with the refinement while introducing, "Young master, this is one of the 5 heroes of our academy, Sanban Furious Axe or senior brother Lin Hao. He's one of the strongest students here." Li Qia only smiled before glancing at the great axe on the anvil. Lin Hao was in a state of absolute focus. The process was near completion, so he didn't dare to be careless. After all, it took 3 years to gather firewood for 1 hour of burning. Failing meant wasting all of his time prior. He had already refined this axe twice. The spectators watched him with bated breath. Lin Hao was a famous character in Duality, a member of the Duality 5 heroes. It consisted of the most brilliant students, not limited to any class or age as long as they were still part of the academy. Moreover, Lin Hao was considered a great role model because he was the only one with a mediocre upbringing. Countless cultivators have excelled in history. However, the number of true masters who had a bad upbringing might be limited. For example, a genius might have a lowly background relative to the rest. However, they might still be from a small sect or a declining clan. On the other hand, Lin Hao actually came from a village in the Holy Ground. Not just his parents but even his ancestors were mere farmers. He rose in a meteoric manner despite his background. His cultivation soared after joining Duality Academy and surpassed the senior brothers and sisters. He eventually became one of the 5 heroes. I think this refinement will take that axe's power to the next level. One student praised. He spent a lot of effort on it. This golden flame cauldron is used year-round. The waiting list is several years long. He used a lot of connections to skip the line for the sake of crafting this Tao Source true treasure. Another revealed. More than that, he borrowed a highest grade hammer from a teacher. Its name is Violet Thunder, a famous treasure here. Everyone wants to borrow it. This is his 3rd time refining it. Right, this weapon didn't come easily. When he came up with the materials back then, even the teachers helped him gather some of them. It's really valuable. One female student added. A Tao Source true treasure was a big deal. Normally, at the Samadhi level, a cultivator would be able to create a treasure to pair with their Tao Source. They would only have one because this treasure would grow with their cultivation. The Fate Palaces carried it, the true Fate embraced it, and the Tao Source encompassed it. This could be considered a defensive weapon since it was tasked with protecting a cultivator's true fate and grand Tao. Having it destroyed meant either being crippled or death. Cultivators had numerous ways to gather other weapons, including those at the Tao Lord level. However, it was impossible to take someone else's weapon and turn it into their Tao Source true treasure. Thus, many chose to cultivate one after reaching the Samadhi realm so that they could grow together. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued smashing the treasure with the special hammer. The materials didn't come easy, especially given his abilities and background back then. The teachers protected and supported him in his effort to gather them. Thus, he truly valued this great axe. The refinement process was difficult, but he persevered. This was the third time. Clank. Eventually, the wave of light emanating from the blade had reached its limit. Good. Lin Hao roared, and after a loud explosion, the flames of life oozed out from his body. They seemed animated and brimming with life. The flames wrapped around the axe and carried it into the cauldron. Now, the cauldron was being activated by the flames. Boom! Flames erupted like a magnificent volcano. Return! Lin Hao roared, and the flames that went out returned back to the cauldron to refine his axe. This process was repeated numerous times. The powerful flames were under his control, unable to leave the cauldron. Its power served to refine the great axe, imprinting the fire element into the blade. Amazing, these are the advantages of having an inborn fate palace and a special cauldron of life. So strong. Everyone watched in awe. There was a reason why a mortal like Lin Hao was able to join duality. He had an inborn fate palace with a special symbol, his cauldron of life. His fire of life was different from everyone else's. Thus, this made him a perfect blacksmith, among the top 2 at the very least when counting just the students. Nonetheless, just relying on the fire of life wasn't enough. This was common knowledge. Thus, using the cauldrons here meant adding wings to a tiger. That's why they all came to Myriad Cauldron Peak to refine their weapons. This place allowed everyone to become a blacksmith. 1. Sanban means 3 planks/boards, a type of wooden boat. Chapter 36:14. The cauldron refined Furious Axe's weapon continuously. The lights accumulated each time looked like visual phenomena to the astonishment of the spectators. Boom! Finally, the scorching flames from the cauldron soared upward and struck the sky. Everyone took a deep breath in response. Those innate advantages are something else. Some students had to admit. They were impressed by his blacksmithing skill and felt envious. No one else in the crowd had a special cauldron of life like him. After the flames dispersed, the Tao Source True Treasure landed on his hand. It was filled with auspicious purple energy, especially the blade. This made it hard to see its actual appearance. This energy also felt attuned with the Grand Tao, as if the two could fuse and release the strongest explosion. Moreover, there were faint crimson rays capable of piercing through space. They possessed extreme heat. Thus, the axe had incomparable sharpness and a fire affinity capable of melting its foes. That's a great weapon. Even the older students became impressed. Activate! He shouted with the axe in his grip. Boom! A vast, crimson continent descended along with loud explosions. The students looked up and felt as if space itself was being crushed. A few shuddered with fear. So this is a myriad form sanctity weapon. That's one of the 5 heroes for you. Everyone was impressed. Right, Senior Lin Hao might not be the strongest, but his blacksmithing is second to none. Others nodded in agreement. Congratulations. Senior Brotherly has heard of this and wants to come in person to congratulate you. One student walked closer and cupped his fist. He wore full armor, looking gallant and fierce, always ready to fight. Just one glance was enough to know that he came from a military family. I appreciate his goodwill. Lin Hao nodded in response. He wishes to prepare a banquet for you to celebrate your new weapon. I'm here to invite you. The armored student's name was Lu Jinsong. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Looks like Li Xiangxuan wants to recruit Lin Hao. An older student murmured. It's understandable. Li Xiangxuan is ambitious and wants to move up the court and inherit his father's position of Grand Commander, under one man but above all. Li Xiangxuan was also a member of the 5 heroes. His title was Cold-Eyed Lightning Sword. His father was one of the most influential men in Vajra. It's alright, no need to go to so much trouble. Lin Hao declined. Lu Jinsong became awkward and dropped the issue, quietly retreating. His father was a general under the Grand Commander. He was naturally under the banner of Li Shangshuan. "Congratulations, senior brother, how about a drink tonight?" A different student came forward with a smile. Lin Hao was the only hero with a humble background and enjoyed the least wealth and power. Thus, he was a great target. Everyone could see that his future was bright. Befriending him now meant gaining incredible benefits later on. "Senior brother, your Dao Source True Treasure has returned to the original state. Once you reach the sacred level, it should completely dominate same-level treasures." Another student praised while looking at the great axe. "Your blacksmithing is already number 1 at our academy. If you refine this weapon again after reaching the sacred level, it'll improve considerably." One more said. "Right, that's my plan." Lin Hao nodded. "I'll use a stronger flame next time. If I can reach the refinement limit, it might be able to contend against heavenly sovereign weapons while I'm at the grand sacred stage." "You're the only one among the 5 heroes who harbors such bold thoughts." An older student praised him. "That's suicidal." While the crowd and Lin Hao thought that this was a good idea, a nonchalant voice interrupted them. This was a time for celebration, but the comment immediately ruined the mood. The speaker seemed to be purposely antagonizing Lin Hao. No one would appreciate the untimely interruption. People looked over and saw an ordinary youth, Li Chia. He has been watching the refinement process as well. Yang Ling became startled because it sounded like Li Chia was cursing the guy. "Who is this brat running his mouth?" One student said seriously. "That's Li Chia, a fierce guy who doesn't hold back versus anyone." Another recognized him. "Humph, he can't compare to the 5 heroes." A different peer snorted. "Fellow classmate, what did you mean by that?" Lin Hao's brows furrowed, clearly unhappy. He spent untold effort to craft his treasure and was ecstatic after succeeding. He was planning the next steps in order to maximize its potential. Anyone with less self-restraint would have been furious at Li Chia by now. Yang Ling became worried because of all the unfriendly stares from Lin Hao's fans. She tugged on Li Chia's sleeve, telling him not to speak. "Your Dao Source True Treasure has reached its limit in power and toughness. Using a stronger flame for another refinement will break it." Li Chia glanced at him and replied. "Do you not know that senior brother Lin is the best blacksmith in our academy? A wild child like you knows nothing about blacksmithing. Stop spewing bullshit." One fan immediately retorted. Lin Hao grimaced and said, "I don't think this is a problem. On what basis do you claim this? How could anyone know his treasure more than him? He personally created and was too familiar. He didn't notice anything wrong with it, so he remained skeptical." "Senior brother Lin, don't listen to him." Lu Jinsong shook his head and laughed. "He's just a woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountains. How can he know anything about blacksmithing? A genius like you shouldn't pay attention to a nameless junior." Jinsong tried to curry favor, so he put down Li Chia. "The young master is knowledgeable and experienced in all domains. There's a reason why he said it." Yang Ling backed Li Chia up with haste. "Really? So I guess he probably read a few books and thinks that he's a master now." Jinsong snorted. Chapter 36:15, You. Yang Ling was livid but had no response. On the other hand, Li Chia was calm from start to finish. He smiled. "I'm a master indeed, there's no other on my level." The crowd exchanged glances since they didn't expect a haughty response. They thought that he was being ridiculous. Lin Hao frowned again. He always chose humility even though others praised him as the top student blacksmith in duality. He never claimed to be number 1. Now, Li Chia showed no hesitation in declaring his supremacy. It sounded baseless and overly egotistical. Some students started sneering and jeering at Li Chia. The academy had plenty of blacksmiths. Though they might not be as talented as Lin Hao, they were brilliant in their own right. Another student aware of this subject scowled. "Ignorant brat, there's no other on your level? You probably haven't even seen enough blacksmithing methods and processes." Remember where you're standing. This is Duality Academy, a place with countless geniuses. A country bumpkin like you still knows nothing after reading a few books. Lu Jinsong had a look of disdain. Li Qie ignored all of them and told Lin Hao with an insipid tone, "Feel your Tao source true treasure. Another refinement will destroy it." Enough. One fan shouted. They construed Li Qie's comments as bad luck. "It's not too late to apologize to senior brother Lin or I'll teach you a lesson." Another loudly threatened. That's right. Lu Jinsong took advantage of this in order to please Lin Hao. He went on, "Brat, you better have some evidence or this is just cursing senior brother Li. He might be too nice to stoop down to your level but I won't let this go." Li Qie paid them no mind and started leaving. Running away after knowing you're wrong. One student sneered, "You're better off going back to be a woodchopper, don't come out and embarrass yourself." At least he knows his place. One more said with contempt. However, Lu Jinsong didn't want to let Li Qie off so easily. He roared, "Brat, stop right there. You think you can leave after insulting senior brother Lin? Not that easy." Li Qie still turned a deaf ear towards them and walked up the stone steps, heading for the pinnacle. "That's it, you're the one asking for it." Jinsong's eyes flashed with chilling aggression. He walked forward, ready to attack. Lin Hao raised his hand and stopped him. He said seriously, "This young noble is only expressing his opinion. There's no ulterior motive and I'm not harmed, drop it." Jinsong stopped and smiled at Lin Hao, "You're too merciful and benevolent. I have nothing but admiration for you." "Senior brother, the brat clearly insulted and tried to give you bad luck. Maybe he's jealous of your skill." Another student said with indignation. Lin Hao didn't respond and started pondering. "Senior brother, don't worry about his bullshit." A different student saw his expression and hurriedly consoled, "That ignorant brat has no grounds to talk on this matter." Lin Hao remained silent. He found the whole thing strange. After all, there was no feud between them, they didn't even know each other. Why would Li Qie need to do this? Meanwhile, Yang Ling was vexed while walking behind Li Qie. "They don't appreciate your good intentions and even laughed at you, so out of line." Li Qie chuckled and didn't really give a damn, unlike the angry girl. Eventually, Li Qie stopped and started touching the wall of the peak. "Do you notice anything different?" he asked. Yang Ling found this question unexpected. She looked around before shaking her head. "No, it's still the same as always. She has been here numerous times." Myriad Cauldron Peak didn't change at all. "No, look carefully at the cauldron itself." Li Qie shook his head. Yang Ling focused up and tried to observe meticulously before answering, "I see, there's no embedded cauldron here." "Wait, no cauldrons from the ridge to the top, all of them are at the bottom half." "Anything else? For example, the rock right here." Li Qie rubbed the wall. Yang Ling stared at the wall and saw weed, dirt, and vines, nothing too peculiar. "I don't know." She eventually gave up. Li Qie then wiped the wall clean, revealing its true appearance. "Take a look." He smiled. Yang Ling came closer and found that there was something strange. There were numerous layers stacking on each other. It seemed chaotic yet still adhering to an unknown order. She just couldn't grasp it. She knocked on the wall and found it awfully tough. She took out a weapon and tried to dig. This proved futile. Remember, her weapon was sharp enough to cut down steel like mud, but this wall remained undamaged. Why is it so hard? Is this still rock? She stared at Li Qie, surprised. That's the difference. Li Qie smiled. Now tell me where this new composition starts. Above the midway point. Why? She murmured. Because a master has refined a weapon here before. Li Qie commented while looking upward. A Tao Lord? She also looked up. I heard a story from a teacher before. When Apricot Tao Lord refined her weapon, stars were dragged down from above. They were refined and forced into the cauldron. Since the heat wasn't enough, the Tao Lord even pulled down several suns and extracted sun fire from them. She became lost in another legendary tale. This Tao Lord was incredible, capable of using the celestials for the refinement process. That scene must have been magnificent. Witnessing it in person required the blessings of 3 lifetimes. Alas, she was born in the wrong era and couldn't see Duality Master's peerless style or Apricot Tao Lord's invincibility. Chapter 36:16. As Yang Ling was fantasizing about the resplendent past, a poof could be heard as flames appeared around Li Qia's hand. I'm about to refine a weapon. He glanced at the flames with a smile. Really? Yang Ling said, which cauldron are you picking? I'm afraid there are students waiting every day, you'll have to line up. No, the one at the peak will do. He said. The master cauldron? Young master, it has been extinguished for who knows how many years, not even a little spark or any trace of heat are left. I'm here now, it'll be there. Li Qia nonchalantly responded. Yang Ling was at a loss for words from hearing this domineering response stated in such a casual manner. She felt that this was actually a possibility, as if his words would definitely come true. The flames of the master cauldron would return. She didn't need any reason to trust him. Zzz, vapor formed the moment he touched the wall. His Tao True Fire melted the rocks as if they were snow and ice. His hands started sinking deeper into the peak while she watched curiously. Poof! Yang Ling also activated her own flames and copied his action. Unfortunately, there was no melting sound. The rocks had no reaction to her flames, let alone melting. She didn't give up and roared, adding more power to her flames. This still didn't leave a single mark. Zzz, as Li Qia delved deeper without any resistance, white fog oozed out. Yang Ling found this astonishing after her own experiment. Her cultivation was higher than Li Qia, but her flames couldn't do a thing to the rocky wall. Young master, why can't my Tao True Fire do anything? She asked, perplexed. Do you know what these rocks are? Li Qia chuckled. Just regular rocks, no? She shook her head. No, they're the waste products from the refinement processes of the Tao Lords and Heavenly Sovereigns. She was startled at first and started thinking. Eventually, she realized something. Young master, you're saying that the walls starting at the ridge aren't actually part of the peak. They're just layers added by the historical refinements? That's right. Li Qia smiled. She thought that this was quite plausible. The refinement processes of the great masters were certainly magnificent. It wasn't easy creating an invincible weapon, it required beating all the challenges while needing immense materials. Thus, the melted materials have accumulated on top of the peak. I see, I get it now. She murmured. Though the rocks and stones forming the upper portion were nothing more than dregs, they were still extremely tough. After all, they used to be priceless materials. That's why her weapon and Tao True Fire couldn't melt the rocks. The great masters must have utilized a terrible temperature in order to do so. Of course, she had no explanation as to why Li Qia was able to do so despite being weaker than her. Zzz, by this point, it was as if Li Qia's hand could reach the deepest part of the peak, able to touch the core of the cauldron. Yang Ling suddenly felt a heat wave rushing past her face. The most intense flames of the peak seemed to be oozing out. Rumble. The entire peak started quaking. What? She stared at Li Qia, slack-jawed. She absolutely knew that this had something to do with him. What's going on? The other students were alarmed too. Perhaps that this was an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. They looked around and noticed that the other peaks were just fine. Only Myriad Cauldron Peak was shaking. This seems like a volcanic eruption. Can this peak erupt? One student shouted. No way. The others didn't agree. Poof. Amidst the speculations, the master cauldron that has been dormant for eras suddenly released a fiery strand. This was noticed by the students sightseeing on the pinnacle. The master cauldron is on fire. There are flames there now. This news spread extremely fast. What did you say? Some couldn't react after hearing this. The master cauldron has fire again. Those who saw this in person repeated. How can this be? It has been extinguished for millions and millions of years. Other classmates didn't believe it. It's absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes along with others. The person swore to the crowd. This might be right, the peak quaked earlier. Maybe something changed. Another student said. I guess it's possible, this might be an accumulation after so many years. One more friend speculated. Come, let's take a look up there. Students started flying up the peak instead of walking. The news spread across the entire academy. Many students lost their patience right away. We need to hurry and be in front of the line. This is the master cauldron, using its fire for refinement might boost our weapons by several levels. One guy ran with all of his might towards the pinnacle. This could be seen all over the academy. The teachers also caught wind of this. One ancestor-level teacher frowned and said, what a strange development, the master cauldron had no reason to wake up. The other high elder teachers began talking about this matter with a serious expression. Right, we should investigate it. Another teacher said. Others might be salivating now too. One was worried. In the holy ground, no one desires our legacies more than Vajra. An older teacher smiled and said, I actually want to see if their grandmaster dares to come here, it'll be a good opportunity. Chapter 36:17. While others rushed towards the pinnacle, Li Chia pulled his hand back from the peak. He had a handful of dirt, or rather, dregs from the peak. The dregs have turned into the toughest rocks after millions of years, unafraid of Tao true fire. However, Li Chia's fire managed to melt them. Zzz, what's left started disintegrating in no time at all. What resembled a large rock became the size of a pinky. The rest turned into smoke instead of a molten form. Yang Ling naturally found this impressive since her fire couldn't damage the rocks at all, let alone disintegrating them completely. Eventually, what's left was only slightly thicker than a strand of hair. It rolled and coiled within his fiery hand, looking like a tiny dragon. The fire didn't seem to affect it anymore. Yang Ling took note of this and realized that this tiny piece might be extremely precious and tough. What is it, young master? She became curious. Li Chia actually dropped the little thing into her hand. She instinctively caught it before thinking about the implication. Li Chia's fire has already burned it red. It would definitely burn her hand. Surprisingly enough, it didn't have a hint of heat at all. On the contrary, it felt rather cool and soft, just like a tiny snake playing on her palm. She was surprised to see the dregs refined into something so magical. There's a saying, 100 refinements to make fine steel. What about 10,000 refinements? Li Chia smiled. 10,000 refinements? Yang Ling had heard of this popular phrase before. This place is perfect for creating an excellent weapon. Li Chia stared at the top and continued, Duality Master had his reason for bringing this peak here, the same with letting Tao Lords and Heavenly Sovereigns borrow it. What is the reason? Yang Ling became curious. Li Chia answered with a smile and continued moving up the steps. Young Master, you want to refine the weapon right now? Yang Ling followed right along. No rush, the time isn't right yet. Let's just go take a look. Li Chia chuckled. Yang Ling stared at Li Chia and thought that he was more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Previously, she assumed that he was just a woodchopper. This was no longer the case. A woodchopper living in the wilderness wouldn't be so knowledgeable. The question became, who the hell is he? Meanwhile, the pinnacle was filled with people. All the students came to see the show. Of course, some wanted to grab the best spots to start early for potential refinement. It wasn't as flat as expected and had the concave shape of a pot. As for viewing from a distance, it would resemble an inactive volcano. For millions of years, the sovereigns and Tao lords refined their weapons in this place. The dregs and impurities were left behind around the master cauldron, stacking up into piles. These piles and layers gave the appearance of an iron pot at the top. They have turned into tough dirt and rocks by this point, acting as part of the peak. The students had no idea what these layers were made of and assumed that this was the normal shape of the peak. Some might have known about this history after listening to the teachers, but they wouldn't care either. These dregs were useless at this point. The center looked like the bottom of a pot with an opening serving at the cauldron's mouth. Next to it was a large stone anvil, extremely old with weeds growing on it. It was entirely black and didn't look special. An iron hammer was placed on top. It had rust spots all over. The handle was made from some type of wood, as dirty as can be. All eyes were staring at the mouth of the cauldron since there was a fire, only a little brighter than a candle. It's true, the master cauldron has fire again. The spectators were astonished. This little fire was far from enough to start refining. However, it carried special significance. Seems like the master cauldron is awakening. An older student said, "I wonder how much time is required for a full awakening. We can start refining our weapons when it's strong enough." Another student became eager. "We need to line up. I'm the first here, so I'm up first." One more said loudly. Everyone followed the voice and saw that it was Lu Jinsong. The rules of the peak required people to sign up in an orderly fashion, first come first serve. "You're not the first here," one unhappy student said. He wasn't afraid of anyone and retorted, "I'm the first to sign up, plus, this spot is reserved for senior brotherly. If anyone disagrees, then you can compete with him for it. I'll gladly hand it over when you win." "Then when and how long?" "So that we can register." A different student asked. "We'll start once the fire is strong enough and after we gather our materials," Jin Song said. "So you just want to keep it for yourself?" The response wasn't well received. "Who knows when this fire would be truly ready?" "That's not my intention, I'm just following the rule since I'm the first to start the list," Jin Song said. The others had nothing to say since this did make sense. It's useless to be hasty, that much fire is far from enough. Another friend glanced at the candle-like fire. Everyone agreed. The fire was weak enough and might actually go out at any moment. They didn't need to compete with Jin Song for now. "What about the hammer? Can we take it?" The attention turned towards the iron hammer on top of the anvil. "It's the hammer used by the Tao lords back then. I'm afraid we can't pick it up," one upperclassman answered. Chapter 36:18. Rumor has it that this hammer has always been on top of the anvil after being used by the peerless masters. The loss of the fire meant that no one else came to refine weapons, so the hammer was abandoned and forgotten. "Have to at least give it a shot," one student said. "Maybe it's different now. The master cauldron is ablaze again, so perhaps someone else can raise the hammer again. We don't lose anything from trying," a decisive soul said before coming forward and grabbing the hilt. Up. Unfortunately, the hammer didn't even move an inch regardless of how much strength he mustered. Boom! He released his vitality and chaos true energy. This was everything he got, but the hammer still didn't move. Can't, its weight is immeasurable. Plus, it seemed to have taken roots and became one with the entire peak. He smiled wryly while shaking his head. "Let me try." Another didn't buy it and came forward. He grabbed the hilt and let out a roar resembling a bull. He became shrouded in a golden light and transformed into a massive bull brimming with energy. Senior Brother Chen's divine bull bloodline is impressive indeed. Other students nodded approvingly. He was a demon with a divine bull bloodline. Because of this, he was known for his physical prowess and had the nickname of the Behemoth. Up. He thunderously cried out, but all of his strength wasn't enough. His bulging muscles couldn't move the hammer at all. This hammer is so weird, it's probably heavier than this peak. He eventually gave up and dispiritedly said. He was capable of lifting a dozen mountains, just not this hammer. Other powerful students came to give it a shot, all naturally failed. Senior brother Lin, your turn. One student standing next to Lin Hao asked with a smile. Lin Hao also rushed to this place after hearing about the news. However, he was disappointed after seeing the weak flame. It would have been a great chance for him to take advantage of his blacksmithing skill and refine his weapon using the divine flame. Forget it, I can't. He shook his head after seeing so many failures. Maybe only Dao Lords can lift it. Just try, you won't lose anything. A senior sister revealed a pretty smile and urged. Yes, what if you can actually lift it? You'll be the main topic of the academy. Others persuaded. Fine, I'll try. Lin Hao couldn't refuse so many and begrudgingly walked forward. He grabbed the hilt with both hands and took a deep breath before shouting, up. His vitality was as vast as an ocean, brimming with chaos true energy. His muscles bulged while he became resplendent just like a bottle containing the Grand Tao. This naturally impressed the spectators. One senior sister commented, the body becomes the vessel of the Grand Tao while the Grand Tao becomes the treasury of the body. This phrase is exemplified by junior brother Lin. His foundation is among the best in the academy. The students were envious of his current state. This was a testament to his indomitable Tao foundation. As a regular mortal, he didn't have the best mantras and merit laws to start with. Nonetheless, his body and Grand Tao have been refined numerous times through training. His average cultivation laws didn't hold him back. The same scene happened. He tried his best to pull up, but this was only an ant struggling to pull up a tree. Let's go. He roared and released his 10 fate palaces. Boom! The palaces hovered above, looking intimidating with loud explosions. They lined up and formed their own firmament. 10 palaces forming a grand avatar. One student shouted. It was impressive for such a young student to be in the myriad form sanctity realm. That's why he was deserving of his spot among the 5 heroes. Poof! The palaces poured down an endless amount of life fire, looking like an ocean amassing in the firmament. Boom! The flames then came together to form a visual phenomenon, a fire god pulsing with flames capable of incinerating everything. Lin Hao was no longer there. It seemed that he and fire god were one now. Many became startled to see this new development. This fire god phenomenon was clearly the manifestation of his special cauldron of life. Rumble. The fire god used all of its power to lift up the hammer. The entire peak quaked once as a result. Everyone felt that even the earth could be pulled up, not just the hammer. Alas, this wasn't the case. Lin Hao's mighty technique was proven ineffective. He had no choice but to give up. Looks like I don't have the ability to lift it. He recalled his technique and assumed his original form, albeit covered in sweat from top to bottom. No one can move it. The classmates present wanted to give up. As one of the 5 heroes, Lin Hao was one of the strongest students in Duality Academy. The rest didn't have a chance. Maybe call first sister. She might be interested. Someone thought about their best student, De Gulan, one of the 4 greatest geniuses in the Holy Ground. It's useless, she actually tried several years ago. An older student shook his head. Then only Dao Lords and top heavenly sovereigns can lift it. The first speaker concluded. Not necessarily. Another joined the conversation. Teacher. People followed the voice and saw Teacher Du standing there since who knows when. Teacher Du heard about the awakening and came to take a look. Teacher, who else can lift it? One student asked. The hammer was brought back by Duality Progenitor, it's special. Top masters are capable but also the fateful ones. Teacher Du smiled. Fateful ones? Who? The students exchanged glances, thinking that this response was too vague. What were the criteria? Power? Talents? Or something else? Chapter 36:19. Fate was an intangible concept for the students. This didn't explain who would be able to grasp the hammer. Teacher Du only smiled and instead focused on one person who just got here. Young Master Li, you're here too. He smiled. Li Qie and Yang Ling finally arrived and saw the massive crowd. Yang Ling had to pull him through them to make it to the cauldron's mouth. Other students naturally glanced at Li Qie since a teacher took the initiative to greet him. Moreover, Li Qie had some fame right now in duality. Of course, this was strictly limited to his strange style with the boar. The majority hasn't met him before and merely became curious. Some also disliked him and showed it on their face, such as Lin Hao's fans. Young master, will you give it a shot? Teacher Du waved at him and said, this hammer is a treasure of our academy, only the Dao lords and a few sovereigns can pick it up. This request surprised the students right away. Teacher, you're playing with us, right? One student regained his wits and laughed. Senior brother Lin Hao is one thing, even first sister couldn't do it, let alone a woodchopper. Others started laughing as well. Another said, Teacher Du is trying to be partial and letting everyone have a shot regardless of who they are. Such shallow opinions. The usually hot-headed teacher was in a good mood today. He smiled and shook his head, not annoyed in the slightest. The students became bolder after seeing this and didn't hold back. Teacher, the geniuses of our academy can't do it, let alone someone at the Conqueror level. Another student stated his skepticism. That's right, a person who can wield this hammer can't be at the Conqueror level and definitely not an ignorant woodchopper. Those who didn't like Li Qie took advantage of this opportunity to insult him. If he can lift the hammer, then I'll swallow all the dregs here. One more took it to the next level. Not all of them actually looked down on Li Qie since the hammer was only used by the top masters. Putting aside the past, De Gulan in recent times couldn't pick it up. However, Teacher Du ignored them and smiled at Li Qie. Young master, feel free to try. Do it, young master, teach those dog eyes a lesson, stop them from looking down on others. Yang Ling felt indignation for Li Qie and urged him. Junior sister Yang, don't be so naive. An older female classmate shook her head and said, how could someone at his cultivation lift this hammer? Trying will only invite embarrassment. Our young master's methods and ace cards are beyond your imagination. Yang Ling retorted. That's useless, only absolute power matters here. Princess, you don't understand. To be frank, one needs to be at the myriad Dao heavenly physique to even try, this is the starting point. One student disagreed. Just let him do it so that we all can watch. I guess some are better at inviting humiliation and embarrassment than others. Someone who didn't like Li Qie snorted. Teacher Du didn't bother correcting these students and waited for Li Qie's choice. The latter's eyes were fixated on the cauldron fire. It was weak enough to go out from a gust of wind. He frowned and walked closer. Stop right there, you can't come closer. Lu Jinsong immediately shouted at Li Qie. What, there's an order? Li Qie glanced at him. Yes, and I'm first in line. No one should think about cutting before I finish. Jinsong coldly stared at Li Qie. Others became annoyed but didn't bother contesting him. After all, the fire was still too small right now. They would be wasting their effort. Oh. So are you refining one now? Li Qie chuckled. Jinsong considered this disrespectful. His expression soured as he uttered, a junior like you shouldn't worry about what I do. Scram to the side while I still have some patience or don't blame me for being impolite. Teacher Du furrowed his brows after seeing Jinsong's attitude but continued to observe. He wasn't worried about Li Qie's safety. That's my line. Be smart and run away or I'll make mincemeat out of you. Li Qie's smile turned into a smirk. The audience was stunned to hear this. They didn't expect Li Qie to be so haughty. Jin Song's father was a general in Vajra, but he didn't need a strong backer. He wasn't a piece of trash needing his clan to back him up. In duality, he was considered an excellent student, maybe not comparable to the 5 heroes but far stronger than most. Make mincemeat out of me? Jin Song wildly laughed from being too angry. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest thing I've heard recently. He then glared at Li Qie and sneered, "You're only at the Conqueror level yet you dare to run your mouth before me? I can kill you within 3 moves and offer your dog head to the cauldron." "I see." Li Qie casually responded, "I just need 1 swing to get rid of you." Ha ha ha. Jin Song's anger reached its limit. How could he let a Conqueror level junior speak to him in this manner? "Let's see what you got then." Jin Song waved his hand to challenge, "We'll do it right here. Just know that when we start, I'll definitely kill you. It's not too late to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness." "No need." Li Qie smiled. "Senior brother, don't kill him so fast, teach him a lesson first, show him how vast this world is." One student shouted. "Yes, this is what he gets for looking down on duality. Beat him into submission, knock his teeth out and make him roll around in pain, asking for mercy." Another shouted. Many started clamoring and jeering. In their eyes, Li Qie stood no chance against Jin Song. Chapter 36-20. The majority urged Lu Jinsong to teach Li Qie a lesson. His power should be more than enough to crush someone like Li Qie, perhaps within 2 or 3 moves. Some even thought that just killing Li Qie would be doing the guy a favor. He was too haughty and even insulted duality. Ultimately, he was still an outsider who wasn't welcome here. His arrogant attitude was considered a direct provocation to the academy. That's why even the neutral crowd couldn't help wanting to see him taken down a notch. "Li, make your move. I just need 3, no, 2 moves to crush you." Lu Jinsong stood forward and stared at Li Qie with murderous intent. "I advise you to utilize your best merit laws and treasures, prepare the best defense too. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to even resist 1 swing." Li Qie smiled. "Ha ha ha, your mouth is the most impressive part about you." Jinsong was livid. He had met people stronger than him but none ever looked down on him like this. His chest was about to explode from anger. "I can't wait to see how he'll smash senior brother Lu when he has to rely on his own skills." Another student didn't believe it. "Humph, he can't beat senior brother Lu without some sorcery or trickery. Not even senior brother Li can do it." Another student shook his head. "Just let him brag all he wants, we'll see the result soon enough and it won't be pretty. If it were me, I would take my time while stomping on him, no rush in killing him." One more sneered. Boom! Lu Jinsong roared and gathered his power. His vitality and chaos true energy rushed out like a tsunami. Many students staggered backward after feeling his momentum. Poof! Samadhi flames oozed out and surrounded him. He turned into a fire domain that could burn everything. Buzz! He activated his fate palaces as well, a total of 8 floating above his head. The true fate was located in the center, assuming complete control. It had 3 Dao rings rotating around it, looking holy and mystical. 8 palaces, he's at the grand level of Samadhi. One student commented. Each realm allowed the formation of 1 fate palace. However, this process was only truly completed at the grand level when the particular fate palace became available for use, a full opening. The realms were divided into the grand, intermediate, and minor level. The minor levels focused on using energy to strengthen the body, resulting in an external radiance. On the other hand, the true fate utilized chaos true energy and the body to power up. As the true fate grew larger and stronger, it would be able to open the fate palace and enter the grand level. The new palace also absorbed the previous affinities and powers along with the mysteries of the grand Tao. Thus, the body, true fate, and fate palaces all supported and matured in harmony. Since Jinsong had 8 palaces, it meant that he had reached the grand level of Samadhi, not far away from breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm. As for the 3 rings around his true fate, this showed that he cultivated 3 mantras at the yellow, black, and earth level. Clank. 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 Crimson armor plates latched onto him with fiery symbols on them. This was obviously a powerful defensive treasure refined from a powerful true fire. The Crimson Marquis Fiery Aegis. Everyone was surprised to see this. Isn't he taking this brat too seriously to put on the general's armor? Another added. This treasure was given to him by his father. It could easily stop an attack from other treasures at the same level. Humph, that Li guy has no chance of injuring junior brother Lu when he has that armor on. A senior sister snorted. Remember, the general wore that to numerous battlefields. It's extremely tough. Jinsong also took out a sword and a shield and clanked them together. Fiery sparks and sonic waves emanated. The latter was rather unbearable. Kingslayer sword and unsurpassable shield, his favorite treasures. Another student commented. Junior brother Lu is using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. One senior brother laughed after seeing this. He can easily decapitate that guy now. Isn't he being too careful? Does a conqueror brat require all of this effort? What a waste. The other friend snorted. Most thought that just the sword alone was enough, no need for the shield and armor. This was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Right, just one slash and that guy's head would be rolling on the ground, no need to bother putting up a defense. A different student agreed. Brat, I'm waiting, how are you going to turn me into mincemeat? Jinsong prepared well enough and said. Of course, he didn't think Li Chia was actually a threat. He merely wanted to make fun of Li Chia while showing off his treasures. Senior brother Lu, I don't think he can even tickle you right now. A student joked and the crowd laughed with him. The disparity in power was too obvious. Jinsong was in the Samadhi realm while Li Chia was in the Conqueror realm, a gap of 2 full realms. This was before taking Jinsong's treasures into account. Li Chia could try everything and it would still be meaningless. Brat, take out your weapon, show everyone what incredible artifact you got. Jinsong haughtily looked down on Li Chia. A brat from the mountains can't have anything impressive. Just a high-level black one would be too much for him, truly shocking. A student laughed. Hey now, he might have one but he can't use it anyway. Probably can't even lift it up. Another shook his head. Though this was an unpleasant insult, it did have a shade of truth to it. Young master, do you want to borrow my weapon? Yang Ling wanted to help Li Chia after seeing the crowd against him. Chapter 36-21, No need, I have something better. Li Chia smiled and quietly told her. He walked forward and glanced at the crowd before stopping on Lu Jinsong. Ahem, he coughed and waved his hand. All of you are right, I don't have anything good to take out. Then I'll lend you some, I got a few earth-level weapons, see if it's suitable. One guy offered. Ha ha ha, he can't pick it up or actually use it, it'll be no different than scrap metals. The crowd laughed right away. True. The first person laughed as well. Let me ask our friends here then and see if they have lower-level weapons, like a black one, how about it? I don't know, I've never used a black-level weapon before, it might not be suitable. Li Chia had a half-smile. You're making it difficult for us. The guy responded, we have a lot of weapons but a yellow-level one might not be available. It's too weak. I'll go down to a store by the base and buy him one. Another snorted. The unfriendly group continued laughing and taunting Li Chia. If you can't even use a black-level weapon, it's best to accept your defeat and lower your head to junior brother Lu, I'm sure he'll spare you. Otherwise, your head will be rolling on the ground. A senior brother actually had good intentions, unlike the rest. That would be too boring, don't you remember how he bragged earlier? We want to see his amazing abilities and incredible weapons to make mincemeat out of senior brother Lu. Another student shook his head. Brat, pick a weapon already. Your life is mine. Lu Jinsong coldly uttered. There were mixed emotions among the entire student body: disdain, contempt, pity. He's finished. One student said while staring at Li Chia. He asked for it since he was dumb enough to provoke senior brother Lu. A friend commented. Teacher Du didn't say anything. The one courting death here was actually Lu Jinsong. However, this was a fight between students. A teacher like him wouldn't interfere. Jinsong can only blame himself for being weak. This was a rule at the academy as long as both sides agreed. Fine, I guess I'll have to try this iron hammer. Li Chia started walking towards the anvil. What did he just say? People thought that they misheard him until they saw him moving. Is this a joke? Using that hammer as his weapon? One person immediately said. Brat, you don't know what this hammer is. Another said. He wasn't here when the students tried to pick up the hammer. Because of this, they thought that this was due to ignorance. It's not an ordinary hammer. Only Dao lords and sovereigns used it for weapon refinement. You can't lift it. The student went on. Just let him experience it for himself. That's how he'll learn about the immensity of heaven and earth. One more sneered. You're dreaming. No students in duality can do it, let alone a woodchopper like you. An upperclassman snorted. Then this shows how useless the students of duality are. Li Chia suddenly changed his tone. He offended virtually everyone present. Their expression became ugly. After all, the students here were considered exceptional versus others at the same age. Being called useless wasn't appreciated. I've had enough. Even if senior brother Lu decides to spare you, I'll still kill you. Another student lost his cool. That's right, insulting Duality Academy is unforgivable. Another shouted. Teacher Du smiled wryly and shook his head. He still chose to watch on the sideline. I can't spare you now after your ridiculous comment. This has nothing to do with my personal wish, it is about the reputation of duality now. Death to those who insult duality. Lu Jinsong threatened and earned himself a favorable impression. Remember, don't kill him so fast, teach him a lesson about the fate of those who insult duality. One student shouted. Li Chia smiled and grabbed the wooden hilt of the hammer. The students saw this but didn't take him seriously. You can do it, young master. Only Yang Ling cheered for him while clenching her fists. It is really heavy, looks like this won't be easy. Li Chia smiled. It's whatever, I still won't show mercy whether you have a weapon or not. First, I will cut off your hands. Go ahead and make your move. Lu Jinsong pointed his Kingslayer at Li Chia. You better prepare your defense or you'll be finished soon. Li Chia glanced at him. You. Jinsong trembled with rage. Still won't accept his mistake. Senior brother, cut off his hands and break his legs. Another student said loudly. Alright, let's see how long you can keep this up. Jinsong shouted and activated his merit law. Rumble. He became resplendent. A wall of runes formed before him, separating the realms. People couldn't help but look up, feeling immense pressure. 30,000-mile blockade. They were surprised to see him use a powerful merit law right away. The brat has zero chance. Well, at least he got to see a top merit law before death. Another commented. Brat, I will make mincemeat of you today in order to quell my anger, Lu Jinsong said with hatred. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Li Chia smiled and raised his hand. Clank. The hammer that has been stuck was actually lifted from the anvil. This came without warning because Li Chia didn't channel his energy nor use a merit law. In fact, it seemed as if he didn't need to use any strength. It was just a casual raise of the hand. All the students became slack-jawed. Some of them have tried everything to no avail. Even Lin Hao failed. Their most talented and strongest, De Gulan, couldn't do it either. But now, Li Qie made it look like a regular hammer, not heavy in the slightest. Chapter 36-22, minds were empty from the sheer shock. No words could describe the scene before them. Even Li Qie's supporter, Yang Ling, found this unbelievable. She thought that if he were lucky enough to be somehow connected by fate with the hammer, he would still need to use all of his strength to lift. She imagined that his muscles would be bulging, his face would be red with sweat dripping down. This wasn't the case since the hammer felt so light in his hand. The disparity between reality and her imagination left her speechless. The one best prepared was Teacher Du. He thought that this was expected. Nonetheless, Li Qie just made it look too effortless. This exceeded his expectation. The mysterious hammer was brought back from above by Duality Master. Even the Tao Lords back then didn't lift it with such ease. I'm about to start. Li Qie smiled and glanced at the hammer in his hand. He even tossed it up once and caught it as if it was a stone. Jinsong regained his wits and staggered one step backward. Go! Li Qie roared and threw the hammer towards Jinsong. Activate! Jinsong released his energy to strengthen the wall. Samadhi flames erupted around him, he seemed to be entering a state of frenzy. The wall became ablaze. Boom! Whatever wall, Kingslayer sword, unsurpassable shield, and fiery aegis were useless. Everything crumbled after clear cracking sounds. The hammer instantly struck Lu Jinsong next, sending him flying. He vomited blood while his bones shattered. Boom! He eventually smashed a nearby peak, resulting in a huge hole. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The proud youth and his treasures stood no chance against the hammer toss. This defeat rendered the crowd speechless. Just a while ago, they made fun of Li Qie due to his cultivation and thought that Lu Jinsong could easily defeat him. They certainly didn't expect the opposite. They deemed his comments to be arrogant and ignorant. It turned out that he was just telling the truth. Their face became hot and red, this was no different from being slapped. Whoosh! Li Qie raised his hand and the hammer immediately flew back into his grasp. This is fate. Teacher Du sentimentally said. Of course, he knew that this might not have anything to do with fate. The only thing that mattered right now was Li Qie's presence at the academy. The latter was the lucky one. It's not bad. Li Qie playfully tossed it up again and said. The students had nothing to say. They couldn't even lift the hammer while Li Qie had complete freedom. Teacher was right about fate? One student wondered. They became annoyed because Li Qie was the weakest one here. Alas, this person who they had disdained for turned out to be the chosen one. This wasn't a good feeling. Oh well, nothing we can do then if it's fate. One guy consoled himself. See, young master, I told you to give it a shot at the start. Yang Ling nearly jumped up from excitement. Li Qie chuckled. There was no need to try, he knew full well whether he could do it or not. So I'm about to refine some stuff here. Any objection? Li Qie smiled at the students. They exchanged glances before looking at the hammer in Li Qie's hand. Keeping their mouths shut was the right choice. Good, then I'll add myself to the list for this master cauldron. Li Qie spoke as if he was a reasonable person following the rule. Young master, which weapon are you refining? Teacher Du became interested. Haven't put too much thought into it, I'll just get the materials here. Li Qie looked down at the ground before glancing at the students. He said, are you guys leaving or waiting for the boom? The students stared at him in confusion. Boom! He suddenly swung the hammer down, smashing the ground. The entire peak suffered the full brunt. Even the academy itself violently quaked. Some students fell and rolled on the ground, others actually got blown off the peak. Crack! Crack! Cracks emanated on the top half of Myriad Cauldron Peak. This was a shocking development. One of the 9 main peaks of duality was being destroyed by Li Qie. Young master, may I ask what you're doing? Teacher Du himself became lost. Nothing, just gathering some materials. The Dao lords and sovereigns left remnant materials and wastes behind. I don't have anything right now, so I'll be using them. Li Qie smiled. Using wastes to refine a weapon? Those who were still up on the pinnacle found this astonishing. All blacksmiths chose the best possible materials for crafting regardless of the price. That's why Li Qie's decision once again shocked everyone. Okay, put the scraps here in order, I'll come back and refine when I have time. Li Qie casually tossed the hammer back onto the anvil. The old servant appeared next to Li Qie just like a phantom. No one knew how or when he came. I will take care of it. He bowed. Li Qie smiled and left, leaving behind the astounded spectators. So this is an actual thing? One student couldn't believe it. One of them eventually came over and tried to pick up the hammer. It didn't move at all. Others followed suit and the same thing happened. Yeah, it has to be fate. The last attempter concluded. Chapter 36-23. The news of Li Qie's achievement traveled across duality. Numerous speculations arose along with indignation and jealousy. The majority assumed that it had to do with fate. Otherwise, someone with Li Qie's power couldn't lift the hammer. Fate was the only plausible explanation. A flower stuck in a pile of manure. A student said with indignation, it's one thing for first sister or senior brother Lin to have this fateful connection, but a woodchopper with no cultivation to speak of? It's so unfair for him to have this type of luck. Fate is indefinite, it wouldn't be called fate if there were guidelines about it. Another smiled wryly. So what? He can only pick up the hammer, not like he'll create an invincible weapon. One bitter soul stated. Right. Many friends agreed with this. This doesn't mean that he'll be able to craft an ultimate weapon. There are the material requirement and flame control, a powerful cultivation too. Power is more important than anything else. An upperclassman said with a serious expression, the best materials and tools with the master cauldron still aren't enough if the blacksmith is weak. Blacksmithing is a profound art, fate can't make up for the other deficiencies. I think Li Qie doesn't know anything about blacksmithing. An expert blacksmith shook his head. He wanted to use the remnant materials, it just doesn't make any sense. They were left behind by the top masters, meaning that they were nothing more than useless impurities. He paused for a bit before continuing, plus, it's not just one session either. Therefore, the materials are mixed and random, not to mention that the master's flames were different too. It's impossible to harmonize the leftovers, this is just a fool's daydream. The ones nearby nodded and agreed with this persuasive logic. His reasoning was sound and carefully thought out in accordance with the rules of blacksmithing. Just wait and see then. One student looked eager to gloat as if he could see the day of Li Qie's failure already. The majority of students agreed that using the dregs to create a weapon was impossible. Li Qie paid zero attention to the clamors outside. The old servant also only did his duty without asking, gathering the waste materials on top of the peak. He thought that it was strange indeed but assumed that this wasn't a whimsical idea. Li Qie must have had a plan. At his age, he knew when to speak and when to not worry about unimportant matters. A few days later, a guest came to the temple to see Li Qie. Fan Bai immediately reported this to Li Qie. The guest was an old man wearing a simple robe without any decoration. It was exceptionally clean. Of course, a meticulous observer would find that the seams and lines of this robe were sewn perfectly. His complexion was gray but still looked quite spirited and brimming with life, akin to an 18-year-old. He hid his aura yet still had the aura and style of a master, always in control. The first impression people would get was that he was missing something, perhaps a special deer to ride on. He simply looked like an immortal. When he walked in the temple and saw the old servant, he bowed his head deeply as a greeting. The old servant shook his head, not bothering to respond. The old man stopped and looked over at Li Chia, who was sitting on his chair, looking drowsy and lazy. He didn't bother to look at the old man. The old man has heard the teachers talk about Li Chia, but to see the guy in person was a different story. After all, he was just too ordinary. This word actually failed to describe how common he looked. The guy could be found on any street in the Holy Ground. Of course, the old man knew better than to be arrogant right now. Why would the old servant be respectful and follow an average man? He noticed the bronze ring worn by Li Chia and started thinking. Numerous possibilities popped up in his head, he just didn't know which one was correct. All of this shouldn't have occurred on this guy, at least when taking his appearance into account. He knew that there were more than meets the eyes and that he didn't have all the answers. Nonetheless, he was experienced and decisive. He took a deep breath and prostrated to show the utmost reverence. "How should I properly address you, sir?" he asked. A third party would be shocked to see this prestigious old man kneeling before Li Chia. He was feeling very nervous. The bronze ring alone had immense significance, but he knew that there were other more important factors. "Young master is fine," Li Chia casually said. "I was ignorant and didn't know about your arrival, hence the lack of reception." The old man stood up and said, "It's best not to bother with those boring customs. If I wanted a treatment like that, I wouldn't have come to Duality." Li Chia waved his hand. "I understand." The old man nodded respectfully. During the nod, he couldn't help staring at the ring. "Want this ring?" Li Chia chuckled. "Of course not, I'm only curious, young master." This ring, he had an awkward expression, not knowing what to say next. Others wouldn't give the ring a second glance. However, those in the know took it very seriously. It was strange that he didn't receive any information on how Li Chia got it. He didn't think that Li Chia was unworthy either. Maybe this was how it should be. Nonetheless, curiosity still got the best of him because the ring could affect many things. "I bought it from a broken-down shop, just playing around since it was cheap," Li Chia said. The old man smiled wryly. This cheap ring could give orders to the world. Li Chia made it sound as if it wasn't worth a single coin. In reality, Li Chia actually did think so. He only wanted to mess around with people. "Regardless of how you obtained it, young master, your words are my orders and I shall obey, doing everything I can," the old man said. Chapter 36-24, "You're far smarter than that idiot who tried to test me." Li Chia smiled at the old man. The old man had a forced smile, not knowing who this idiot was. Nonetheless, he realized that this idiot would have some bad luck soon enough. He had zero doubt about this. Not to mention other factors, just the old servant alone guaranteed it. "Young master, do you require my service during your stay at Duality?" He took a deep breath and asked. A character like Li Chia wouldn't come to their academy for no reason. That's why he was quite nervous, afraid of a large-scale plan. Duality might not be able to handle it. "Just taking a look since Duality Master is a legendary figure worthy of my time." Li Chia chuckled. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, Li Chia didn't harbor any malice or it would be a big headache. "I heard that you plan to refine a weapon here. May I be of use?" The old man sincerely said. "Since you asked, I do need a few things. Crafting is a long process, I'll need some items for the later stages." Li Chia smiled. "The academy will do everything we can." "What do you need, young master?" the old man enthusiastically said. "Just one Dao bone, fully intact, at least at the high heaven god level or higher. It needs to be perfect too. Something better than the god level is preferred." Li Chia casually answered. "A god-level Dao bone," the old man blurted out in shock. For Duality, a king-level Dao bone was still obtainable, albeit with relative difficulties. As for an emperor one, a complete one could be quite challenging. A god-level Dao bone? This wouldn't be simple at all. At the very least, the Academy didn't have one right now in its treasury. Even if they had enough resources to buy one, no one in the south had one right now. Money couldn't buy it. Plus, someone in possession of one wouldn't want to sell it in the first place. As for something higher than the god level? He didn't dare to think about it. Who knows if one even existed in all of 8 Desolaces. If it did, it would be in the possession of a supreme overlord. Well, this is not easy. The old man didn't expect Li Qie to want something so ridiculous. He was being too confident earlier. He has seen plenty of treasures before in his life, but not a Dao bone above the god level. It's rare indeed. Then find me some true blood first. Li Qie chuckled. What kind of true blood are you looking for, young master? The old man inquired. Li Qie stroked his chin and said, the Dao Lord level at the minimum. I'm also okay with ancient emperor's blood. Just 1 jar should do. The old man became speechless at this request. The true blood of both Dao Lord and ancient emperors were priceless. It was enough to change the future of a sect for generations. Worst of all, Li Qie made it sound as if he was being reserved already, asking for just 1 jar. Normally, no Dao Lord or Emperor would leave so much blood behind. Cultivators considered their true blood extremely vital. A full jar was akin to taking all of their true blood. No one would do this. I don't think I can fulfill this request. The old man had no choice but to give up. He realized that he had overestimated himself along with the Academy. If that's the case, I don't think your Academy can even produce a few medals for me. Li Qie laughed after hearing this. The old man hesitated, not daring to be so bold after hearing the first 2 requests. We do have metals and ores in our treasury, but I don't know what you're looking for, young master. I can make a list and you can read it over to see if we have what you need. The old man replied, not wanting to lose more face. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. Li Qie said, I can find it myself so that you won't be muttering under your breath about how I'm extorting your Academy. I would never dare to do such a thing. Absolutely not. The old man suddenly got cold sweat. Southern West King is large, it should have some items. Li Qie said. Right, young master. As for Dao Bone, I know the best one is in Heavenly Dragon Temple, at least as far as outsiders know. It is a complete Dao Bone of the Emperor level. Very well hidden though. The old monk treasures it and won't give it away. No one knows where it is. The old servant joined in. Yes, senior. The old man nodded. That's the best Dao Bone I'm aware of, the most complete one too. This particular Dao Bone had a frightening background, but few have seen it, including the monks at Heavenly Dragon Temple. Just an Emperor-level Dao Bone, that seems excessive. Li Qie shook his head. The old man didn't know what to say. Virtually everyone would consider it a paramount artifact. I actually know a little about this. The old servant added, this Dao Bone is only a ruse. In reality, the temple is hiding a god-level Dao Bone, very few are aware of this secret. He then glanced at the old man and said, you probably didn't want to divulge this. I just didn't know about it, really. The old man had an awkward expression. He actually did, but given his position, it was improper for him to tell Li Qie. This was a great secret of Heavenly Dragon Temple. Nonetheless, he brought up the Emperor level 1 to start the conversation. He knew that the old servant would know about it and tell Li Qie. Of course, Li Qie and the old servant didn't bother to call out the old man's little scheme. He heaved a sigh of relief afterward. A god-level Dao Bone, I see. Now that's more interesting. Li Qie said. The old man smiled wryly. The old monk would be livid at him after finding this out. Any idea on the true blood? Li Qie smirked at the old man. He felt his scalp tingling, feeling like Li Qie was using him like a sword. Those old men would come for him with everything they got later on. True blood, He smiled wryly and had to tell the truth. There's a jar in Myriad Blood sect. I don't know if they have used it before, but in theory, it should still be there. 1. Above the regular heaven level for beasts are Beast King, Beast Emperor, and Beast God. Chapter 36-25. Oh? What kind of true blood? Li Chia became interested. I'm not so sure. The old man mused. From several accounts, this true blood is too old to be traced, definitely from the age of the emperors. I believe it consists of the blood from several blood ancestors. Myriad Blood was the largest sect in the Divine Ghost Division. It was extremely powerful and consisted of ghosts and blood members. Only a few were humans, demons, and other races. Not good enough. Li Chia shook his head. Finding a better jar than that one in West King might be difficult. The old servant added, only Myriad Blood, or maybe Righteous Sect. They had some before but have used virtually all of it. As for Wild East, I'm not sure. Wild East? There's a possibility. Li Chia smiled. Wild East 8 kingdoms are definitely the oldest locations. The old man added, there are no lineages in West King, no, all of 8 desolaces, that are older than those found in Wild East. However, they don't deal with outsiders, so we have limited knowledge about them. The most unfathomable one is Ancient Kingdom of Immortals. Its resources should be wondrous, that's where I would look, young master. Ancient Kingdom of Immortals, the old man became startled. I don't think that's a good choice, definitely not. A big shot like him still became alarmed after hearing about this kingdom. Wild East was located to the south of West King. Some said it consisted of 8 kingdoms, but others disagreed. The latter stated that it was only a general title, there weren't actually 8 kingdoms. The only thing for certain was that this region was extremely old. It has been around since the epoch of the great emperors. Alas, outsiders had limited knowledge about them, only that they were notoriously powerful. For example, Worldly Immortal from the Ancient Kingdom of Immortals was a dreadful existence. In history, even Tao Lords chose to stay away. He had never seen the legendary Worldly Immortal before, but this didn't matter. All things Tao Lord and righteous Tao Lord still gave way before this great being. All things was the most decorated Tao Lord of true immortal sect. As for righteous, he was obviously the founder of righteous sect. That's why he thought that even Li Chia shouldn't provoke that kingdom. The old servant only smiled since he had more information at his disposal. There should be a better place. Li Chia chuckled. May I ask where you're thinking of? The old man couldn't come up with a different place. A forbidden zone. Li Chia stared towards the horizon. Life forbidden zone. Both the old men didn't expect this answer. Yes, that one. Li Chia had a look of rumination. I don't think that's possible because even Tao Lords have failed there. The old man regained his wits and said. His astonishment was understandable. Anyone else in 8 desolaces would have reacted the same way. Some Tao Lords have died in the Forbidden Zone before. It was a suicidal endeavor outside of very few masters. Tao Lords are Tao Lords, I am me. Li Chia simply answered. The old man was shaken. He carefully thought about this phrase and realized his mistake of underestimating Li Chia. My apology for the needless words. He bowed deeply towards Li Chia. It's fine. Li Chia waved his hand and said, I will think about this since there's no rush. I'll use the cauldron when the time is right. I understand. The old man replied, I will bring the list of metals in duality to see if you can use any. That's fine. Li Chia said. The old man had something else on his mind and stared at Li Chia, albeit with hesitation. Anything else? Li Chia asked. Young master, do you want to go to Buddha Emperor Division? To Vajra Dynasty. The old man eventually said. Why? You have a suggestion? Li Chia said. It's not something we can interfere or influence. It's just that according to the rules, you should still take a trip there. It's the will of the people. The old man added. I haven't thought about this, it's just a game, nothing more. Li Chia didn't think much of it. The old man thought that this was of pivotal importance for any sect in the holy ground, the opposite of Li Chia. Alas, the guy was just playing around. This was a little frustrating. I will take my leave then. He didn't dare to speak on this topic and bowed towards Li Chia. He also bowed towards the old servant and had to ask, Senior, you have been missing in these recent years. I went to the border. The old servant responded. Senior, did you? The old man knew the servant's personality. This answer confirmed a few rumors. He can't mess with the girl to the south. Li Chia answered instead. These words detonated thunderously in the old man's mind. His mind was shaken. Girl to the south. He immediately thought about the mysteries and connected the dots. He certainly still had questions about the whole thing. However, Li Chia's comment carried unimaginable weight. His complexion became pale. He took a deep breath and bowed one last time before being escorted out by the old servant. I have embarrassed you. The old man bowed again, looking quite awkward after losing his cool earlier. The significance of the things behind this was too much for him to take. His legs were trembling and couldn't move earlier. It was a good thing that the old servant helped him out. It's not embarrassing. The height of the heaven is beyond your imagination. Being able to kneel before the young master is an honor unavailable to most. The old servant said. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The old man said. Even someone like the old servant still wanted to follow Li Chia, let alone someone like him. In fact, this meeting alone might be the luckiest event of his life. Others didn't have this privilege. Duality will be fine, at least. The old servant said, You're smart, unlike some others. They want to plan and scheme, unaware of the giant they're facing. What do you mean, Senior? The old man wasn't too sure. Don't worry about it, just watch the fun, you have done enough. The fools will be eradicated soon enough. The old servant waved his hand. I see, changes will be coming. The old man understood the implication right away. 1. I can't tell if this just means forbidden for life to enter, or it's actually the name of a forbidden zone, meaning that there are more. Need more context for this one. I'm leaning that there are multiple, otherwise they wouldn't add the life part since it's redundant. We'll see. Chapter 36-26. After the old man left, Li Chia stared at the old servant and smiled. Looks like you're quite caring. This is the fate you've mentioned, young master. The old servant smiled, knowing that Li Chia wouldn't blame him for his action earlier. The playful tone made it obvious. He indeed put in a bit of effort, or he could have ignored the whole thing. Alas, at his level, he had understood many things and became different from the past. This had more to it than just fate. Li Chia chuckled and stared towards the horizon. A god-level Dao bone is actually usable. If I don't have anything else, I'll pick it. Precious it might be, but if you want it, obtaining it won't be difficult. Just say the words. The old servant replied. We're men of culture and not hard to reason with. Just fighting and killing, how trite. It'll ruin the atmosphere too, let's just go ask them to see if we can borrow it. Li Chia said. The old servant smiled. No one would ever lend out a god-level Dao bone, a priceless treasure. Plus, there was no getting it back either, akin to throwing a meat bun at a dog. Nonetheless, if Heavenly Dragon Temple was smart, it would know better than to refuse Li Chia. The result would be the same regardless of its choice. Young master, do you remember that little monk? He suggested. He's clever with a sharp tongue, more articulate and smooth than anyone. He's the best messenger to deal with the old monks. The gluttonous one? Sounds like we need to prepare a good barbecue. Li Chia chuckled. It's not a bad deal. The old man became amused. The two of them weren't in a rush and didn't bother to go gather the meat. However, a divine bull still appeared in the courtyard not long after. It was killed by a fatal bite located on its neck. What a coincidence, right when we want to roast some meat. The old servant noticed the corpse. It was obvious that this was a mount. It was muscular and looked quite cool. It still had a bright glow after death. This was indeed a good choice of meat for a barbecue. Nonetheless, it seemed a little extravagant to use a divine bull. Who did this? Li Chia glanced at Lil Yellow and Lil Black. One of them must have snuck out during the two's conversation and killed someone's mount. Lil Yellow, resting by the entrance, lifted its head to stare at Lil Black, enjoying the shade. Lil Black snored loudly as if it had no idea what was going on. Lil Yellow copied the boar and also played dead, ignoring Li Chia. Li Chia was amused. He naturally knew which one did it after seeing their reaction. The dog and the boar certainly didn't like each other. Alas, they had to get along when being around Li Chia. The former was outwardly aggressive, but the latter didn't always play nice either and was actually the most dangerous one. It looked lazy and harmless. This made others think that it only knew how to eat and sleep. The truth was that it had more devious thoughts than anyone else. Just one wrong move and one would be devoured by it right away. To elaborate, Lil Yellow always showed its teeth when it didn't like someone or was on the verge of attacking. This wasn't the case for Lil Black. It might secretly sneak behind its enemy and deliver the fatal blow. When the guy could react, he would find himself already being food inside its stomach. As for the corpse of the bull, the intent was obvious. It's just that both the dog and boar didn't want to admit it. What do you think, young master? The old servant smiled wryly. It was a good thing that Li Chia was stronger than these two monsters. Otherwise, they would cause a huge mess or even destroy duality. What else can we do? We're going to roast it. Li Chia smiled. Unfortunately, this type of beef isn't worthy of even being the appetizer. I'll take care of it. The old servant took the bull to the kitchen. Li Chia's response was quite beneficial for the two, so they immediately growled and barked. He was right. The two monsters have dominated myriad beast mountains and did whatever they wanted. Their food used to be mighty beasts. As for this bull, they wouldn't even look at it twice back in the mountain range, unfitting to be served as an appetizer. Unfortunately, they needed to play nice at duality and worked with what was available. This was akin to someone used to delicacies needing to eat coarse grains alone. Not playing dead anymore? He glanced at them. The two immediately had a guilty conscience and lowered their head. Sure enough, the victims came knocking before the old man could finish cooking the beef. Li Chia, come out here. A dozen students or so entered the temple, looking furious. Got business with me? Li Chia calmly asked the aggressive crowd. The leaders were both men and women. They brought their friends here with aggression on their mind. This commotion alerted the other students. You killed my mount. One male student gritted his teeth. He just now saw the bull being roasted on a rack by the old servant. His eyes spewed fire of anger. That bull over there? Li Chia didn't bother defending himself. I've been craving beef recently, that's why. Do you want compensation? Name the price. I want your dog life. The male student was livid. He spent a lot of effort and several months taming this mount. Alas, he was blinded by rage and didn't know that he had lost a heaven-sent opportunity. That's a tough request. Li Chia waved his hand. Humph, your life is still not enough. A student in the back said. My cloud chaser Freckle is missing too, it has to be you. One female student pointed at Li Chia. My cloud rider Stallion is also gone, I know it's you. Another male student shouted. Surrender, thief, or I, Huang Qibing, will force you to submit. The first student roared. The crowd heard them and started talking. This brat is ridiculous. He actually ate the classmates' mounts. One of them murmured. He's just an uneducated brat from the mountains. He thinks this is still Myriad Beast Mountains and that he can just grab whatever beasts he wants. A barbarian like him shouldn't stay here, humph. Another snorted. A total of 4 mounts were missing. The divine bull was being roasted right now, but the other 3 were nowhere to be found. Li Qie naturally knew where they were. He glanced at the dog and boar again. Lil Black turned away and played dumb. Lil Yellow looked to the left and right, acting as if it didn't understand. There's nothing I can do about them being missing. Li Qie said, but I am a reasonable person. Tell me about your missing mounts and I'll tell someone else to get you another. Humph, you can't handle it. My cloud chaser Freckle is a special species. My clan bought it at a sky-high price. The female student coldly said. Chapter 36-27, My Cloud Rider Stallion has a noble bloodline, it's priceless, you can't repay this. My divine bull is an ultimate beast, your life is not worth one hair from it. Huang Qibing roared. They got the urge to kill Li Qie in order to avenge their lost mounts. Wow, excuse me then, I didn't know they were so precious, looks like this will be difficult. Li Qie smiled. Difficult? You have no chance of making up for this loss. The female student said, Speak, what did you do to my Freckle? Tell the truth and we might give you a swift death. Only the divine bull was accounted for. They didn't know if Li Qie had eaten their mounts yet. Just thinking about this possibility made them tremble with rage. On the other hand, Li Qie knew that these mounts were food inside the dog and boar's stomach. I don't know where they are. As I said, I will compensate. Li Qie waved his hand. With what? Just hand our mounts over or pay with your life. Huang Qibing's eyes flashed coldly. Really now? Li Qie smiled. Just your life alone is a great deal for you. One student said, Our mounts are expensive, your life is only worth a few coins. The brat provoked so many noble students, they're from Vidra. Their seniors are all generals with numerous soldiers. One spectator said. This lesson will be good for him, he needs to take it down a notch at the academy. He's too lawless, it's time for him to abide by the academy's rules. Another has been unhappy with Li Qie's attitude. Huang Qibing's group walked closer to Li Qie, wearing aggression on their sleeves. Li, will you do it or do we have to force you? One student threatened. What should I do? Li Qie still had a calm expression. It's simple, kneel and admit your crimes, then cripple your hands and legs, hand over everything you have. We might spare you then. Huang Qibing said. We're being merciful here instead of just cutting off your head and hanging it at the base of the mountain. The owner of the stallion added. They fully surrounded Li Qie, who didn't seem to mind. However, Lil Yellow slowly got up and growled, ready to lunge forward. Stop. A resounding roar interrupted this key moment, instilling both dread and shock into the crowd. They immediately turned around and saw an approaching youth. He wore a robe made from expensive silver brocade. Agility seemed to be his essence. Just one flash and he was already standing before the main parties. He was handsome with fair skin, his fingers were long and slender, looking scholarly like an intellectual instead of a cultivator. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that there were lightning bolts flashing deeper in his eyes. They felt murderous and cold. This youth would show zero hesitation when it was time to kill. Cold-eyed lighting sword. One spectator roared. Li Xiangxuan is here, I wonder if he's aiming at Li Qie. An upperclassman wondered. Many students were in awe, especially the females. One of them said, Senior Brother Li is becoming more and more handsome. In terms of style and temperament alone, he's definitely number 1 among the 5 heroes. Contrary to his appearance, Li Xiangxuan was born in a military clan. His father was the current Grand Commander of Vidra, in charge of millions and millions of troops. The majority of legions in the dynasty were under his command. Moreover, more than half of the current generals in Vajra used to be under his banner and had worked for him. Thus, the clan was influential in the court. Some said that they had half of the authority and could determine the fate of Vajra and the direction of the holy ground. The Li was a great ancient clan before joining Vajra. It had plenty of heavenly sovereigns. It aided Vajra and played a great role in the founding of this dynasty. Thus, it was richly rewarded with resources and land. Like father, like son, Li Xiangxuan was quite impressive as well. He might not be as brilliant as De Gulan but still became listed among the 5 heroes. He had no lack of fans and admirers in duality. Moreover, because of his clan's influence, he had no lack of henchmen as well. For those seeing him the first time, they wouldn't believe that he had followed his father on the battlefield since youth and had meritorious contributions at the frontier. Senior brother Li. Huang Qibing's group stopped and cupped their fist to greet him. They were close to Li Xiangxuan. Their seniors were working for the Grand Commander as well. What is going on? He asked. Senior brother Li, this Li Qia stole our mounts. Stealing is a serious offense at the academy, so we want to carry out the punishment. One friend hurriedly answered. This might be a misunderstanding. Xiangxuan frowned. It's definitely not. Look over there, junior brother Huang's divine bull is being roasted right now. The female student pointed at the old servant who was still turning the rack. The bull has been covered in oil and roasted to a golden color. People couldn't help salivating. There might be more to this. Li Xiangxuan pondered. The senior brother is being too nice. One listener said, why is he standing up for Li Qia? Anyone else wouldn't be so benevolent. I'm surprised he's not here to cause trouble. An upperclassman smirked. What do you mean? He got something against Li Qia? A new student standing nearby became curious. You've only joined recently. Lu Jinsong is Li Xiangxuan's hound, understand now? Another student answered. The new student understood right away. Lu Jinsong was crushed to a pulp by Li Qia. It was surprising to see the master, Xiangxuan, not doing anything about it. Regardless of what happened, I will pay for the damage. Xiangxuan said. But, one victim didn't want to accept this. Go to my house and pick any mount you want. Xiangxuan repeated with a firm tone. I got it. What else could this student do? He accepted the deal, then glared at Li Qia. Brat, looks like it's your lucky day with senior brother Li helping you. You can keep your lowly life now. Huang Qibing coldly said. Li Qia still wore a lazy smile, not caring about the insult. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow sat back down. Huang Qibing's group had no idea that Li Xiangxuan had inadvertently saved them just now. Otherwise, they would be inside Lil Yellow's stomach. Chapter 36-28. Cold-Eyed Lightning Sword has agreed to compensate Huang Qibing's group for their lost mount. The latter had no choice but to agree. He then cupped his fist towards Li Qia and smilingly said, Young noble Li, I feel bad that I haven't gotten the chance to welcome you to the academy. There is a student gathering coming up soon. Will you grace us with your presence? Some students exchanged glances after seeing this clear attempt at recruitment. Someone like Li Xiangxuan didn't make friends so easily since few were qualified. This was still the case in the academy. Thus, a few students took pride in being his associates. Now, since he tried to befriend Li Qia, it showed that Li Qia had value. No need. Li Qia refused right away. It is just a small gathering to welcome you, please reconsider. Xiangxuan didn't give up. Not interested. Li Qia said before going back inside. Brat, don't refuse face when given or fail to appreciate kindness. A student in the back immediately felt indignation for Li Xiangxuan. He shouted, It is your honor to be invited by the senior brother, don't choose the hard way. Xiangxuan raised his hand and stopped the student from escalating the issue. The latter had to swallow his words. The spectators started thinking about the implications. This Li Qie is quite inconsiderate and arrogant. Who does he think he is to not show senior brother Li any face? One of them murmured. Because that's who Li Qie is. He even refused an invitation from Teacher Du. Who do you think has more weight, Teacher Du or senior brother Li? Someone who had visited myriad beast mountains replied. The first speaker immediately shut his mouth after hearing this. He has offended too many people in duality. Another started, how is he going to stay here? Most listeners felt that his response to senior brother Li was quite insulting. Very few dared to do so in duality. Let's go. Li Xiangxuan ordered, and the indignant group left with him. As they followed him, one of them said, Senior brother, that Li guy didn't show you any respect. Your benevolence might be viewed as a weakness by others. You should teach him a lesson so others know that your prestige is unquestionable. Right, that guy went too far. Another chimed in. Don't bring this up again. Li Xiangxuan waved his hand and stopped speaking. However, a lightning bolt flashed deep in his eyes. The others naturally dropped the issue. Back in the temple, the old servant has finished roasting the bull. The beef had a tantalizing fragrance along with a golden glow. The texture seemed to be both soft and crunchy. The glow made others salivate uncontrollably. Amitabha. Suddenly, they heard a Buddhist chant. Looks like it is a fortuitous day for food. Golden cicada popped out of nowhere just like a phantom. A cowardly soul would have been frightened by his sudden appearance. His eyes fixated on the glistening meat were as bright as two suns. He seemed eager to come for a bite. You seem hungry, want some meat? Li Qie was sitting on his master chair and leisurely said. I do. The monk placed his palms together while saliva dripped out of his mouth. Benefactor, we are truly connected by fate, let's continue on this path. Just eat if you want to eat. Li Qie revealed a friendly smile. Really? The monk thought that he had misheard. What a generous guy. Of course. Li Qie replied, the meat in front of you isn't fake, it's not paper nor an illusion. True. The monk scratched his bald head and smelled the meaty fragrance. The meat was definitely real. Then why are you hesitating? Li Qie smirked. Amitabha, thank you for your generosity. May the great Buddha protect you. The monk placed his palms together and bowed. He then threw caution to the wind, unable to resist the temptation, and rushed forward. He picked up the entire bowl and started taking one bite after another. How's the taste? Li Qie asked with a gentle expression, seemingly glad. This was the face of a hunter successfully catching his prey. Delicious, it's crisp yet juicy, simply incredible, Amitabha. Golden cicada mumbled with his mouth filled with meat, his hands covered in grease and fat. He occasionally wiped them on his kasaya. One finally understood while his kasaya had an oily appearance. He didn't care about this great Buddhist treasure in the slightest. The old servant shook his head after seeing this, speechless. Little monk, I heard that your temple has plenty of treasures. Li Qie spoke. Treasures? There are quite a few. The monk kept on eating and replied without looking at Li Qie, after all, our ancestors have gathered them for millions of years. Bodhisattva cauldron, myriad Buddha diagram, golden Tao lotus, yeah, there are all types. He forgot how to be discreet while chewing on the meat. I've heard of them before. Li Qie went on, but I'm more interested in Tao bones recently, not Buddhist treasures. Tao bones? The monk swallowed a big portion and quickly responded, we have a high-level Emperor Tao bone, it's not bad, the Tao rhythm is present as if the beast itself is still alive. I'm not interested in that one, what about the god-level Tao bone? Li Qie interrupted him. Our god-level Tao bone, the monk spoke without thinking but actually stopped this time. He became frozen, his teeth were on the meat held by both hands. Ahem, Amitabha, I don't know anything about a god-level Tao bone, never heard of it being around either. He dropped the meat and placed his palms together. Is that so? Li Qie smirked and stared at him. The monk became nervous after lying. He responded, Amitabha, monks do not lie, I've never seen a god-level Dao bone in Heavenly Dragon Temple. This is the absolute truth. Sure, you've never seen it, this doesn't disprove its existence. Li Qie said. Well, the monk hesitated and smiled wryly. I don't know much about this, benefactor. You'll have to ask my master. For me to take a trip to Heavenly Dragon Temple myself over this Dao bone? I'm afraid that it won't be so simple then, I might destroy your temple. Li Qie chuckled. Amitabha. The monk closed his eyes, not refuting Li Qie's claim. That's why, little monk, I'm telling you now that I want this god-level bone. 2 options, you will bring it to me or I'll go and take it myself. Li Qie said. I can't make a decision regarding something so important. The poor monk looked helpless. Chapter 36-29. Go back and tell the old monks, let them talk it out. Li Qie said. Golden Cicada found himself stuck in a precarious situation, feeling like he was a fish eating the bait. Should he swallow or let go? Unfortunately, it was no longer up to him the moment he took the first bite. He couldn't come up with a response because a god-level Dao bone was peerless. Their temple might be the only power in all of West King with one. If he were to go back and steal the bone, his master might break his legs. I really want to help you, benefactor, but I think the seniors won't agree. He eventually said with an awkward smile. The old monks won't agree? Li Qie's smile became wider, then go back and kill all of them. You'll be in charge then, isn't it so simple? Amitabha, you're funny, benefactor. The monk's expression darkened. I'm not joking. Li Qie went on, what choice would you make if I want to destroy your temple? I naturally will fight alongside the temple, I was born as part of Heavenly Dragon and will die in the same manner. The monk put on a serious expression. Now this is an interesting topic, how long has your temple been around? Li Qie casually asked, a stark contrast to the current grim topic. 10 billion years and up since we're founded by Buddha Dao Lord. The monk answered. Then ponder this. Li Qie smiled, your temple has been built on the effort and blood of countless sages, accumulation from one era to another. Now, there are 2 paths before you. First, to either keep your grand words and die with the temple. Second, be loyal to me and kill those old monks, then hand the Dao bone over. The latter is naturally treacherous and unforgivable, you'll be branded as a traitor. But in exchange, you'll save your temple and avoid the sage's effort from going to waste in just one day. Li Qie seemed to be pondering the subtleties before smiling. Little monk, which is the better choice? To be heroic and die with your temple or to live in infamy, saving the temple? The monk couldn't come up with a response right away. There are several Buddhist phrases on this. If I don't enter hell, who will? Abandon the self for others, cut your own meat and feed the hawk. Your body might be tainted with meat and wine, but your heart still has Buddha. It is up to you whether you can live up to your Buddhist teachings. Li Qie added. Sacrifice yourself or live on to protect the temple, which is better for Buddhism? Your personal reputation or the ageless temple? Which side is heavier? Li Qie concluded. Amitabha. The monk placed his palms together, his brows furrowed. This interesting choice will follow you to the end of the path. Once you get there, you'll find that you'll face similar choices. Li Qie stared at him. The monk remained quiet for a long time before solemnly answered, Benefactor, Heavenly Dragon Temple has lasted for millions of years. We're not a random lineage that can crumble so easily. I'm just messing with you about the choices. However, the truth is that in my eyes, Heavenly Dragon Temple is indeed just another random lineage. 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues, it's not difficult for me to destroy your temple. Li Qie said, borrowing a phrase from Duality Master. The monk's expression soured. Back then, Duality Master said this phrase and casually waved his hand. Next, a 10,000-mile radius lost all Buddhist affinity. Not only did his temple give up, but so did the rest of the holy ground. This was also a choice. It wasn't identical to Li Qia's options earlier but fundamentally similar. The holy ground chose to concede and let Duality Academy emerge. What if they had chosen to fight Duality Master? The result could have been total annihilation on their part. Amitabha. The monk had a kind personality and didn't become angry. Nonetheless, he strongly retorted, "Our temple might be small and weak in your eyes, but we'll put up a good fight when forced to." Little monk, you think too highly of your temple. The old servant spoke since Li Qia didn't answer. Your ancient Buddhas in the coffins have endured well, but that's it. They'll be dying soon from a lack of lifespan. Even if they can climb out of the coffins, they still have zero chance against my young master. Senior, how do you know this? The monk became startled and shouted. Few actually knew about their surviving ancient Buddhas. He only found out after being appointed as the successor of the temple. It's no secret. The old servant said, when ruleless monk came to knock on the coffins, your temple chose to not stop him. This was a choice. The young monk was shaken because this event was extremely secretive. Only certain members of the temple and pacifist heavenly sovereign were privy to this information. Now, this old man knew about it too. The aforementioned monk had several titles: ruleless monk, ruleless supreme, Buddha heavenly sovereign, or ruleless Taoist. The inhabitants of the holy ground usually addressed him as the Supreme. He was one of the two Supremes of the South. The other was Righteous Supreme. He had various statuses and titles, but one thing was unanimous, that he was the true ruler of Buddha holy ground. This was because he was the sect master of Sacred Mountain. This sovereign was once a monk and a Taoist. Either way, he had one rule, and that was to be ruleless, completely unrestrained and untethered. He was extremely powerful and protected the border alone during the Dark Invasion. This earned him quite a reputation through all of 8 decilaces. Thus, his power was the reason why he was the highest ruler of the holy ground, more so than the fact that he was Sacred Mountain's sect master. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Tao lords. One would be hard-pressed to find someone as strong as him in the current generation. That's why no sect could affect Sacred Mountain's supremacy despite its hands-off nature. Whether it be Vajra, currently in charge of administration, or the resourceful Heavenly Dragon Temple or the mighty Divine Ghost Division, none of them dared to challenge Sacred Mountain. In fact, some believe that if Sacred Mountain wanted to change the current sect in charge of the holy ground, the Supreme only needed to say one word. Vajra wouldn't be able to resist this order. As for Heavenly Dragon Temple, it has been following Sacred Mountain ever since the foundation of the holy ground. It spread Buddhism and built temples. One could say Heavenly Dragon was the representative of Sacred Mountain, not Vajra. In the past, Buddha Supreme visited Heavenly Dragon Temple and entered its deepest area. He knocked on the coffins, wanting to see the ancient Buddhas. Remember, these Buddhas didn't have long to live. Every day was precious. Alas, the temple still didn't try to stop him. This story served as another testament to the Supreme's power and also the old servant's might for being aware of it. Golden Cicada stood in silence for a while. I won't be using any status to force you, or people will say that I'm a senior bullying a junior. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. Just go back and tell the old monks that I want this god-level Dao bone. If they refuse, I'll have to take a trip to the temple. Of course, I hope that it won't get to that point. The young monk felt suffocated after hearing this. Chapter 3630, Golden Cicada Buddhist child eventually started walking out of the temple. Of course, he finished the meat until there was nothing but bones. He seemed to be saying that since he had bit the bait, might as well finish the whole thing. It's better to be a satisfied ghost than a hungry one. He rubbed his bulging stomach before leaving. Though Li Qia's request robbed him of air, he didn't mistreat himself at all and got the entire divine bowl for himself. It's nice to be able to enjoy food. Li Chia smiled after seeing his appearance. The monk turned back and placed his palms together to bid Li Chia goodbye, then left. This little one has a great Buddhist nature. The old servant assessed. There is still a limit. Li Chia said, those before him had reached a level too high for anyone from the holy ground to surpass. This is for certain. The old man agreed. The holy ground had produced plenty of geniuses, including 4 Tao lords. Golden Cicada might be attuned with Buddhism, but he had no chance of surpassing the sages before him, definitely not supreme existences like Buddha Tao Lord and Diana Tao Lord. A bit later, loud noises came from outside and disturbed Li Chia. He saw Yang Ling pulling Fan Bai inside. They were gasping for air. Yang Ling's face was red and filled with indignation. Fan Bai kept her head lowered, not wanting to see anyone. She looked sad and clearly lacked confidence among other complex emotions. What is it? Li Chia asked. They crossed the line. Humph, not even sparing a little girl. Yang Ling dangerously said. Li Chia stared at Fan Bai, who still kept her head lowered while touching her sleeves. Tears filled her eyes, but she didn't want them to stream down her cheeks. Li Chia knew what happened right away. It was rowdy outside by this point. One student shouted, Li, bring her out, you can't hide her forever. Zhang Changyu's group is looking for trouble. The furious Yang Ling wanted to rush out. It's fine. Li Chia smiled and went out with the 2 girls. Young master, Fan Bai was afraid and didn't know how to face the situation. She got the urge to run away and find a place with no one around, never meeting a stranger again. Don't worry. He stroked her hair and said, I'll be there for you even when the sky falls down. Certain things are inevitable and you need to face them in order to change your fate. Forget about others and what they say, you'll be the one in charge of you. She remained teary. Ever since she gained awareness, she was considered an evil portent by everyone. People always pointed at her, some hated and even chased her away. Raise your head and arch your chest. Li Chia stared at her and said seriously, the moment you walk through this door, you will never turn back and think about the past. From now on, you're Fan Bai, a future god standing at the apex. These words resembled absolute judgment. It made her tremble. She eventually calmed down and clenched her fists. She raised her head and arched her chest to assume a confident pose. Let's go. He grabbed her hand and gave her more courage. There were many students crowding the temple. A dozen or so stood in front of the gate. The ones in the distance were gossiping. Is it true? One student came after hearing the news. Yes, the legendary foredoomed star. She's actually here in our academy. Another friend nodded. It'll be a misfortune to have her around, she shouldn't stay here. A different student said with scorn. She's just a young girl, it's not that serious. Foredoomed star. It's just a series of coincidences. One friend disagreed. Right, our academy has been around for millions of years, successfully surpassing all calamities. This so-called legend won't matter. Another said dismissively. So it turned out that Yang Ling wanted to take Fan Bai on a tour of duality so that the latter would get used to it. Moreover, Yang Ling thought that just staying and training in the temple all the time would make Fan Bai sick. Unfortunately, during their trip, a few older students read the signs and recognized her as the legendary foredoomed star. This tale was well known in the southern West King. Misfortunes occurred right after Fan Bai's birth. Her parents died soon after and her clan suffered a disaster. A couple adopted her but they also died, their sect fell as well. Next came a powerful cultivator. This person didn't last for more than a few days, having exploded to death. The enemies of his sect came a bit later and massacred everyone. Fan Bai was the sole survivor. Thus, anyone who helped her had a terrible outcome. She was the only one who came out alive each time. Thus, she became known as an unlucky star. Her story spread like wildfires and people stopped helping her. In fact, many cities and sect territories didn't allow her in. They would instantly banish her on sight. She became a wanderer hated by all. Children would throw stones at her. This was a regular occurrence. She eventually focused on finding abandoned places and became afraid of people. She started to change after meeting Li Chia. He showed her a new possibility. By this point, numerous students have arrived after hearing the news. Some wanted to chase this symbol of misfortune away from duality. Yan Jingxian and Zhang Changyu advocated for kicking her out and garnered plenty of support. The group ran here to the temple afterward. Li, hand the unlucky star over now or you'll be provoking the academy. Zhang Changyu shouted. He came to seek retribution for the previous humiliation. This was a godsend opportunity for him. This is too much. One female student thought that chasing away a little girl was too much. No. On one hand, our academy will be just fine and one unlucky star won't do anything. This might not be the case for the students. We're just regular people, can we really avoid something nefarious haunting us? Her male friend retorted. The group exchanged glances. Sure, duality probably wouldn't fall, but this might not be the case for the students. Death was a possibility. The legends were quite scary after being spread for so long. The students became slightly afraid. It's better to be safe then. A student changed his mind. If something unfortunate were to happen, we'll be throwing our lives away, the same with our clan and sect. No one had a response this time. Chapter 36-31, True or not, there were plenty of rumors and stories regarding this foredoomed star. Many students believed in them, so they viewed her as something to avoid. Look, they're coming out now. One student shouted and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Li Chia walked out first with Yang Ling and Fan Bai behind him. Though Fan Bai walked with confidence due to Li Chia's encouragement, her eyes still avoided others. Her expression remained timid. It became worse once she noticed herself being the focus of everyone. She hid behind Li Chia right away. That's her. Another pointed it out. She's the foredoomed star. One student had seen her back in Myriad Beast Mountains and became surprised. It was hard to connect her to the symbol of bad luck since she looked just like an ordinary girl. Why would misfortunes linger around her? A female student sympathized after seeing the delicate and frail girl. Perhaps it is a curse from the high heaven, a predetermined fate. One student speculated. It's that serious? Most felt dread after hearing this. Cultivators certainly had impressive abilities, able to soar in the sky and enter the earth. They weren't afraid of anything. Well, there was one exception, the high heaven. Even the strongest cultivator feared the heavenly tribulations. Most believed that the high heaven had eyes, meaning that it was real and could affect the mortal realms. A curse from the high heaven was nothing short of horrific. She's the foredoomed star. A member of Zhang Changyu's group pointed at Fan Bai. So? Li Chia lazily stared at the crowd and smiled. Hand her over, this is for the sake of the academy. Zhang Changyu roared. He still remembered how Li Chia stomped his face a while ago and wanted to drink the guy's blood. He gathered powerful students in order to deal with Li Chia this time. You must be tired of living, no need for the young master, I alone can teach you a lesson. Yang Ling barked back. Zhang Changyu found it exasperating that Yang Ling would always stand up for Li Chia against him. Princess, this is not my opinion alone but rather, the will of the academy. Must you go against the tides? Zhang Changyu actually retorted this time. Who cares what others want, I just know that I'm more than enough to deal with you, someone who wants to bully a little girl. You're throwing the academy's reputation away along with your manhood. She answered with disdain. Changyu turned red, unable to answer because she was indeed stronger than him. Junior brother, you're incorrect. Yan Jingxian standing next to him replied, this pertains to the safety of everyone at the academy, we need to be prudent. This has nothing to do with bullying. Bah! Look at how aggressive you are. I thought students of duality are dragons and phoenixes among men. Why are you all so afraid of this ominous legend? How are you going to go outside and make a name out of yourself? Might as well just run back to your mother. Yang Ling snorted. She naturally offended the majority of students. They didn't take it in stride. I agree with senior sister Yang. One student nodded. The female students seemed more prone to support her. Well said, I like how straightforward you are. Li Chia clapped and said, as for you lot, look at how afraid you are despite being students of duality. It can't be the #1 academy of West King like this. Li, watch your mouth. You only got here recently yet have caused so much trouble, is it still not enough? One student roared at Li Chia. It was none other than Huang Qibing. His divine bull was roasted by the old servant. Though Li Xiangxuan compensated him later, he was still annoyed. Of course, this was rather understandable. Most would feel the same way. I agree that there has been so much trouble since he got here. It's not a good sign. One student said. The others thought about it and sure enough, Li Chia was the source of many events recently. Maybe a heavenly tribulation will be next. One student said, I was there at Myriad Beast Mountains. Li Chia tricked 100,000 men. Corpses piled up and blood flowed like rivers. A tribulation might be possible. True. Most have heard about this horrific event by this point. So now he's together with the foredoomed star, it's a terrible sign. If it's an actual curse from the high heaven, anyone who made contact with them is probably going to be very unlucky. Students started talking among themselves. Zhang Changyu's group was glad to see this shift in narrative. Li, did you hear that? You can't stay here out of consideration for Duality Academy. He declared. Have you forgotten about the previous lesson and my words? Still so stupid. I can only assume that you're tired of living. It'll be a miracle if you can walk out of this place. Li Chia lazily glanced at him. This was pouring salt on the wound. Li Chia specifically brought up this humiliating event, so Changyu was furious. Li, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation, it won't end well for you and that unlucky girl. You can't do whatever you want at the academy. He shouted. As if your bunch can stop me from doing what I want here. Li Chia chuckled. Fellow student, you're being too arrogant and inconsiderate of others. A calm voice answered. The speaker landed from above, not far from the temple. He had an impressive momentum, akin to an awe-inspiring rainbow. Though he didn't have a silver spear and a stallion, people could easily see the scene of him riding one into battle. He seemed ready to rush into an enemy's camp and sweep through his foes uncontested. Stallion's silver spear. Many shouted after seeing him. The girls were especially loud, completely taken by his heroic style. Senior brother Zhang. The older male students put on a serious expression. Stallion's silver spear, Zhang Yunji, one of the 5 heroes. Some considered him to be on the same level as Li Xiangxuan. Both were from Vidra. His father was the current Grand Chancellor in Vidra. This was about even with Li Xiangxuan's father. One was in charge of the officials, the other was in charge of the generals. Coincidentally enough, the two of them were excellent students in duality, also evenly matched. The most interesting part was that Li Xiangxuan looked like a scholar despite having a military background. On the other hand, Zhang Yunji looked like a young general. This contrast made the rivals quite interesting. Moreover, the Zhang was actually quite ancient. They had been supporting previous dynasties way before Vidra. Thus, this clan was more than just a cultivation clan. They were also versed in education and administration. Chapter 36-32, Senior Brother. Stallion Silver Spear Zhang Yunji's arrival made Zhang Changyu ecstatic. Changyu got himself another backer, so he became bolder. After all, just Yan Jingxian wasn't enough. Zhang Yunji's status at the academy and his clan's influence in the holy ground were enough to deal with anyone. People would need to think twice before opposing him. Our Duality Academy has plenty of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhang Yunji told Li Qie, your words showed a lack of respect for duality. I don't see any true dragon and white tiger here, only a bunch of frightened idiots. Please don't flatter yourselves as such, but in the case that you actually believe it, then I'm afraid that you have a deep misunderstanding of what dragons and tigers are. Li Qie started laughing. His arrogant laughter made the crowd quite unhappy. They believed that just being a student here was a testament to their exceptionalism. Thus, Li Qie's assessment was viewed as a blatant provocation. Their wrathful eyes fixated on him said it all. You're out of line. Zhang Yunji furrowed his brows and solemnly said. Is that so? The students here claim to be the heavens' favorites, yet they want to chase away a little girl over some rumors. How is this appropriate for members of the famous academy? Only a bunch of frightened children. Li Qie replied. Though many students didn't outwardly state their concern, most wanted to banish Fan Bai out of the academy. It was better to be safe than sorry. She's not a little girl, just the embodiment of bad luck. Zhang Changyu coldly uttered, why should the school keep someone who is cursed by the heaven around? Fan Bai lowered her head again from the pain. This was not the first time she heard it, and it still truly affected her each time. Oh. You're not the heaven, how do you know she's cursed? Li Qie snorted. Facts prove that she's cursed. Anyone who helped her all died a terrible death. Even their sects and clans went down. That's all the proof one needs. Yan Jingxian said. Right, I personally know 2 sects that have been reduced to nothingness after being involved with her, that's why she can't stay here. Huang Qibing shouted. Fan Bai listened to the whole thing and became increasingly distressed. She tried her best to not cry behind Li Qie. The students agreed with this notion more. Earlier, they felt bad after listening to Li Qie since Fan Bai was indeed just a young lady. Alas, this so-called foredoomed star was followed by numerous calamities. No one would be at ease knowing that she was here in duality. That's right, we can't let her stay here. Chase her out of duality, this is for the greater good. One student shouted. I support this decision, misfortunes will come to both the academy and us. Another friend yelled. We're being nice enough by just asking her to leave. Do it or we'll teach her a lesson. One more said furiously. An overwhelming majority wanted Fan Bai to leave. The neutral party was fewer in number. Fan Bai, who had just gained some confidence, quickly lost it. This feeling of helplessness was present every time people chased her away. She didn't dare to face the crowd while hiding behind Li Qie. Meanwhile, Yang Ling was furious. Unfortunately, she couldn't say anything because too many others were yelling. The mass was against them. We shouldn't let this source of disaster linger in this world. We should burn her to stop her from inflicting further destruction. Zhang Changyu shouted with a twisted and fierce expression. Bah, you're not a man, you only pick on people weaker than you. Yang Ling retorted. I'm only thinking for everyone else and the holy ground. She is nothing but trouble, burning her is the only way to get rid of the problem. Zhang Changyu's face turned red, but he was emboldened by the supporting students. Fan Bai trembled in horror and leaned closer to Li Qie. All of you, come then, let's see if your skills are as formidable as your mouths. Li Qie smiled at them. You're the one suggesting this. Zhang Changyu glared at Li Qie in response. Yes, come and do your best now. Li Qie gestured provocatively with his hand. So bold. The other side was furious at this total contempt. Junior brother Changyu, teach him a lesson now. An upperclassman said. Senior brother. Changyu stared at Zhang Yunji, waiting for instruction. A competition is fine, so that outsiders can't say we're afraid of a fight. Zhang Yunji smiled. Good. Changyu became confident and shouted, Li, I'm taking your dog head today. You alone? Seems like a scar is not enough to forget about the pain. You didn't learn the lesson from last time. Li Qie taunted. And if I join? Yan Jingxian said, since you're challenging all students from duality, I can't just stand and watch. Count me in too. Huang Qibing stood up, ready to avenge his divine bull. The three of them walked forward and exchanged glances. All three clearly wanted to kill Li Qie, judging by the murderous glint in their eyes. Anyone else? Remember, this is to the death. Li Qie smiled. Humph. Some students scowled in response. They also stared at Yunji, clearly waiting for his instruction. Yunji gazed at Li Qie and said, just our three friends here are enough. Fellow Daoist, go all out now, don't blame them if you were to die from holding back. We're more than enough to kill you. Huang Qibing said. Though he has heard of various rumors about Li Qie, he didn't buy that a woodchopper at the Conqueror level could be that strong. Moreover, there were three of them. This should be more than enough to kill him. I have to say, the titles of these 5 heroes aren't very good. Chapter 36-33, Zhang Changyu, Yan Jingxian, and Huang Qibing surrounded Li Qie. Clank. Zhang Changyu unsheathed his sword. Its glint erupted like a vast ocean. The sword seemed to be containing a torrential power. Yan Jingxian summoned a violet sledgehammer, seemingly made from lightning. It had currents surging along with the occasional thunderous explosions. Huang Qibing chose dual-wielding short halberds made from high earth-level Dao bones. It had runes depicting dragons and phoenixes. Thus, one halberd was draconic and the other of the phoenix affinity. It consisted of both offense and defense. Today is your last day. I will decapitate you. Zhang Changyu gritted his teeth and threatened. Killing Li Qie was the only way to wash away the previous humiliation. The other students began commenting. One of them murmured, there's a clear difference in power, not to mention 3-on-1. Senior brother Jingxian is far stronger too. The outcome is obvious to anyone. Not necessarily, their foe is Li Qie, the son of miracles. His cultivation doesn't prevent him from beating stronger people, don't forget about the hammer. Another shook his head. The students took a moment to think. In history, only Dao lords and top sovereigns were able to lift the hammer off the anvil. Generations of students in duality have tried and failed. This was definitely a miracle. True, don't use common sense to judge Li Qie. One more added, Teacher Du said that he is extremely devilish, no one else can match him in this regard. The impossible becomes possible with him around. You can attribute the hammer thing to luck, he might not be that strong. This is an actual fight, luck isn't enough. Just losing one move can result in death. Someone else didn't buy it. Senior brother Yan, teach him a good lesson. One spectator shouted. Let him know that the Academy's prestige isn't to be trifled with. His friends did the same. The majority was annoyed by Li Qie's attitude, so they hoped that the three would be able to take him down a notch. They became quite excited at the prospect. Li, since it's 3 against 1, you start first with whatever moves you want. Changyu pointed his sword at Li Qie. Seems like there's a misunderstanding. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. I won't be the one fighting. She is. He slowly stepped back and revealed Fan Bai, who was hiding behind him. Fan Bai didn't know what to do after hearing that she would be up to fight these three. She stammered and stared at him. Young master, just facing the crowd was an ordeal to her, let alone actually fighting. She trembled with fear. What? Yang Ling became startled and stopped Li Qie. No, she has only cultivated for a few days. How can you let her fight? She has no chance. The rest didn't expect Fan Bai to fight instead of Li Qie either. The whole thing made little sense. Is this a joke? One finger is enough to crush someone of her cultivation. This isn't a fight. One student loudly said. Is the brat crazy? Letting a new cultivator fight against those three? Ridiculous. Everyone stared at Li Qie and Fan Bai. He must be trying to kill her. A student with a darker mindset speculated, maybe he knows that he can't win, that's why he's letting her die instead. This coincidentally ends the whole debacle with him not doing anything. So despicable and shameless, he wants to use Zhang Changyu's group to eliminate the foredoomed star. He's selling her and betraying her trust. Some began looking down on Li Qie. Scummy traitor. Another insulted him. Is this a joke? Zhang Changyu didn't expect this development either. No need to use a butcher blade to kill chickens, this young miss here will do. Just one move is enough. Li Qie smiled and confirmed. What did he just say? Both Yan Jingxian and Huang Qibing couldn't believe their own ears. She will kill us with one move? More like the opposite. Jingxian stared at her and said. Ha ha ha, I've never heard something funnier than this. Huang Qibing laughed and said, a new cultivator wants to kill us with one move? You must be dreaming. Other students certainly agreed with this statement. This Li guy is crazy, to even say something like this, one student said. Everyone could tell that Fan Bai had only started cultivating recently. Her cultivation was shallow and insignificant. Even the weakest student in duality could beat her in one move. Young master, Fan Bai didn't know how to deal with this and was about to cry. You can't let her go to her death. Yang Ling shouted. Li Qie ignored her and stared at Fan Bai. If you can't take the next step today, you will never be able to. You'll always be branded as an unlucky star. Remember, your life is in your hand, no one else. You don't need charity or pity from anyone. Each word of his had a special rhythm striking deep into her mind. They kept on echoing inside, reaching her Tao heart and ocean of consciousness. The words washed away her unnecessary emotions such as fear and self-abasement. She became affected by his rhythm and began to calm down. This put her into a magical state. Go now. He ordered. These two words alone instilled endless courage into Fan Bai. She had unconditional trust in him, so she walked towards her three opponents. Her cute and frail appearance has disappeared, she became an entirely new person. Negative emotions were nowhere to be found. She threw away the past in order to face this tribulation and welcome her new life. She wanted to use actions to prove it, that her fate was her own. She didn't need pity and charity from anyone else. She closed her eyes and relaxed, looking dignified. This wasn't because she was afraid of looking at others. No, it was because she didn't need to look at them anymore. She only needed to look at herself and truly reflect. Buddha bowing. His voice echoed in her head, all Buddhas shall bow before my supremacy. The mantra began affecting her vitality. Chapter 36-34, Fan Bai reached the profound mysteries and dispelled all confusions at this moment. There was only one phrase in her mind, Buddha bowing. All Buddhas shall bow before my supremacy. She became immersed in an ocean of knowledge infused with the boundless Buddhist Tao. Start. She spoke softly as if mumbling. However, everyone clearly heard her, the word continued to echo in their ears. She closed her eyes and lowered her head, akin to a supreme Buddhist lord ready to chant a great mantra. The gods and devils were instantly purified. The students of duality suddenly saw the scene changing, that Fan Bai was no longer a frightened girl or the foredoomed star. She was now an ancient Buddha from the past. Just one word alone transformed her into this ultimate state. She could become the lord of a great domain, becoming part of the holy ground and an eternal Buddhist Tao. Yang Ling watched in astonishment. She had seen Fan Bai cultivating the simple movement before numerous times. She thought that Fan Bai was wasting time and energy in doing so, going as far as wanting to teach her some merit laws from duality. The movement was considered simple and meaningless. It couldn't be viewed as a technique. Even the simplest martial art from the mortal world was 100 times better. Of course, This all changed once Fan Bai assumed her sacred state. Is this magic? We're seeing things, right? Some students composed themselves and shook their head. We'll see about that. This is nothing but trickery, you can't scare us. Let's go. Zhang Changyu shouted and glanced at his teammates. He was the first to attack with a horizontal/unleashing torrential waves of a dark green shade. They wanted to swallow Fan Bai and pierce her heart. Yan Jingxian also made his move by taking one powerful step forward to slam his sledgehammer downward, break. He released explosive sound waves with unstoppable momentum. The terrains in front were decimated. My turn. Huang Qibing also attacked with haste, using both halberds at the same time. The right halberd resembled a black dragon with sharp claws capable of lacerating everything. The left halberd assumed the shape of a phoenix. It flapped its wings and shot out gales and feathers, all aiming at Fan Bai's weak spots. These three weren't the best students in duality. However, they were far stronger than cultivators at the same age. On the other hand, Fan Bai was a junior who had only started cultivating recently. She absolutely stood zero chance. Normally, just Changyu alone was more than enough to deal with someone like her. It was shocking to see the three working together. People would have made fun of them for doing so. How could a little girl stop their combined attack? One student said, Li Qie is so despicable, offering the girl to them. As the three moves were soaring towards her, she finally lifted her hand in what seems to be slow motion. However, she wasn't that slow. It's just that time and space seemed to be freezing from her hand movement. A new momentum was rising along with Buddhist mantra and Grand Tao. This new affinity was firmly within her grasp. It felt so natural and voluntary. Fan Bai had a new aura, but there was also a hint of Li Qie's presence. Buzz. A Buddhist radiance engulfed her. Laws of this doctrine accumulated around her and mantras could be heard. Each could flatten 100,000 miles of land. Her true fate emerged as she turned into the Lord of Buddhism. The laws and Tao of this belief seemed to be originating from her. The students had no idea that in the Holy Land right now, the power of this affinity was gushing out just like an endless ocean. It continued flowing and entered her body, allowing her to use it freely. In this blink of an eye on White Deer Peak, an old man opened his eyes and became startled. Who is using this Buddhist power? He activated his heavenly gaze and instantly saw Fan Bai's hand movement since he was the closest there. In an old shrine in Heavenly Dragon Temple, an aged monk felt this power and couldn't sit still. He stared towards the horizon and placed his palms together, Amitba, a fortune for Buddhism. In a pavilion inside Divine Ghost Division, one old man stood up. His blood eyes could see through the samsara. He became startled and said, "Who is it?" To have such high attainment in Buddhism, a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple. Deep in the royal palace of Vajra, two people became alarmed. One of them looked around, shocked. There are only two people in the holy ground that can channel this much power, the donkey from Heavenly Dragon and that man. How can he be alive? The other smiled wryly and shook his head. Another potential unrest, what a shame. Alas, these great masters failed to see one thing. Even the old man in duality didn't notice it despite being so close. They only saw how Fan Bai was channeling Buddhist energy from the holy ground, not that she has taken root in the ocean of Buddhism. There was a sliver of a different power emanating from her. It was murderous and contained the might of the high heaven. However, its murderous affinity has been purified. Even those who could sense it wouldn't think of it as aggressive, only that it was one of the purest forces in existence, the force of life. This unique power was fusing perfectly with Fan Bai. The holy ground of Buddhism began serving to gestate this power along with Fan Bai. On the other hand, this power also gave back to the holy ground. It refined worldly energies and essences, then sent some back. Thus, the two affinities complemented each other in an immaculate manner. Unfortunately, no one understood this wondrous process, and that when Li Qie changed Fan Bai's fate, he also established a foundation for her to utilize these energies. Fan Bai herself had no idea. Boom! The three opponents were confident of their sure-kill moves. Alas, they were blown flying and started vomiting blood. They then smashed into the ground, bloodied. The spectators became astounded. Some didn't believe their own eyes at this battle that had just abruptly ended. Chapter 36-35. The spectators thought that this might be the strangest thing they have ever seen in their life. A new cultivator actually defeated top students from Duality Academy. The gap in cultivation should have been insurmountable, so this was an impossibility. Just think about it, trying to defeat someone one level higher was tough enough, let alone a whole realm. This required powerful treasures or special methods. Beating someone a whole realm higher could be considered miraculous. The victor would have to pay a huge price, most of the time. But what about 2, 3, or even more realms? Everyone would consider this suicidal right away. That's why they thought Wuxia was pushing Fan Bai towards her death. Even a fool knew that this was hopeless since the current disparity went beyond 3 realms. One was a new cultivator while the other side was at the Samadhi realm. This was akin to an ant trying to fight 3 giants at the same time. Because of this, Wuxia was reviled by the students. They thought that he was despicable for choosing this option. Now, their mouth was wide open while their mind was empty. They couldn't accept this development. Even the defeated party had no idea what was going on. They were certain that their moves would kill Fan Bai. However, the boundless Buddhist power descended and they saw a supreme lord instead of a little girl. This ancient Buddhist lord could easily take anyone down. Even the top talents such as Zhang Yunji were lost. They didn't see everything clearly. Fan Bai simply pressed her hand down. This wasn't a technique at all. Nonetheless, the simple move managed to defeat 3 geniuses. Yang Ling was the most affected one out of them all. She saw this simple movement many times previously and even wanted to teach Fan Bai something better. This shocked and embarrassed her. The technique was fine, the problem was her lack of knowledge and inability to see through the mysteries. This merit law was created by Wuxia, so she began staring at him. She found him to be unfathomable despite his ordinary appearance. It's that simple, defeat your heart devil first then subdue your foes. Wuxia said. Fan Bai eventually regained control. She had no words to describe her current emotions. She stared at her hands and saw the light of dawn leading her to untold possibilities. She was no longer the rat who needed to hide. There was no need to feel inferior to anyone. Fear and weakness were no longer necessary. She has done nothing wrong in the past and still suffered greatly. Her fate did a number on her, but now, she could finally change and control it. She didn't need to wander aimlessly and lament her own situation. Now, she can be herself, a new Fan Bai instead of the foredoomed star. My fate is up for me to decide. She murmured while looking at her hands. Tears inadvertently streamed down her cheeks. When she was being reviled and chased, she always held them back. Tears would only flow once she became alone. Staying tough mentally was crucial in order to survive. Now, the tears had nothing to do with fear and pain. This was because her life has completely shifted direction. Kill them. Wuxia interrupted her emotional reflection. She stared at the 3 opponents, unable to answer. She had never killed anyone in the past. Plus, this would be a serious offense in duality. The students heard this and exchanged glances. No one told her to stop because the winner had the right to do whatever they wanted. This was a fight to the death in the first place, not a friendly spar. The 3 would have killed Fan Bai in the case of her defeat. It was a matter of course for her to return the favor. Go! Zhang Changyu's group heard this and was horrified. They wanted to run while Fan Bai was still lost. Unfortunately, a black shadow got in front of them and stopped them from escaping after several steps. Boom! They got sent flying by the aggressive shadow, smashing into the ground once more while vomiting blood. People finally got a good look at the shadow. it was Lichia's boar that somehow got behind and hit them just now. It grumbled a couple of times before returning to its place. Everyone became speechless. Ah, the trio moaned and groaned. The boar hit their chest and broke bones all over. They couldn't even move now, let alone trying to escape. Do it. Lichia didn't bother to look at the three squirming on the ground. Young noble, help us. They had to ask Zhang Yunji for help. Yunji grimaced since he didn't expect the trio to lose. He thought that they would actually be able to capture Lichia. Fellow Daoist Li, the outcome is decided. They have lost and admitted defeat, how about sparing them? Yunji asked Lichia. All eyes turned towards Lichia. Most would give Yunji some face because opposing him was unwise. Forget about it, they wouldn't have spared the young girl if she had lost. Someone scowled and answered before Lichia could. Chapter 36-36. The crowd followed the voice and saw that the speaker was none other than one of the 5 heroes, Samban Furious Axe, Lin Hao. No one retorted because this was an obvious truth. In fact, the trio would have killed Fan Bai then moved on to kill Lichia as well. It was understandable for Fan Bai to kill them now after winning. In reality, Zhang Yunji was wasting his breath. Lichia didn't give a damn about him and Fan Bai only listened to Lichia. This will ruin the atmosphere of duality. Zhang Yunji frowned and said. Lin Hao snorted in response. 3 top students attacking a new cultivator, that's what duality is about. Nothing is worse than this in the first place, they've embarrassed themselves, it's their fault for being weaker. Lin Hao was as direct as can be. Zhang Yunji's expression soured but still kept his cool. The students thought about it and some agreed with Lin Hao. Nothing was more humiliating than 3 grown men losing to a little girl. This wasn't the spirit of Duality Academy. Of course, none of them said anything because they had wanted to chase Fan Bai out. Do it. Lichia told Fan Bai, ignoring the plea. Fan Bai took a deep breath and walked slowly forward. She was in the best state of mind, no longer a frightened girl. Don't be insane. Zhang Chanyu turned pale with fear as he shouted, this is a serious offense in duality. Fan Bai ignored him, she only had ears for Lichia. Yan Jingxian was overwhelmed with dread as death was approaching. He shouted, I am a prince. Touch a hair of mine and there will be no place for you in the holy ground, Lichia. Tell her to stop. Huang Qibing bellowed. Unfortunately, Lichia didn't listen. Fan Bai moved her hand and brimmed with Buddhist energy. No one saw how she did it but the technique was already underway. Boom! It smashed onto the 3, reducing them to particles before they could scream. The particles then scattered with the wind, nothing was left behind. The crowd couldn't believe it. The trio was so confident at the start and now they no longer existed. Zhang Yunji's expression became ugly. These 3 were his henchmen or little brothers. Now, they died because of Lichia in spite of his pleading. Lichia didn't give him any face at all. He scowled and left, not wanting to linger behind. He arrived in a cool manner while leaving in the opposite way. This was quite embarrassing but all he could do right now was to hold a grudge. Anyone else wants to chase her away? Lichia smiled and asked the crowd. Meanwhile, Fan Bai calmly stood still like an entirely different person. She could finally stare straight at the crowd and meet their eyes without hesitation. It didn't matter if they thought of her as the foredoomed star. This was no longer important since she knew that she was just herself. Those shouting earlier for her banishment kept their mouths shut this time after seeing the demise of the trio. Leave if there's nothing else. Lin Hao laughed and told them. They exchanged glances and started dispersing. As they were leaving, one student murmured, how could a new cultivator defeat those 3? Magic or sorcery? Who knows? I didn't even see how she did it. His friend shook his head. Everyone saw her move her hand up and down, but that's it. They didn't notice anything peculiar, yet it was enough to defeat 3 powerful cultivators. Are you forgetting that she's the foredoomed star? Maybe she used this ominous power. Well, we just don't know anything about this evil power. A smart student speculated. Many found this to be a logical explanation. No, I feel that her power is very close to Buddhism. It's similar to Heavenly Dragon Temple. A stronger student mused. No way, Heavenly Dragon Temple is a system of our holy ground. Its power comes from the blessing of the Buddhist Tao Lords. She has a cursed fate, how can she use Buddhist power? Someone disagreed. Most thought that Fan Bai couldn't possess an orthodox power of the Buddhist doctrine. They assumed that she had access to an evil and ominous force. The old man on top of White Deer Peak stopped watching. He sat back down on his chair and sighed while feeling pretty good. I'm so lucky, truly unfathomable. Fan Bai was just a regular girl, yet Li Qie immediately taught her how to borrow the power of the holy ground. This was terrifying. He was shocked to see the process because very few in this world could do so. Just the little girl was dreadful, what about the master? He shivered and thought that he was wise for being subservient. After the students were gone, Lin Hao came closer and bowed towards Li Qie. Dao brother, I was blind back then and didn't know that you are a master blacksmith. Please forgive me. A while ago when Li Qie criticized his weapon refinement, he didn't agree and thought that Li Qie was spouting nonsense. However, he was smart enough to change his mind after seeing the guy lift the hammer on top of the pinnacle. He came back and carefully thought about his own weapon and other possibilities within the refinement process. Eventually, he chose to believe Li Qie and came here specifically to seek advice. What is it? Li Qie said flatly to the polite guest. He smiled wryly and rubbed his head. Dao brother, I took my time to consider your comment last time and I think there are problems with my refinement process. I come here to respectfully ask for guidance. Lin Hao got straight to the point. Li Qie glanced at him and responded, your stupidity is still salvageable, able to change your mind. Lin Hao coughed awkwardly after hearing this comment. He then sincerely asked, Dao brother, what are the flaws with my technique? The problem isn't your technique. Li Qie said, it's that you're too persistent, brittleness comes with toughness, think about it. He then entered the temple again. Brittleness, Lin Hao took his time pondering. Chapter 36-37. While inside the temple, Yang Ling stared at Fan Bai with curious flashes in her eyes. She asked, how did you do it? It has to be magic, right? Just one hand wave and you defeated those 3. I think only first sister can do it out of all the students right now. Just like this. Fan Bai waved her hand. She didn't have a good grasp on her own power. Like that? Yang Ling copied Fan Bai's action. In reality, she has seen this numerous times before and was relatively familiar. Alas, she tried and tried but nothing happened. On the other hand, Fan Bai could instantly control a majestic Buddhist power to eliminate her foes. There must be something I'm missing. Yang Ling concluded. This movement looked extremely simple and useless in battle. Even a weaker foe would easily strike her down if she were to do something like this. I don't know. Fan Bai shook her head. She didn't know the innate mysteries right now because she hasn't reached the right height. Once at that level, she would have full mastery over it. Li Qie told the old servant that she would be able to stand at the apex. Understanding this power was essential. Young master, what is this peerless merit law? Yang Ling had no choice but to ask Li Qie. Buddha bowing, it's useless to tell you anyway since you don't know. Li Qie flatly responded. Young master, how about teaching me? Just a little bit is okay. Her eyes turned bright as she smiled. It's not suitable for you, I can try and you still won't be able to learn it. Everyone has a suitable merit law. That combined with perseverance is the only way to reach the apex. Li Qie elaborated. Then what do you think is a suitable merit law for me? Yang Ling was smart enough to go down this route while acting cute with her eyes. How do I know? Li Qie chuckled and ignored her request. Young master, just teach me 1 or 2 merit laws. She was also thick-skinned today and started acting coquettish. No, even half a technique is fine, young master. She realized that this could be a great opportunity, especially today due to the current mood. Fine, I guess this is fate. Li Qie smiled and said, how about sword point? Sword point? Yang Ling became excited. Are you talking about the technique left behind by Sword Emperor on Comprehension Peak? Yes. Li Qie nodded. You actually understood this? Yang Ling was startled at first, but then again, she thought that this wasn't strange. Li Qie had a penchant for surprising people. What about the technique left behind by Duality Master? Yang Ling became curious. Li Qie smiled without responding. You understood that too? This time, she was truly astonished. Anyone else wouldn't believe Li Qie, but she had absolute confidence in him. Young master, can I learn that technique then? She composed herself and blinked cutely. Li Qie stared at her. Please, young master, I will work hard, harder than ever before, 100 times harder. She hurriedly convinced him. Seems like you're smarter than you appear. Li Qie shook his head and said, fine, I'll teach you Duality Master's technique, palm spread. Yes. Yang Ling shouted excitedly after hearing this. Why do you want to learn this instead of sword point? Li Qie asked. Because Duality Master's technique is unique. No one has been able to understand it or cultivate it. Yang Ling revealed her thoughts. This isn't the case for Sword Emperor's technique. He has plenty of descendants, so this technique must have been learned by countless people in history. It lacks the same cool distinction. Go, come at the right time tomorrow to train. Li Qie waved his hand. Yang Ling cheered and ran out of the temple. The old servant watched her leave with a rare smile on his face. He said, the girl isn't a bad person. She just has a shallow perspective. Yang Ling didn't know that she had given up on the better opportunity in Sword Point versus Duality Master's technique. Everyone has their own fortune. Li Qie said, 2 sides to everything, good and bad. A sharp sword is a great weapon, but it can also easily cut the user. Palm spread to gather the ocean is a stable merit law, good for mental tranquility. Of course, if she were to go far enough, Sword Point would have been more suitable. She'll be able to make a name for herself with regard to the sword Dao. Unfortunately, this Dao has a sharp sword and a cold heart, not necessarily a good thing. True. The old servant nodded, all paths are different. There have been plenty of masters in history, but none can truly claim perfection. A heart without regret is a type of perfection, something worth cultivating. Being number 1 at cultivation doesn't equate a perfect Dao. Li Qie replied. The old servant paused for a moment before nodding his head, agreeing with the comment. He then took his leave to perform his duties. On the next day, the old man came to visit again. He was more respectful and nervous this time while standing before Li Qie. He brought a long list and handed it to Li Qie. Young master, these are all the ores and metals in our reserve, do you need any of them? The long list contained extremely precious metals and ores. Some were coveted by all. Just this list alone was indicative of Duality's immense foundation and resources, no need to even bring up the treasures and artifacts. Li Qie took a gander at the list before glancing at the old man. There are a lot of decent items, but as for the real good stuff? Looks like their number is diminishing. We descendants are unfilial. The old man smiled wryly. The reserve and treasuries have been increasing in size, just not anything truly valuable. There was a reason for this. The academy might have produced plenty of Dao lords and sovereigns, but they eventually created their own sections. They left behind gifts to pay the academy back, but certainly not their best items. There are a few decent ones, just not suitable for me, it's a shame. Li Qie shook his head and returned the list to the old man. I apologize for my uselessness. The old man accepted the list and told Li Qie, I think 2 places might have what you're looking for. Oh. Go on. Li Qie chuckled. You certainly have heard of the first place. The old man said, Sacred Mountain. He stopped here without elaborating. I know what you're trying to say. Li Qie shook his head. It's not hard for me to go up there, it's just that I don't want to bother with the long trip. The old man thought that it was strange but didn't pursue the issue. The other place is closer to Duality, Wish Ward. The old man continued, it's the biggest market in the Holy Ground, might be all of southern West King too. You might be able to find what you need there. If not, they'll be able to help you procure the items. He paused for a bit before finishing. I heard that some top-level artifacts are there right now, many big shots will be coming to take a look. You should too, young master. A bit interesting. Li Qie smiled. Would you like me to go make preparation? He asked. No need, I can go take a look myself. Li Qie waved his hand. Chapter 36-38. The branch here of Wish Ward is the largest one in the southern West King. You can spend 3 days and 3 nights there and it still won't be enough. I've been there several times, so let me guide you, young master. Yang Ling also wanted to follow along after hearing Li Qie's intent on visiting Wish Ward. Li Qie agreed and told the old servant and Fan Bai to stay in Duality. He packed lightly before embarking. Yang Ling was ecstatic to be able to tag along. She prepared in a jiffy and waited for Li Qie. The 2 of them only got out of the entrance for a bit before a carriage slowly stopped near them. Creak. The carriage door opened and a gorgeous girl walked out, brightening the scene in the process with her presence. She had a special characteristic, a half-moon mark on her forehead. It didn't hinder her beauty in the slightest and actually made her even more visually interesting. She had a light touch-up of umber black dye for her eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth and a perfectly oval face. Her features were perfectly balanced, meaning that it was beautiful from all angles. One would never get tired of looking at her. She wore a simple, light yellow dress, elegant yet vivacious. A pendant with a few gems was chosen. They made her look both youthful and noble. This was quite suiting for her aura, refined yet still amicable, hidden yet still prestigious. People wouldn't view her as being superior or conceited. This was akin to having a noble or a big sister for a neighbor, something quite pleasant to enjoy. She also had an air of auspicious clouds around her. They didn't originate from a merit law or cultivation but rather innate. It made her look mysterious. Princess Ling, young nobly, where are you going? Would you want a ride? Her voice was pleasant like an oriole chirping. Senior sister Xiaoya, we're going to Wish Ward. Yang Ling seemed excited to see this girl. What a coincidence, me too. Let's go together. Her reserved smile resembled a blossoming apricot. Young master, is that okay? Yang Ling stared at Li Qie, awaiting his decision. Duality Academy was far away from Buddha Emperor Division. Moving on feet would take a considerable amount of time regardless of their speed. It's fine. Li Qie smiled and carefully judged the girl without holding back, checking her inside and out. She seemed free-spirited and at ease, not offended by his prying eyes. The group entered the carriage and their journey began. From the outside, it resembled an ordinary carriage, but inside was an independent dimension looking like a palace. Thus, this was a mobile palace. Senior sister Xiaoya, you travel with style. Yang Ling judged the carriage and praised. She was a regional princess of Vajra but didn't have a mobile palace. A senior in the clan lent it to me since my house is far from Duality. The girl smiled. Possessing this artifact meant having a prestigious background. However, her pleasant words showed no sign of arrogance. In the middle of the palace was a master chair. Li Qie walked there and lay down without any hesitation. He seemed to be at home. The girl usually rested there, but she didn't mind Li Qie taking her spot. Young master, senior sister is one of the 5 heroes of duality. Yang Ling introduced the two since she thought that Li Qie didn't know. My name is Qi Xiaoya, though this is our first meeting. I have heard of your name before since you're quite famous. Qi Xiaoya bowed slightly. Her title was Exquisite Pagoda. She usually kept to herself the most out of the 5 heroes. Moreover, she was the only one not from the holy ground. Her clan was an ancient one located at the end of righteous sect. A mortal would never be able to traverse this distance, hence her comment earlier about the far journey. Call me young master. Li Qie chuckled. Yang Ling shrugged, having grown used to his attitude. Xiaoya was surprised, but she didn't find this off-putting. She bowed and said, deference is no substitute for obedience. Nice to meet you, young master. You're smarter than that lightning sword or whatever, way stronger than them too. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Thank you, young master, for your generous praise. She bowed again in a humble manner. From the Qi? Li Qie asked. Yes, do you know our clan? She asked, curious. She was surprised because she heard that Li Qie grew up in Myriad Beast Mountains and didn't interact with outsiders. Moreover, they were so far away from the holy ground. I've read about your clan before. He smiled before pausing a bit and adding, time flies by so fast, things have changed. He seemed to be ruminating after saying this. Young master, senior sister's clan had a Dao lord before. Yang Ling was afraid that Li Qie didn't know. The ancestor didn't accept this title. Xiaoya sighed and said, something happened back then and the ancestor left early, not comparable to the other Dao lords. That aside, your ancestor really became a Dao lord. It's just that something unfortunate happened. Yang Ling replied. The holy ground wasn't around when the Qi had a Dao lord. Unfortunately, this Dao lord entered the life forbidden zone and never came out. This was a tragedy for their clan. Since the start of the Myriad Dao era, Dao lords rarely disappeared without a cause. An exception was their Dao lord, Scarlet Moon. Back in the Chaos era, many Dao lords died or disappeared for a multitude of reasons. However, after numerous expeditions from Duck Egg Dao Lord, Azure Ancestor, Space Dragon Emperor, Golem Ancestor, Sword Queen, and many others, 8 Desolaces stabilized. That's why the case of Scarlet Moon Dao Lord from the Myriad Dao era was considered aberrant. Xiaoya smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't take it too seriously. Your blood is quite pure. Li Qie suddenly changed the topic. 2 different bloodlines, I see, half from pure and half from half moon. 2 in the same body yet still pure, extremely rare. You can see it? Qi Xiaoya became startled. Her bloodlines weren't considered a secret or anything, but she never told outsiders. Moreover, her clan was reclusive as well. Only a few outsiders actually knew about her 2 grand bloodlines. Now, Li Qie, whom she had never met before, was privy to this information. Yes. Half Moon and Pure Blood Tribe, so long ago. He looked to be pondering again after saying this. It was because he had nearly forgotten due to the passage of time. Young master, how do you know so much about the Qi? Yang Ling was surprised too. She only knew that Xiaoya was from the Qi. However, her knowledge was limited to general information. For example, the Dao Lord who had an unknown fate. I've read enough books. Li Qie smirked. Really? Yang Ling was skeptical. She didn't think that the bloodline thing would be written down. Then do you know the most famous story about the Qi? The one that is admired by all? She wanted to test Li Qie. What story? Li Qie smiled. You don't know then, it's a story envied by all future generations. Yang Ling was happy to have the upper hand. Chapter 36-39, go on. Li Qie didn't mind the gloating girl. You know about their bloodline but not their legend? This is one of the most famous stories in all of West King. It's very romantic. Yang Ling rolled her eyes. Do tell. Li Qie chuckled. So it pertains to the progenitor of the Qi, Yang Ling began. Rumor has it that a very long time ago, well, too long for anyone to know when. The progenitor was only a mortal, yet he was in love with a fairy from a big sect. Everyone thought that he was a frog trying to eat swan meat. No one expected him to actually be loved by the fairy. The two eventually got together. A mortal and a prestigious cultivator? How unbelievable. Her eyes brimmed with enthusiasm as she went on. The most incredible thing was that their love stood strong and they grew old together as husband and wife, becoming a subject of envy. She had nothing but admiration and envy when talking about this famous legend. The story was indeed special. After all, cultivators were virtually immortals in the eyes of regular mortals. They lived long and could travel freely with wondrous abilities. Sadly, cultivators never cared about mortals. The latter was nothing more than ants. Thus, a mortal and a fairy weren't from the same world. The two shouldn't even have the chance to meet. Just imagine, a fairy of a sect had limitless potential. She could go on to become the sect master and be in charge of millions of lives. Moreover, she certainly had no lack of suitors. Prodigies from the other sects tried to court her. Why did she fall in love with a mortal? Any listener would think that this was only a romantic fairy tale. Alas, these were the facts. In the end, she chose to grow old with him. Remember, a cultivator could live for thousands of years or far longer. This was quite normal. As for someone of her status and talents, she would have been able to live for tens of thousands of years without needing hibernation. Therefore, her sacrifice became a song for future generations detailing the greatest love. The Qi clan became famous due to this story. They were founded by the two lovers and had always been reclusive. Later on, it became more well-known due to Scarlet Moon Dao Lord. The talented cultivator brought the clan back into 8 decimalaces. Otherwise, it would have been more forgotten. It's just a false interpretation by future descendants. Qi Xiaoye sighed after seeing the excited Yang Ling. Yang Ling calmed down and asked, "Senior sister, is the story not true? Your progenitor wasn't a mortal." "Our progenitor is indeed a mortal and his wife was a cultivator. However, a few things were exaggerated." Xiaoye had to reveal. "So the story is still true." Yang Ling let out a sigh of relief. The romantic tale was still grounded in reality. A mortal marrying a fairy must have been difficult. Li Qie smiled and said, "You really haven't heard of it, young master? This tale is widespread in West King. There are many leisure books and plays about it." Yang Ling was surprised. "I see. It is worthy of being praised." Li Qie looked outside and chuckled. This story amused him. People always wanted to embellish certain tales and legends. Alas, the truth was usually hidden. Plus, there was no point in digging it out. Thus, Li Qie himself also didn't bother mentioning the minor details surfacing from his memories. It has been too long and he had almost forgotten about these people and events. This beautiful story and the perfect ending were better left alone. The inheritance of a bloodline, a sign of existence. Li Qie said sentimentally. A dead person would eventually be forgotten. However, their bloodline could pass down for millions of years. At the very least, a piece of them continued to exist. Maybe in a sense, this was another reason for reproduction. As Yang Ling was lost in appreciating the story, Qi Xiaoyan noticed Li Qie's strange expression. Though she couldn't read him, she could see that he was thinking about something profound. "What are you thinking about, young master?" she asked softly. "I'm naturally appreciating the beautiful love. It's not easy to be that dedicated to someone, very grand and admirable. A great outcome from a questionable beginning, a grand fortune after a potential disaster. This culminated into a perfect tale, few are as lucky." Li Qie stopped looking outside and said, Right, the ending is really perfect. Yang Ling added. That's what people say. Xiaoya nodded. Though exaggerated, this tale was still the beginning of her clan. Your progenitor's wife is an amazing woman. Li Chia suddenly gave this opinion. You know more about the story? Xiaoya could tell that he knew something special. Today wasn't the first time he heard of it. No, first time hearing this version. Li Chia chuckled, not worrying about the accuracies of the story. You've heard other versions before? Yang Ling became curious, wanting to know everything possible about this perfect love. Li Chia didn't answer. He rather left future descendants with a perfect love story. Seems like my heart has grown soft with old age. Li Chia sighed and said. Old? Young master, when we first met, I actually thought that you were younger than me. Yang Ling stared at him and said. Li Chia smiled because Yang Ling couldn't see through him. On the other hand, Xiaoya tilted her head while pondering. She thought that this guy was unfathomable. Prior to this, she had heard about his experiences back in Myriad Beasts Mountain. Nonetheless, the students of duality still talked about him with a touch of contempt. Now, after actually meeting him, she thought that he wasn't just a simple woodchopper. Chapter 3640. The 5 divisions were located in Buddha Emperor Plateau. Among them, Metropolis and Buddha Emperor were in the same region. In reality, Necropolis was rather loosely defined. The border areas, in particular, weren't strictly allocated to a single division. Here, dozens of cities or more were connected, hence the name Necropolis. As for the floating one in the center, this was considered the core of Buddha Emperor Division, home to the court of Vajra dynasty. Beneath this giant one were numerous cities connected together, a true example of prosperity. Officials and nobles from the court lived here along with other clans and sections. All in all, Necropolis was definitely the most complex division in terms of inhabitants. Cultivators from all over the world came each day, not to mention the billions of mortals currently living here. Duality Academy seemed quiet compared to this lively place. Plus, it was farther away from the Buddha Emperor Division. In summary, Necropolis had the highest population, prosperity, and rowdiness out of the 5. People usually compared it to the capital of righteous sect with regards to the factors above. Qi Xiaoya's carriage slowly stopped on a crowded street. Wish Ward is right here, would you like to get out now? She opened the door for Li Chia. Here is fine. Li Chia walked down. Goodbye for now, young master, see you later. Qi Xiaoyi remained polite during the departure. Li Chia acted nonchalantly but Yang Ling kept on thanking Qi Xiaoya until the latter told her to stop. Senior sister Xiaoya is definitely the friendliest person I've met. She doesn't put on an act so everyone in the academy likes her. Yang Ling commented while looking at the departing carriage. Yang Ling was right. When talking about the 5 heroes, even Lin Hao with a humble background was prideful. He wouldn't talk to just anyone. As for Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji, nobles like them were even prouder and more arrogant. This wasn't the case for Qi Xiaoya. She was the easiest person to talk to and always treated people with respect. In fact, her background might be nobler than the others. After all, the Qi was an ancient clan. All of this made her attitude even more amazing. She's a smart girl, who doesn't like a smart girl? Li Chia chuckled. You do too. Yang Ling blinked at him. Li Chia smiled and didn't respond. His focus shifted to the arched door ahead. The street they were on had a sea of people coming and going. People's feet were virtually touching, one could easily get lost. The arched door in front of them had an ancient character carved at the center top, Wish. This stone door was massive and seemed suitable to be the gate of a city. This is the main branch of Wish, I love this place. Yang Ling spun happily around once and took a deep breath to bask in the lively atmosphere. Duality was lively as well, just not when compared to this place. Cultivators from all over the world came in large quantities. Even mortals visited. The diversity here was incredible. Li Qia also smiled while observing the street. This main branch is probably the biggest market in the south, you can buy anything here. She added, eager to come in. This was far from being her first time here. However, as a girl, going shopping was quite exciting. There was plenty of merchandise here as long as one had enough money. She had prepared plenty of spending money before leaving. Anything? Li Qia chuckled. Other famous auction houses or markets in the past suddenly emerged in his mind. Now, they no longer existed. Yes. Her eyes brimmed with excitement. As long as you can pay the initial price, even Dao Lord Merit laws are available for purchase. Well, I don't know if this is true or not since I can't afford them. Let's go take a look then. Li Qia smiled and entered the front gate with Yang Ling right behind him. Wish Ward wasn't just a simple store since it resembled a city more. It occupied more than half of the area of the actual city. All the stores here belonged to Wish Ward. One had to admit that the atmosphere was impressive, the accumulation of thousands of stores ready to sell. There was an archaic atmosphere wafting about as well. The streets were paved with granite. After millions of years and constant visitors, the initially coarse granite pebbles became glossy and smooth. The architectural styles were showing their age as well. The green and white tiles have lost their colors, assuming a state of gray. From a distance, the ward resembled an old castle that has witnessed generations of lives. Young master, did you know that Wish Ward is actually older than our holy ground? It's already here before, Yang Ling told Li Qia about its history. Li Qia quietly listened with a smile while looking at the surroundings. The founding year of the ward was impossible to figure out. People only knew that it was here way before the holy ground. It had thousands of branches all over the south as well. In a sense, Wish Ward was an extremely powerful faction, albeit hidden. Some believed that it was equal to or even stronger than Buddha Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. Impressive resolution. Li Qia nodded and praised during the trip. One could easily guess the power of Wish Ward just by the fact that it existed inside the territories of Buddha Holy Ground. After all, no one wanted to share a bed with someone else. Wish Ward actually has many fun places and interesting stories. For example, the most mythical one is the Hug Mouse. She introduced the place. Hug Mouse? Li Qia stopped looking around and asked. You haven't heard of it, it's a legend here. Anyone who meets it will become rich right away. She became excited since this was another thing Li Qia didn't know. Looks like you want to see it. Li Qia chuckled. Of course. She instantly responded, I'll be a wealthy lady right away and then I can buy whatever I want at the ward. She clenched her fists, seemingly fantasizing. Okay, stop daydreaming. Li Qia pinched her nose and woke her out of it. But the legend is true, the mouse really exists. Yang Ling said, I think a student from our academy met it before and became rich afterward. I know. Li Qia naturally knew this story. What? How? Yang Ling didn't expect this since he hasn't heard of the mouse. From the books. Li Qia smiled. 1. It's actually 2 characters in Chinese. Chapter 3641, Really now? She didn't think that this was written down in the books. You tell me. He smiled. Then tell me who met it, young master. She said with skepticism. Trying to test me? Do you know who it is? Li Qia replied. Well. I don't know the specifics, just that this student eventually became a big shot, a really important big shot. She smiled wryly. A big shot indeed, even for the standard of the academy. Li Qia nodded. So you actually know? Tell me which student it was then. Her eyes lit up, finally believing him. Yang Ling's curiosity was understandable. Meeting this mythical mouse meant obtaining a great fortune. No one knew where it came from, only that it has been around since the foundation of Wish Ward or even earlier. It's just that in the past, fewer managed to see it. Strangely enough, this mouse could only be found in the main branch, not the other places. No one knew what it looked like either. Nonetheless, earning its grace meant soaring upward. This wasn't a legend or a fake story either. Numerous characters in history have done so. Alas, they kept their mouths shut regarding the details. This made Wish Ward more popular. People wanted to test their luck here as well. Li Qie only smiled and didn't answer her question. Young master, please, just tell me." She started pulling on his arm and didn't give up. "You really want to know?" He glanced at her. "Of course I do, just tell me already." Yang Ling nodded repeatedly like a chicken eating grain while anxiously staring at Li Qie. "Five-colored sacred sovereign." Li Qie nonchalantly revealed. "Five-colored sacred dash." She shouted but immediately calmed down and covered her mouth. She looked around and noticed that no one heard them. Really? The dean is the one?" She quietly murmured, not expecting this answer. Li Qie nodded. She stood there in a daze. So the favored student back then was now the dean of duality. How come the dean never talked about this? She asked. In the holy ground, people only knew that a student was chosen a very long time ago. No one knew anything about the specific, nor did they try to find out. No wonder why he became one of the 4 grandmasters. So the mouse liked him. Yang Ling murmured. "Silly girl, what are you saying?" Li Qie gently knocked her head and said, "He became a grandmaster due to his power and intelligence. The mouse thing was just adding flowers on a fine brocade. In short, he won this fortune because he was brilliant enough to have this fateful opportunity. Everyone thinks that fortune is the reason for success, that some Dao lords and sovereigns were merely lucky, and if they were to have the same luck, they would become powerful Dao lords too. This is a foolish notion." Yang Ling listened attentively. Though Li Qie was only casually speaking, she still took it very seriously and memorized his guidance. This was indeed the case. Many young cultivators thought that they only lacked luck to become Dao lords. In reality, these powerful cultivators found success for different reasons. Fortunes and luck only added to it. Without these things, they would still become big shots in due time. It would just take longer. I think that makes sense. She eventually nodded in agreement. Yes, otherwise, the descendants of these Dao lords and sovereigns would become invincible masters too. Li Qie said. Right. She agreed. In history, how many children of Dao lords and sovereigns managed to actually reach the same height? The answer was very few. They had all the advantages available, from resources to access to fortunes. This wasn't enough. Yang Ling thought about the previous matter again and inquired once more, "Young master, how come the dean doesn't talk about the mouse?" Being favored by the mouse was an auspicious matter, a symbol of luck. That's why she found it strange that the dean never talked about it. He certainly has his reason. You'll understand when you have this fortune. Li Qie smiled and entered the busy street again. What do you mean? She gave chase but Li Qie stopped answering. There were thousands and thousands of stores in this branch, weapons, manuals, beasts. That's why as long as one had enough money, they would be able to buy anything here. There were also smaller merchants and peddlers operating on the streets. Plus, anyone who wanted to sell their stuff was around to set up a stand as well. Wish Ward didn't prevent people from selling stuff. There was only one rule, no swindling. Thus, Wish Ward had a strong reputation and buyers truly trusted the products found here. Due to the number of stores, a month still wasn't enough to see the entire ward. Though this wasn't Yang Ling's first time, she still loved looking at the stores. She saw items that made her heart beat faster. Unfortunately, she touched her pocket and had to give up. As a princess, she certainly had more money than regular students. Unfortunately, she wasn't allowed to squander. Meanwhile, Li Qie only looked around and didn't care for much. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Yang Ling asked after they have passed by several top stores known for selling top-rate materials. "Some ores and metals." Li Qie answered. Yang Ling didn't need to ask any more to know that Li Qie was looking for something outrageous. Otherwise, those stores earlier would have been enough to fulfill his requirements. Chapter 36-42. They scoured through several more large stores only to fail regarding Li Qie's search. Yang Ling became hungry in the meantime. "Young master, let's eat something first, I can't walk anymore," she complained. "That's fine." Li Qie wasn't in a hurry to buy materials. This was just a leisure stroll to him. Her eyes lit up as she smiled. "I know a vegetarian place, it's super hot right now, always busy even on regular days, and we need to have reservation too. But it's okay, I know someone there." She started swallowing her saliva after thinking about the food. "Seems like helping me buy materials is just an excuse, you're just here to eat." Li Qie saw her gluttonous appearance and said. "No, absolutely not, I'm clearly here to help you." Yang Ling turned red and denied it with haste. "I see, let's go then." Li Qie chuckled and nodded. Yang Ling cheered and then grabbed his hand to pull him forward. This girl was clearly familiar with this place and had a food plan laid out. The restaurant turned out to be a pavilion temple, clearly famous, evident from the guests waiting in line. Yang Ling did know someone here. They walked inside and met the chubby manager. She smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, I'm here again. Is there any available seat? I brought the young master to try some food." "You ran out of the academy again?" The manager stared at Yang Ling with doting eyes, clearly unable to say no to her. He seemed to be a senior. "No, we're here on official business," she said. He gossiped with the two and prepared an elegant corner near the window with a great view. One could see everything going on below. It was quiet as well, they wouldn't be bothered here. "Hee, see, I told you I knew someone here." Yang Ling gloated after sitting down. Li Qie smiled and started looking around the place. A while later, the food ordered by Yang Ling arrived one by one. She stopped talking and started eating, no longer looking like a noble lady from Duality and more like a hungry ghost. She opened her mouth wide and chowed down. "Yoang master, eat." She spoke with her mouth filled with food and her cheeks puffed out. "Not bad." Li Qie had a taste and nodded approvingly. He only sampled the dishes without eating too much. His eyes then fell on a guest not far from there, seemingly a woman with a table all to herself. She covered herself from top to bottom with a black robe. It was impossible to see her figure, fat or thin. However, from the exposed section of the veiled hat, her hair was white, looking pulchritudinous and enchanting. The ground behind her randomly flashed with a faint light. She purposely hid this phenomenon, but this wasn't enough to hide from Li Qie's eyes. Her table was covered with different dishes, but she only had a few bites. It seemed that she wasn't in the mood for eating. She occasionally looked outside, perhaps worrying about something. The lower half of her face was covered by a veil, but a discerning soul could notice a frown. "Young master?" Yang Ling stopped eating and noticed Li Qie's gaze. She became curious and took a look too. Of course, she didn't think Li Qie was stealing glances or had a crush on this girl. After all, he was completely aloof even when hanging around a top beauty like Qi Xiaoye. The girl's secretive clothing style also perplexed Yang Ling. However, people from all over the world came to wish ward. This wasn't especially strange. The girl seemed to have noticed the gazes and became alerted. She stood up, paid the bill, and left in a hurry. Li Qie smiled and didn't mind. He went back to eating. "Young master, there's a problem with that girl?" Yang Ling finally swallowed her food and asked. Something extraordinary must be going on to warrant Li Qia's interest. No, just thinking about a few things. Li Qia smiled. After all, seeing a member of that race is quite rare. What a coincidence. What race is she from? Yang Ling had no idea because it was impossible to see her figure, let alone noticing anything else. Li Qia didn't answer. Of course, he only found this strange, not actually caring too much. Yang Ling was smart and didn't pursue the matter. She went back to start a battle with the food again. A while later, someone came over and slightly bowed towards Li Qia. You must be senior brother Li. Yang Ling, who was immersed in a culinary experience, was surprised to hear someone else. She looked up and saw a scholarly youth standing by their table. He wore an embroidered robe that wasn't overly flashy. The craftsmanship was excellent and exquisite, adding to his noble aura. Your Highness. Yang Ling got up and bowed after seeing his face. Relax when we're outside. He smiled and shook his head. Yes. Li Qia had no reaction and kept on eating his food. Brother, may I sit down? The youth asked politely. Li Qia nodded and the youth sat down. Young master, he is the crown prince of Vajra. Yang Ling quietly told Li Qia to change the latter's attitude. Yang Ling's reaction was warranted. This youth was going to inherit the throne and become the ruler of Vajra. Her father was only a marquis, his status was far higher than hers. Li Qia casually responded, still didn't give a damn. Yang Ling couldn't do anything about it because Li Qia treated everyone in this manner. I've heard of your magnificent feat at Myriad Beast Mountains. The smiling crown prince didn't seem to mind. I wouldn't call killing 100,000 soldiers of your dynasty a magnificent feat. Li Qia glanced at him and smirked. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. The senior defender's army was naturally a part of Vajra. Now, this was definitely the wrong way to start a conversation with its crown prince. The prince's smile became a little awkward. He shook his head and said, I'm not involved with the military, the Grand Commander and Minister of War are responsible for that. This was a good response since he absolved of any responsibility with this issue. He wasn't here to talk about it nor to capture Li Qia. What is it? Li Qia smiled at him. This might have been a coincidental meeting, but the crown prince certainly had a reason for introducing himself. I'll get straight to business then. He cupped his fist and asked, Brother, may I take a look at the blade hanging by your waist? Yang Ling couldn't help taking a look. She recalled that Li Qia used it to chop firewood. Why not? Li Qia casually tossed it at the prince. The latter became startled and caught it. He held it with both hands, his expression became one of respect to Yang Ling's astonishment. Yes, it is a divine blade indeed. He eventually nodded and praised. He withdrew his gaze and asked Li Qia, Brother, could you tell me how the blade fell into your possession? Chapter 3643, This thing? It's just for chopping wood. I needed one and someone gave it to me. Li Qia casually responded. The crown prince didn't know what to say. He put on a forced smile and said, It's not meant for chopping wood. It actually had a great significance for his dynasty, so the whole thing was ridiculous. Oh. I use it for chopping wood, so that is its purpose now. Li Qia responded. The crown prince didn't know what to say. Sure, the owner could use it however he pleased. Your Highness, what is this blade then? Yang Ling asked. This is the ancestral saber of our dynasty. The prince paused for a bit and eventually revealed, it's also known as golden saber. The ancestral saber? Yang Ling blurted out in astonishment before covering her mouth. Her eyes were wide open while staring at this blade. She naturally lacked information on the specifics, but to be considered an ancestral saber? It meant that this was an incredible weapon. Alas, Li Qia still used it to chop wood. So why is it special? She calmed down and asked softly. It is a symbol of Vajra left behind by the founding fathers. For descendants like us, it represents authority. The prince elaborated. And there are two uses as well. He continued, first, the master of this saber is allowed to kill nobles, officials, and any citizen. Second, he can become a prince-in-law, able to pick any princess and join the royal family. The prince stared at Li Qia after saying this. You can pick any princess? Yang Ling was surprised once more. In Vajra, everyone dreamed about marrying a princess in order to obtain wealth and power. Now, the master of this saber could pick any of them? This was a dream come true. All men would want this to happen to them. Right. The prince had a solemn expression, and the first rule still applies after joining the noble family. Such an influential prince-in-law then, Yang Ling couldn't help glancing at Li Qia. There have been plenty of princesses in history. However, very few prince-in-laws were directly admitted to the royal family, joining the actual lineage. Putting that aside, the right to kill was extremely powerful. This was akin to obtaining the authority of the king. Young master, doesn't this mean that you have it made now? She became happy for him. Li Qia only chuckled. This saber or whatever could have great power and authority. Alas, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a tool to chop wood. According to the historical annals, this saber rarely showed up in history, the same with people capable of wielding it. In our royal family, only the ancestors have seen it, the younger generations never got this privilege. The prince then stared at Li Qia and said, Brotherly, this shows that there is fate connecting you and Vajra. Our door will always be open for you. Yang Ling became emotional and excited. If Li Qia were to join Vajra, he would possess great influence henceforth. No need to make this so complicated, it's just for chopping wood. Li Qia waved his hand and interrupted the crown prince. The latter had a strange glint in his eyes. Anyone else would be ecstatic right now to possess this saber, a symbol of power and status. However, Li Qia didn't give a damn. The members of the royal family would go mad with jealousy after hearing this. The prince also knew that this saber rarely showed up in history. It meant that an ancestor from the royal family had purposely sent it out. This ancestor must have had a good reason to do so. Brother, when you have time, please visit the royal court in Buddha Emperor Division. I'll be your guide and show you around. The prince handed the saber back to Li Qia, looking quite dignified. Li Qia hanged it back on his waist instead of treasuring it. Your Highness, shouldn't you introduce a few princesses to the young master? Yang Ling couldn't help joining the fun. Well, of course. The crown prince coughed and said, If you are interested, I'll introduce some of my younger sisters to you. There'll be an opportunity later. Li Qia said before drinking a cup of tea. The prince found the whole thing strange. Why did an ancestor pick Li Qia? Plus, he couldn't see through the guy at all. At this time, a youth walked down from the top floor and caused quite a stir. He looked exceptional with a stalwart figure. Auspicious energies circled around him, his shadow was moving as if his soul wasn't inside his body. He wore a violet robe that gave off a one-with-nature feeling. He had a cold yet non-arrogant expression. Of course, he didn't seem amicable either. Though there was a lack of aura, he possessed an inborn air of nobility. He seemed destined for greatness with a noble bloodline. Others would feel that they couldn't reach his level, just one glance forced them to be subservient. He had a strong and firm stance like a violet mountain. His flickering shadow didn't diminish this unyielding property. Phantom Saint Child. The guests immediately recognized and hurried over to greet him. Phantom Saint Child? Yang Ling was startled too. The crown prince also stood up and felt the same way. Phantom simply greeted the enthusiastic crowd with a nod. He was one of the 4 famous geniuses in the Holy Ground. The others in the group were Duality's Dugalan and Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. His master was one of the 4 Grand Masters, 8 Tribulation Blood King. The crown prince politely apologized to Li Qia before leaving to catch up. Nice to see you, Saint Child. The prince greeted. Your Highness. Phantom bowed slightly. Don't be so reserved now. The prince hurriedly stopped him from bowing. Phantom's expression was still natural despite being in the presence of Vidra's crown prince. The two of them walked down the stairs and left the restaurant. Only Li Qie paid no mind to the big spectacle. After a while, Yang Ling calmed down and asked, "Young master, do you really not want to enter Vidra?" "Why should I?" Li Qie took another sip of tea. 1. This is common for ancient dynasties. It means that the wielder can dish out justice and kill before reporting, not actually kill whoever he wants. Chapter 36-44, Why not? Her eyes became wide open. "Young master, you'll have so much authority and influence after entering the court. If you don't like anyone, just cut him down. How amazing is that? Also, you can pick whichever princess too. Who knows, maybe you can marry several." She beamed with joy as she spoke as if she could already see Li Qie reaching the peak of his life. The second princess of Vidra is definitely a great beauty. She has the same mother as the crown prince. How about her? Yang Ling began planning for Li Qie regarding the most suitable princes. She contemplated for a bit before adding, but then again, the seventh princess is rumored to have the best personality, very gentle. I haven't seen her before, but she's famous for her beauty too. That's probably better, gentle and pretty, perfect for you, young master. Okay, stop letting your imagination run wild. Li Qie shook his head, having never thought about this matter. Back during the meeting with the carriage driver, he told the guy to kneel and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, the driver didn't grasp this opportunity. As for this ancestral saber or whatever, it meant nothing to him. Fine, Yang Ling sighed after seeing a lack of interest from Li Qie. How's the crown prince doing in the court? Li Qie changed the topic. Yang Ling, who was eating, stopped. She looked around to check that no one was listening to them before whispering, "I heard from father that he's not doing too well. Things aren't going according to his wish, looks like the competition is fierce." Li Qie smiled. Yang Ling remained cautious and spoke softly, "I don't know the details, but my father keeps on chattering about it. So, the third prince still wants the throne. He has great contributions and military feats in the frontier. On the other hand, the crown prince is always staying at the main branch, never leading the troops for one day. Some even said that the crown prince hasn't achieved anything, that's why many actually support the third prince." She actually didn't care for the royal competition in the slightest. Alas, she was still a noble and her father was a marquis who was always attentive about the minute changes in the court. Thus, she learned a few things as well. It's normal for a crown prince to protect the capital. Li Qie said. But, I heard father said that whoever wants to become the next king needs the support of the 5 divisions. Otherwise, they wouldn't last very long. That's why the third prince is trying to recruit the other 4. Yang Ling elaborated. Vidra was in charge of the holy ground and acted as the representative of Sacred Mountain. Though Sacred Mountain never directly interfered, it still had a final say whenever a new king was appointed. Prior to this, the next in line also needed the support of the other divisions. For example, Duality Academy usually spoke for Metropolis, Divine Ghost Division had Myriad Blood Sect. So he has supporters already. Li Qie smiled. I'm not sure. Yang Ling responded, all in all, I believe many nobles in Metropolis are backing him up, especially the military clans such as the Li. However, my father said that Duality and the Dean matter the most when it comes to Metropolis. The crown prince is in trouble then. Li Qie nodded. No wonder why the guy left so early. It seemed that he wanted to curry favor from Phantom Sacred Child. Right, the third prince has been in the spotlight in recent years. Yang Ling said, it seems that he and the Minister of War, Sir Sima, are very close. Sir Samar represents the Mortal King Division, one of the strongest out of the 5. Moreover, he's winning considerable support in Divine Ghost too. It depends on 8 Tribulation Blood King for this one. Yang Ming paused since she needed to swallow her food before continuing. As for Buddha Emperor Division, the ancestor of the royal clan also likes the third prince. That's why everyone is saying that in just 2 years, the king might replace the crown prince. The king of Vidra, huh? Li Qie smiled. His Majesty isn't well. Yang Ling remained prudent as she spoke with a low volume. There are rumors of him being enamored with eternal life, no longer caring about anything else. He either trained in isolation or tried to find pills and longevity methods. That's why certain officials don't respect him. The court and other administrative businesses are carried out by the minister and national teacher. Li Qie only smiled after hearing this. She continued to eat for a bit before taking a break. Her eyes flashed as she asked, "Young master, if you were to join the court, who will you support?" "Who do you support?" Li Qie answered with a question. Yang Ling tilted her head in rumination. She eventually said, "I don't know, but definitely not the third prince." "Why not?" Li Qie asked. "I don't think he's a good person since he destroyed many sects by the border. When he becomes king, he might destroy us and Duality Academy too." Yang Ling replied. "Silly girl." Li Qie chuckled. If a single king can destroy duality, it wouldn't be here right now, nor would it be Vidra's turn. Sacred Mountain would have done so long ago. True. Yang Ling agreed with this logic. She then said, "But he might destroy my clan though. It's within the realm of possibility." "Then destroy him first." Li Qie said. "No way." Yang Ling looked around again before whispering, "If others hear this, they might spread it and the court will massacre my clan." Yang Ling's reaction was understandable. The punishment for being a traitor was death. Plus, her clan only had a minor title, not an influential military clan like the Li or a civil clan like the Zhang. These two clans had immense resources and foundations. "It's no big deal, just take the initiative," Li Qie casually responded. Yang Ling stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak anymore. If her father knew that she was out running her mouth, he would definitely scold and ground her forever. Little did she know that this casual conversation just now had sealed the fate of the third prince. Of course, the ambitious prince himself had no idea. He was gathering forces everywhere, thinking that he would definitely become the next king, the lord of this region. Unfortunately, this little girl's comments made it impossible for him. "Okay, I'm sure you're full now," Li Qie said. He only had a few bites even though the table was filled with food. The girl ate virtually everything. Her stomach was round by this point. She secretly rubbed it under the table while feeling a bit embarrassed. "Young master, am I a fatty?" "At least you know yourself." Li Qie chuckled since she looked so cute. "You can't blame me for this, it's because the vegetarian food here is too good, anyone will eat until they can't move." Yang Ling turned red from embarrassment, her words became quieter towards the end, almost like the sound of a mosquito buzzing. Li Qie didn't eat that much so her argument failed. Li Qie smiled and paid the bill. Yang Ling followed right behind him. "Young master, I know the sixth princess, actually. Do you want me to introduce you to her?" Yang Ling asked. Who knows if she didn't give up or just felt bad about eating too much and wasting Li Qie's money, so this was reparation. "No need." Li Qie refused right away and joined the crowded street. 1. Her father could be a marquis or a duke, this isn't clear. The latter seems right given her title as a princess. Marquis is a lower-ranking noble. Chapter 3645. Yang Ling took Li Qie to several more stores. Alas, the materials inside didn't catch his attention. Finally, Li Qie stopped before a store with a plaque carved with a simple name, Seafood. Next to it was a diagram depicting 8 arms, looking quite strange. Yang Ling glanced at the plaque and didn't think much of it. "Let's go in for a look." However, Li Qie told her. We We're buying seafood? She became surprised because they have been to the biggest stores with the best materials already. Why were they going into a seafood place now? How bizarre. Moreover, it looked so tiny and probably didn't have anything good. Nonetheless, she caught up to Li Qia, who was already inside. Young master, you're craving seafood? She asked and only got a smile in response. They found that the store was quite small. In fact, it was empty and there was no seafood to be found. A clerk came over and greeted them. He was a demon with a human body and an alligator head. There was a long tail behind him too. Esteemed customers, are you looking for something? The clerk had a bright smile. Just imagine an alligator opening its mouth wide, that's the same as showing off his sharp, white teeth as if wanting to chomp someone's head off. Isn't this a seafood place? Yang Ling looked around and said, where did all the seafood run off to? The young master wants to eat. The clerk stared at her, puzzled. Li Qia chuckled and shook his head, silly girl, I didn't say that I want seafood. He then told the clerk, show us your good merchandise. Ah, you're here to take a look, come, let's go inside first. The clerk smiled and led Li Qia back through another door. Yang Ling followed right behind him. The moment they took one step in, the scene suddenly changed. The small store turned into a vast ocean under a blue sky. They were standing on a beach with soft sand. One couldn't help wanting to walk barefoot in this area. This place was perfect to take a break from the rowdiness of Wish Ward. They could enjoy this beautiful scene of nature along with the pleasant sea breezes. A manager could be seen sitting at his desk. He seemed to be auditing something with his abacus, going at great speed. He had a huge frame. His loose robe couldn't hide his bulging muscles. They brimmed with power as if there were true dragons roaring in his blood. A warrior like him should be wielding a hammer and destroying the realms. However, his actual weapon was an abacus. The contrast took everyone by surprise. The two weren't the only guests here. Other clerks with the same alligator form were helping other customers check out at the desk. Your store is this big? Wow. Yang Ling regained her wits and found this minor dimension incredible. This was her first time seeing a minor dimension used in this manner. She has visited Wish Ward numerous times and had no idea about this unique store. Fairy, do you know that our Xiong clan is known for having the best aquatic merchandise? Not just in the south but in all of 8 Desolaces, no one has a store bigger than ours. We have everything under the sea for sale here. The clerk smiled. So it's really a seafood store. Yang Ling understood after entering this place. However, it seemed wasteful to use spatial manipulation for the sake of setting up a seafood store. This was akin to a tycoon utilizing his best store to sell random fish or shrimp. It was a little ridiculous. We do have seafood. What kind are you looking for? Remember, as long as it is underwater, we have it. The clerk said. Really? Tell me your best stuff, our young master is a picky eater. Yang Ling replied. Draconic abalone is in season right now, I'll bring some here right now. The clerk was happy to hear about a potential customer and immediately suggested. He led them closer to the water and raised his hand. Crystallized walls materialized around them as they delved into the water. Numerous aquatic creatures swam by them. Yang Ling was completely immersed in this experience. A gluttonous person like her couldn't help salivating. It didn't take long before they reached the bottom of the ocean. The sand at the bottom looked like gold grains. Something seemed to be hiding in the sand. The clerk pointed at it and said, do you see that over there, fairy? That's the best draconic abalone we have, 800 gold waves. Yang Ling saw something resembling a clam around the size of a large bowl. Its shell was golden. When opened, it emitted waves of golden light like the blossoming of immortal flowers. There were a total of 800 waves, enough to blind and awe the spectators. This was her first time seeing or hearing about this. She looked at the meat and swallowed her saliva. This must be really tasty, absolutely. The clerk replied, "The national teacher of Vidra loves eating draconic abalone. As for the one ahead, it's the finest of the finest. No one but our clan can provide it. These abalones are good, but it's meaningless without a skilled chef." Li Chia said, "The best way to prepare them requires lightning-fast blade skill, instantly severing the waves and maintaining their original form without wasting a sliver of essence, then dip it into 10% soaring root juice. Now that's a delicacy." The clerk became startled then amazed. He praised, "You're a true master, to pay so much attention to the details, the national teacher can't compare to you. So how much for this 800 gold waves abalone?" Yang Ling couldn't wait anymore. "It's not particularly expensive." The clerk said, "Just 8,000 chaos stones at the Grand Heavenly Sovereign level." 8,000 Grand Heavenly Sovereign chaos stones? Yang Ling blurted out after hearing the price. Just one stone of this level was valuable enough. Certain sects could sell everything and still couldn't come up with 8,000 chaos stones. All of this for one abalone? Well, it's a special type of draconic abalone. It takes at least 3,000 years to grow. The clerk smiled. "Young master?" She smiled wryly and stared at Li Chia instead. He shook his head and said, "Maybe an 80,000 gold waves abalone is worth our time, not this." Yang Ling had nothing to say. "Sir, I'm afraid you can't find one in all of the southern West King." The clerk smiled wryly as well. "Let's look at something else." Li Chia wasn't interested. Chapter 3646, "Sir and Lady, would you like to look at our mounts?" The clerk remained enthusiastic despite failing to advertise the draconic abalone. "You sell mounts too? And here I thought it was all seafood." Yang Ling replied. "Haha. My lady, seafood is only a tiny venture of our store. We mainly specialize in aquatic treasures. Just let me know what you need. What kind of mounts do you have?" Yang Ling became interested. "We actually have a heaven plunder duck right now, definitely a top choice for a mount." The clerk led the way. A small part of this ocean was being separated into a separate pond for certain creatures. The group got there and saw a duck leisurely floating on the surface. It was several times larger than a swan, about the size of a boat. It had gray feathers and large feet. As it flapped its feet, they resembled two paddles. Heaven plunder ducks are extremely fast, especially in water, virtually unmatched. The clerk introduced the creature. "It's really that fast?" Yang Ling was skeptical since the duck was floating very slowly right now. Plus, how fast could a duck be? "Fweet." The clerk answered by whistling. The relaxed duck sprung downward into the water like an arrow and disappeared from sight, a testament to its astonishing speed. So Yang Ling was impressed. She couldn't finish before the duck appeared again not far from her, assuming its leisure state once more. Only ripples and splashes were left as proof of what had just happened. Yang Ling couldn't believe it. This mount was indeed superior to others. One of the fastest aquatic creatures, thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The clerk smiled at the guests. "It's perfect for escaping from enemies while traveling near an ocean." "Right." Yang Ling nodded, certainly tempted to make a purchase. However, she gasped after hearing the price and gave up. She couldn't afford the sky-high price. Li Chia wasn't interested in a mount and only watched for fun. The clerk took the two to see several more merchandise, a lightning bolt stingray, a chariot coldfish, a sea devourer conch. These things had frightening backgrounds along with equally terrifying prices. Yang Ling naturally couldn't afford them while Li Chia remained uninterested. The clerk could tell that Li Chia was unmoved. He still didn't give up and smiled. "Actually, something good came today and it's available for sale. Let's go take a look, it won't be a waste of time." Yang Ling was naturally interested. Today's trip has opened her eyes. She didn't expect a tiny store to actually have a separate dimension. The clerk brought the two to another enclosure within this ocean. The place was packed with guests. They were clearly either nobles or wealthy men, judging by their attires. The walls of the enclosure were made from white jade bricks. This was a rare type with a cold affinity. People could sense it from a distance. One could see 5 colors soaring to the sky. Each ray looked quite real and spirited, seemingly made from metals. They could pierce through the sky and emitted a powerful and beautiful aura. After getting closer, one would find that the rays came from one conch around the size of a bowl. It had 5 colors mixed together, akin to taking the powders of 5 metals and just added them on the shell. There were also countless flashing Dao runes. If one stared for too long, they might get lost in the process. The conch was placed on top of a flat rock with a dark shade. The gaps and lines seemed peculiar, as if it was made from numerous layers of lava cooling, culminating in this appearance. Of course, no one would bother to look at the rock. All eyes were on the conch. The spectators couldn't help but praise this wondrous creation. "This is our key treasure today." The clerk smiled at the duo. "We have a small auction dedicated to this conch. It's so pretty." Yang Ling was drawn by the colorful conch. On the other hand, Li Chia didn't particularly care about the conch. His focus was on the rock instead. Suddenly, Yang Ling noticed that the manager in charge of finances back at the beach was standing by the pond. He was at least 1 head taller than everyone here. He smiled and said, "It is an honor to have esteemed guests such as yourselves visiting our humble abode. Recently, we have obtained a treasure up for auction. It is this pentachromatic immortal conch. We found it deep in the ocean, not that easy to spot." "What are the uses?" one guest asked. "There are many. It is a creation of the Grand Tao, so it can help its master cultivate and understand Tao regarding the ocean. It can also accumulate vitality and listen to the tides of the Tao. With the proper grooming technique, it can become a guardian deity. Of course, this requires several tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years. But if your needs are different, you can also try its meat, definitely the finest delicacy. Its shell can then be used for artifact refinement. The outcome will be mighty." The manager explained. "As if anyone will do the latter." A few guests laughed. Everyone knew that the final price of this conch would be ridiculous. No one would view it as a view, that's truly wasteful. "What's the starting price?" One guest became impatient. 300,000 minor heavenly sovereign chaos stones. The manager revealed. This startled the crowd because it stopped the majority of them from even bidding once. "Remember, this is a special conch. I dare to say that our Xiong clan is the only one in all of West King capable of finding it. That's why the price is a little high," the manager said. The guests exchanged glances, clearly thinking about their own financial circumstances. This price was insane because most sects wouldn't be able to produce this sum. "I bid 310,000. A youth spoke. Young noble Li. Someone immediately recognized him. The first bidder was none other than Cold-Eyed Lightning Sword, Li Shangxuan. Chapter 3647. The guests were startled because a youth like Li Shangxuan was able to bid the enormous sum. Even some high elders or sex masters wouldn't be able to do it. On the other hand, Shangxuan didn't bat an eye, a testament to his wealth. Of course, those who actually recognized him didn't find this surprising. He was still the son of the Grand Commander. Plus, an ancient clan like the Li already had ample resources without needing to be officials of Vajra. This clan alone could compete against any kingdom and sect in the Holy Ground. Thus, its successor naturally had no lack of money. 320,000. Another guest was extremely interested in the conch and bid immediately. 330,000. One more followed suit. 340,000. Other parties joined the fun. After all, those invited by the Xiong were relatively wealthy. Some were actually big shots. 400,000. Li Xiangxuan increased the bid substantially even when others were only doing 10,000 increments. All eyes were on him since this was a blatant challenge to the other bidders. It looked as if he must have the conch at all cost. 410,000. This didn't diminish another bidder's interest. 420,000. Another guest shouted. 500,000. Li Xiangxuan immediately fought back by raising the bid up by 80,000. His momentum engulfed the entire area. Some became annoyed, not appreciating being one-upped by a junior. Young noble Li, you're really interested in this conch. One guest smiled at Li Xiangxuan. No, just a friend wants it, so this is a gift. Xiangxuan responded. The crowd clamored after hearing this. Using so much money for a gift? This was an incredible display of extravagance. That's the successor of the Li for you. 510,000. One guest didn't want to give up. 520,000. One more doubted Xiangxuan's wealth. 600,000. Xiangxuan immediately bid without any hesitation. The first two exchanged glances but didn't wish to express their malcontent. Your bids are rather arrogant. One guest actually spoke up. I only want to buy it, this is a fair auction. If you want it, bid higher. Xiangxuan retorted. 610,000, the guest followed up. 700,000, still want to go? Xiangxuan frowned and stared at this bidder. Fellow Daoist, I think you should give up. Our young master wants this conch. A servant standing behind Xiangxuan smiled. The guest turned red and couldn't say anything. A starting bid of 300,000 has gone up to 700,000. Many guests were interested in the conch and thought that 500,000 to 600,000 was acceptable, albeit pushing it. But now, 700,000 was too high for this conch. The manager was happy to see this development. He smiled at the guests and asked, 700,000, anyone else interested? Please state your bid because it'll be hard to find another pentachromatic conch. Don't miss this opportunity. The current bid was actually higher than his appraisal, hence his excitement. Several guests started talking among themselves regarding the continuation of the bid. Fellow Taoists, just stop now. The servant shook his head. Our young master came prepared, it'll just be a waste of time. It's fine, feel free to bid, gentlemen, I'm sure I can handle even a bid of 1 million. Xiangxuan smiled confidently, clearly challenging the crowd to keep going. The guests had no option left. They already thought that 700,000 was far too high. 1 million would be ridiculous. Plus, they couldn't come up with this sum anyway. 700,000, anyone else? If not, it'll go to young noble Li. The manager was all smile. I'll happily accept it then, gentlemen. Thanks. Li Xiangxuan smiled at them, thinking that this conch was already his for the taking. 1 million, unfortunately, a leisure voice sounded. What? The guests followed the direction of the voice and saw an ordinary youth. It was none other than Li Qiye, who had stopped looking at the pond and decided to bid. Yang Ling tugged on his sleeve and quietly said, Hey, this is minor heavenly sovereign chaos stone we're talking about. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come up with this sum. It was expensive even for her clan. Who is he? The guests didn't recognize Li Qiye. Li Xiangxuan's expression changed. He saw Li Qiye earlier but didn't come to start a conversation. What a move. One guest murmured. Li Xiangxuan's strong bids were fierce enough earlier. But now, Li Qiye raised the bid by 300,000 in one swoop. Can he pay that much? Another guest wondered before realizing that he was being a busybody. This was the store's problem, not his. Xiangxuan's servants became annoyed. Their master was clearly in charge of the auction. This bid was nothing short of a blatant provocation. This is minor heavenly sovereign chaos stone, not the cheap stuff. One servant shouted, expressing his doubt. Li Qiye ignored this. Brotherly, you're interested in this conch? Xiangxuan asked. Just for fun. Li Qie smiled. Xiangxuan had no response. He felt that Li Qie was purposely challenging him. In reality, this wasn't Li Qie's intention. It was just a whimsical decision. Brotherly, if you don't need it, how about letting me have it? I'll keep this in mind. Xiangxuan took a deep breath and cupped his fist. He was confident up to 1 million, but this was Li Qie's first bid. He wasn't sure that he could handle it. Feel free to bid. Li Qie chuckled, showing zero intention at relenting. All eyes were on Li Xiangxuan. They thought that karma came quite early. He looked down on the crowd earlier and now, it was his turn to be insulted. The unsatisfied Xiangxuan thought that Li Qie was trying to steal his thunder by doing this. Chapter 36-48. Li Xiangxuan purposely chose to speak with prudence and politeness earlier, but now, he was no longer in the mood. After all, he needed this conch as a present. This matter was rather pivotal for him. Other bidders have backed off and he was the only one left. He thought that it was already in the bag, not expecting for a guy like Li Qie to jump out of nowhere and bid beyond his limit. He could actually handle 1 million chaos stones of this level. Alas, using this much to buy this conch? That's too big of a trade. In reality, just 600,000 stones were above the value of the conch. The auction probably wouldn't have gone this high if Li Xiangxuan didn't choose to exert his dominance. 1 million, anyone else? The manager was ecstatic. He was already happy with 700,000 stones. Now, flowers were blossoming in his mind. Young noble Li, do you wish to bid? The manager loudly shouted at Li Xiangxuan. People stared at him since he was so confident earlier. Now, they were ready to gloat at his embarrassment. He was in a difficult position. To give up now would lose all face and his feeling of superiority would vanish like smoke. Plus, he already had a plan for this gift. Alas, to continue bidding and potentially winning the conch was truly wasteful. He would be nothing less of a prodigal son. I bid 1,050,000. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. He initially only wanted to do 1,010,000 but thought that it would be embarrassing due to his previous increase. At least 50,000 would save some face. Humph, you still want to go? His servant coldly uttered, we're a great clan in the holy ground with prestigious positions in Vajra. A junior like you better think twice before competing with us. This was not a brag. He was actually threatening Li Qie that nothing good would come from offending the Li while staying at the holy ground. Li Qie should be smart or he would have no place to stay. No one among the crowd doubted the power of the Li. They had considerable influence over the military right now. This was enough to intimidate anyone. Alas, Li Qie seemed aloof to the threat. He smiled and said, I forgot to mention, my bid is 1 million grand heavenly sovereign stones. You should start bidding them too. One word alone differentiated the stones. However, one guest immediately shouted, 1 million grand heavenly sovereign stones? From minor to grand? This is insanity. Another thought that he was hearing things. All eyes were on Li Qie at this point due to the ridiculous bid. The manager himself couldn't believe it and became frightened. After all, the disparity between the two levels was immense. The manager has never seen something like this before. This was akin to buying cabbage. The initial price was 12 silver coins, which were sky high already. Now, Li Qie wanted to pay 12 gold coins. This jump was nothing short of lunacy. Only a fool or a madman would do something like this. The manager was thinking about how lucky he was today, akin to a dog yawning and swallowing a fly. This customer was too rich. Li Xiangxuan's expression became extremely unsightly. Even if his clan could afford this sum, they would let a youth like him waste it like this. Plus, this would require serious deliberation before the clan could spend this much. Yang Ling felt the same way, thinking that the young master was a prodigal son. Li, can you actually pay that amount? Xiangxuan's servant shouted, this is an official auction, so don't run your mouth and bid a random amount just to boast. Humph, when you can't, it's just 1 million. Li Chia said, as for whether I can handle it or not, the manager and his 8 bull eyes will be able to see clearly. The manager's expression suddenly changed. He immediately announced, 1 million, sold. The conch goes to this young master. Others didn't say anything since this was an expected outcome. Li Xiangxuan naturally hated this development. He was supposed to be the one under the spotlight while winning the conch. Li Chia came out of nowhere and essentially slapped him before the guests. He couldn't stay here any longer since this was already humiliating enough. He scowled and left, no longer having a friendly attitude towards Li Chia like at the start. He thought that he was being nice enough by just leaving without causing more trouble. 1 million grand heavenly sovereign stones. The guests were still talking about it as they were leaving. A few stared at Li Chia and thought about his background. Also, that he was an idiot for spending so much on the conch. A rich country bumpkin is quite a rare sight. One guest commented quietly before leaving. Young master, are you really buying this? Yang Ling wanted to ask Li Chia to return the merchandise. It was too wasteful in her mind. Others were right for thinking that he was an ignorant country bumpkin. Chapter 36-49. Li Chia only smiled and didn't appease Yang Ling. The manager then told the alligator head clerk, pack the conch for the young master. The clerk acknowledged and carried out the order. May I ask how you know my true origin? Do you have ties with our clan? The manager walked over towards Li Chia and bowed with a smile. Your 8 eyes are so obvious, there's no need for ties to see this. Li Chia answered flatly. The manager had an awkward expression. Manager, you really have 8 eyes? I don't see them at all. Yang Ling became curious and looked at him carefully. It's just a figure of speech, not to be taken literally. The manager smiled wryly. His 8 eyes can't be seen with regular vision. Unfortunately, those eyes aren't real Kuei eyes either, they have flaws and can't see true mysteries. Li Chia suddenly revealed. Young master. The manager staggered backward, shocked. Li Chia's comment got everything right. The guy knew his clan's mysteries as well. Yang Ling had no idea what Kuei eyes were, but judging by the manager's response, Li Chia must have struck the right chords. She was very curious but knew better than to ask someone about their secrets. Young master, may I ask who you are? The manager took a deep breath and bowed with reverence. I was blind to not know that I'm in the presence of a great man such as yourself, please forgive me. He was astounded because their clan has been working in Wish Ward for a long time. They served plenty of guests but none knew about their true background and origin until now. Only his clan members were privy to this knowledge. Your clan is quite lucky. Li Chia accepted the gesture and stared at the ocean, although, these foolish endeavors have been done too many times. This insult could have infuriated others. However, the manager's respect towards Li Chia actually grew after hearing this. May I ask why you say this, young master? He cupped his fist and asked. That area is too heavy and you can't pull it up. Li Chia said, you keep on letting it stay down there and play around, this is acting precipitously regardless of the consequences. I can't believe you know this. The manager was scared out of his mind. This was their ultimate secret. Only the older generation of their clan knew about this, but now, an outsider like Li Chia understood even the main issues. What is this place? Yang Ling stared at the ocean and didn't see anything special. Li Chia didn't answer her and stood there with a calm expression, a striking contrast to the manager's shocked one. The latter eventually calmed down and took a deep breath. He bowed again. Young master, you're an immortal from above, please tell us the correct countermeasure. How can we pull it up? Why should I tell you? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Right, the manager was startled for a moment before adding, "What do you need, young master?" "Our clan will do everything in our power, you can't obtain what I want." Li Qie interrupted. These words were domineering and haughty, but the manager believed him. He replied, "How about this, do you like anything here? If you don't mind, we'll give you everything in this ocean." "Everything?" Yang Ling blurted out. She personally saw many of the treasures here. They were quite valuable. As for everything here, the actual value was difficult to fully calculate. Now, the manager was willing to give Li Qie everything? She became more confused. What was it that warranted such a big response from this Xiong clan? "Not interested, I can buy whatever I need." Li Qie chuckled. The manager didn't know what to do. Alas, he suddenly recalled one particular item from his clan. "Young master, let's take a break first. We do have something to show you later, if you so desire." The manager said. "Fine, consider this a type of fate." Li Qie stared at him and smiled. The manager hurriedly prepared a palace for Li Qie, and Yang Ling. Li Qie sat in the main position without any hesitation. The manager stood near him, ready to serve. He said, "We have reported this to the ancestor, he'll come right away. Please wait for a little. I hope this item won't disappoint." Li Qie replied. The manager smiled wryly. He didn't know what this unfathomable person wanted. A while later, an old man hurried inside. He was short and stout, looking quite powerful. His small frame seemed to contain boundless power. He could easily lift a continent without activating any aura. One could hear draconic roars from within his body. The manager came over and whispered to the old man. The latter then bowed towards Li Qie. "Young master, please forgive me for not personally welcoming you. Spare me the courtesy." Li Qie waved his hand. This old man was the strongest ancestor of the Xiong, able to make any decision on the clan's behalf. He normally never showed up, but the manager's report forced him to do so. The topic mentioned was extremely important for their clan. The old man stood up while the alligator head clerk brought up the packaged conch. It was sealed in a column of water, looking extravagant and exquisite. "This is a tiny gift from our clan, not enough to show our respect. Please accept it, young master." The ancestor respectfully brought the gift over. "You're saying that we don't need to pay?" Yang Ling blurted. "This is not enough to enter the young master's eyes, nor is it sufficient to represent our goodwill," the old man said. Yang Ling stood there in a daze. Did he just refuse 1,000,000 grand heavenly sovereign stones? Why does he look like he's afraid that the young master won't take it? Li Qie didn't bother to look at the conch. He still cared about the rock it was attached to more. "Why is this rock here?" Yang Ling thought that it was weird how they packed the rock too. "Miss, you may not know about the conch's special characteristic. Once it chooses a rock, it'll always be stuck to it unless it wants to change. The only way to separate them is to..." The ancestor performed the kill gesture. "I see." Yang Ling was surprised. Li Qie suddenly tapped on the conch's shell. Boom! 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 His gentle beat resulted in loud drumming, enough to sway the heart. The waves of light from the conch rippled outward in a magical manner. Chapter 3650, Pop. The drumming and the proliferation of the 5-colored waves came hand in hand. Next, the conch loosened up and the rock fell onto Li Qie's palm. He then casually tossed the conch over to Yang Ling while he focused on the rock. "Young master." The perplexed girl stared at the conch. "This is what I wanted to buy." Li Qie smiled and put the rock away. "You didn't want to buy this conch?" She didn't expect this answer and wanted to take a better look at the rock. "Unfortunately, he has already put it away." "So what is it?" Curiosity got the best of her, so she asked. She thought that the rock was only a place for the conch to rest, nothing more. Now, it became obvious that he offered a sky-high price for the rock, not the conch. What was so special about the thing to warrant the price? In fact, the manager and the ancestor felt the same way. They thought that Wuxia was buying a wooden box and returning the pearls inside. In reality, the rock's value far exceeded the conch. The two exchanged glances. This conch was found by them deep in the ocean. It was already sucking the rock at that point. They simply focused on the conch's value and didn't pay attention to the rock. Plus, what was there to look at? Now, Wuxia made them regret not paying closer attention to the rock. Alas, it was too late since they had gifted it to him. Young master, what should I do with this? Yang Ling asked, confused. As you please. Wuxia said, boiling is fine, the same with broiling. Just need a good cook to make it a fine meal. Yang Ling became startled. How could she eat something that cost 1,000,000 grand heavenly sovereign stones? I mustn't. Her first reaction was refusal. Eating a treasure like this was too wasteful, akin to burning zither and cooking cranes. Then you can do whatever you want. Wuxia smiled and shrugged. Are you giving it to me? She was both happy and afraid due to the value of the conch. Wuxia nodded, not making a big deal out of it. I'll take care of it then. Yang Ling happily said, maybe one day, it'll become our clan's guardian deity. It's not that easy. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. It requires years and years of accumulation to become a guardian deity. It's not an overnight thing. That's okay, I'll take good care of it. Yang Ling didn't think that far ahead and was more than content with this extravagant gift. Just having this conch was already amazing enough for her. She gladly put the conch away. Young master, about our matter, the Xiong ancestor spoke next. You may speak after showing plenty of courtesy. Wuxia glanced at him. Young master, do you think that we can still pull up that place? He took a deep breath and no longer cared about the rock. Yes, nothing is impossible with the right method. Wuxia responded. Thank you, young master. The emotional ancestor got on his knees, nearly performing a full kowtow. Don't be so quick, there's no free lunch in this world. Wuxia shook his head. This lowly one understands. The ancestor took a deep breath and solemnly said, we have an item that might pique your interest. That depends on the item, we'll see if I want it. Wuxia said. The ancestor knew that Wuxia wasn't putting up an act. Only a truly valuable item would be able to tempt him. However, what's valuable to the world might not be to Wuxia. It was a completely different concept. We got this item from the deep sea. The ancestor paused for a bit before adding, during the great calamity. The calamity? Wuxia's eyes shifted slightly. The ancestor knew that he had a chance after seeing Wuxia's reaction. He nodded and said, right, our ancestors found this deep in the sea after the calamity, I don't know the exact time. He paused for a moment before continuing, back then, the world shattered along with the myriad laws. Our ancestors came across this thing by accident. They saw wondrous immortal lights before they got close. It was as if an immortal had descended, truly a fascinating scene. It's that amazing? This is an immortal item? Yang Ling was skeptical and thought that the old man was exaggerating. I don't know because I've never seen its true form. It's sealed. The ancestor said, we spent all of our resources to get it. The group consisted of more than 100 experts. 5 heavenly sovereigns died. 5 sovereigns died? What? Yang Ling was shocked. Just how powerful was this clan? Our clan was renowned back then. The ancestor said with pride. That point was their golden era, becoming one of the strongest clans in the 9 worlds. Pride turned into sadness. After this event, their clans started declining, no longer as prestigious as before. This was why they needed to open an aquatic store. Let's take a look. Li Chia wasn't interested in the clan's glorious history. Got it. The old man immediately ordered the manager. The latter hurriedly left. A bit after, 8 more ancestors walked in while carrying a treasure chest. They all had a serious expression. They were extremely powerful, but this chest still gave the impression of being quite heavy. So serious? Yang Ling saw 8 ancestors carrying one trunk. We're not trying to be mysterious. This item has always been in a sealed state, the old ancestors said to not open it, and we listened. We added another seal in order to prevent unnecessary trouble. The first ancestor smiled wryly. Yang Ling realized how important this item was to their clan now. However, they still wanted to make a deal with Li Chia. This meant that they truly needed Li Chia's assistance. 1. Idiom. To show poor judgment that you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.